Let's play ball. We got my man Chad Logan, former Fenton boys basketball coach behind home plate, and Nick Kavitsky out there in the field. And as Tom mentioned, Kevin Cordy on the mound was phenomenal in his last appearance. He gets a chance to try to mow down a very, very, very good Muskegon Clipper lineup. That'll start off with Stoney Smith, Aaron Piasecki, Colin Cornwell, and Donovan Reinhardt in the first four spots. And, you know, Tom, as we mentioned, it's not been the year that Michigan had hoped for, coming off that division-winning 23-win, wins in the Great Lakes Collegiate Summer League season last year. And, yes, they had a great experience up in Alaska, but it left a lot of players here with very short, reserves. That being said, there's 6 games left. There's 2 here tonight, ends the home season, and then, you know, this team will play the Clippers on the road, and they've got the Ice Haulers as well, and a chance to really end this season on a high note. And even though only 2 teams make the playoffs, the reps that these players get, that's what matters. Obviously, you want to win. I mean, it's competitive. It's not, they're not going out there for fun. It's not a T-ball game when you're 6 years old. But that being said, end the season on a high note individually and as a team, because that's going to help everybody.
Right. Reflecting on the season, you might be disappointed at the results, and you look at that overall record. But in retrospect, you think about all the different chances you got to get innings on the mound, the amount of at-bats at the plate, throwing out runners at second base, being able to play on a different turf field here that you're not used to playing on in college, all these different things that you can take from the experience here at Lake Trust Stadium playing for the Michigan Monarchs that carry along a lot farther than just an 11-20 or so record that you look back on from a few summers ago.
Perfectly set, and we are about to get set for the start of this first game of the Twin Bill. Great to have you along for the ride here on the Monarchs Broadcast Network. And here's Stoney Smith, shortstop out of Chattanooga State, looking in on the first delivery from Cordy, and first pitch is a ball high. It's 5:03, a little earlier than scheduled. 83 degrees, partly cloudy here in Howell. It's going to go down to the mid-70s with some wind gusts expected, possibly up to 8 miles an hour. Flag is not blowing that hard right now, but definitely out towards right field, Tommy.
Yeah, we might see a few balls get pushed. So a couple of these Clippers go deep all the way out in straightaway center field, hit a few home runs during batting practice.
And that one smacked into center field easily on his horse. At first it looked like it was, but the Dresselhaus made a small adventure of that. By the way, you and I have yet to see a Monarch hit a home run here. We've seen 2 inside the Parkers. Dresselhaus, I know, had one of them. I'm forgetting who had the other one. But we have yet to see a Monarch hit a ball out of this park as a regular home run. Are we going to see one tonight?
I'm hoping that your broadcaster's jinx comes into play here.
It's the reverse.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. Makana Olaso, we've seen him go deep. Cooper Vance also has one. Not in this ballpark, but with that wind carrying out, we just saw that fly ball from Smith. Dresselhaus thought it was a routine play.
Yeah, it looked like it was
just kept going on him. So.
And now the flag looks limp. I don't know what the heck's going out there in the swirling winds of Lake Trust Stadium. That on the ground by Piasecki to Gametti. Easy play to Thielman, and it's 2 up, 2 down here at the top of the first. And we've seen the Monarchs, as this second half of the season has gotten towards the end of the year, be much better early in games. They were so bad for the majority of the time while the majority of the team was in Alaska. They would get off to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12-run deficits in the first 2 innings. That's not happening. And it's happened against some really good teams, too, where the Monarchs pitching has kept them in this thing early.
Yeah, you're able to keep that game close. It's just all about the run production. Half their game has come through on the pitching and defense side. They're keeping the games close, but they need to get over that hump on the offensive side and just put a few more runs on the board to win those games.
Here's number 7, Colin Cornwell of Saginaw Valley State, Sterling Heights, Michigan. Designated hitter. You might remember his brother on the Monarchs, Connor Cornwell. Kind of Cornwell, not so much anymore. Cornwell comes in averaging .320, which is good enough for fourth best on the team. Did that hit him? Nope, Chad Logan just wiping the plate off. So it's 1 and 2. He's very crafty with his feet. Yeah, don't umpires have brushes?
They should, but this is turf, so I feel like
I still would carry at least a brush and maybe even a pastel brush if he wants to paint between innings. I was a good paint by numbers guy. That outside the zone, 2 and 2 for the number 3 hitter and the designated hitter tonight, Colin Cornwell.
He's one of 3 members of this team with 30 or more hits as well, Dan. These guys have been smashing this year.
There's a reason that they are the best team in the league right now. 31 hits to be exact, 16 runs scored, 25 driven in. No home runs, though, in 97 at-bats. And Piasecki was up before Cornwell, the third leading batter, 330 was his average. Stanley, 394. Kieran's, 373. Staying alive is Cornwell. And this is turning into quite the at-bat here in the first inning here after Cordy started this game off with 2 quick outs.
And Dan, you mentioned that only 8 home runs on the year, 210 total runs, and only 8 home runs out of those. So these guys are finding other ways to scrap together runs, and it's a lot of singles and gap shots, a lot of doubles too.
How about the 7th pitch of the at-bat fouled off? 3rd foul in a row for Cornwell. Was you having a Dresselhaus type at bat here?
Yeah, he is.
He is staying alive. Adam Castilla out to give some more balls to umpire Chad Logan because Cornwell keeps falling him off. Cordy looking pretty good, though, early. First 2 outs, easy. This one, not so much. As the lefty, Cornwell is up. Older brother of Connor, former Michigan Monarch. Here's the 2-2, and that's chopped right back to Cordy. He outreaches that left hand, fires at the field, and it's 3 up, 3 down. A great start for the Monarchs here in Game 1. They'll bat in the bottom of the first on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back into beautiful Lake Trust Stadium. Dan Leach alongside Tom Cavanaugh. You can follow Tom on Twitter at TCCav_Sparty. Just getting set for a lot of Michigan State nonsense and some great stuff on his brother, new San Francisco Giant, Drew Cavanaugh. How does that sound when you have your friends and family say, hey, your brother's a Giant? And you're wearing the beautiful Giants hat, the great Willie Mays style.
I'm glad they got, just a classic logo, so it always looks good on any piece of clothing. But it's definitely surreal. I mean, from his perspective, yes, but also to other people, it kind of makes me chuckle and got to, double take it. And I always call him once a day, too, to just check on him, how he's doing. And he loves it. It's 118 degrees in Scottsdale, Arizona right now, so he's grinding through it. But
make sure his shoes don't melt.
That's what I told him. I said, stuff melts out there, man. You better watch out. They only have the only blue McDonald's out there, too, because I guess the yellow with the sun would have melted the big arch M, so they got to make it all turquoise blue.
Here's Drew Zittel, by the way, on the mound for the Monarchs, number 38, 4-1, All-Star, 2.73 ERA, 23 innings pitched, 23 strikeouts, 6 walks, 19 hits. Pretty good numbers for Drew Zittel as he faces Jake Dresselhaus, number 4, the center fielder. And first pitch strike down the pipe. Dresselhaus out of Michigan State, senior from Highland, Michigan, at 51 at-bats this past season for the Spartans. Great experience for a guy like Dresselhaus. He's been a great leadoff hitter. And he smacks that one right back towards the pitcher over his head and into center field past Piasecki and just on orders. Dresselhaus finds a way out. He's done that so many times. And you brought this up before, Tom. Head coach Kelton Caldwell said, listen, I'm not taking him out of the leadoff spot. There's a reason. He battles, he gets on, he walks, he gets hits, and there's a perfect example of why.
Yeah, 3 of the last 4 games, he has led off the game with a single or a walk to get things going for the Monarchs. That's how you start things, striking first, trying to get a run or 2 across in that first inning against Drew Zittel, who went 5 innings, 4 hits, and only 1 run last time out against the Monarchs.
But here's Silas Butler, the number 2 hitter, 3rd leading batting average on the Monarchs team, 357 coming in, 10 runs scored, 20 hits, 6 driven in, and a home run, just not here. And here's the 0-1 from Drew Zittel. Zittel out of Biola University in California. That one sprayed foul out of play. And as we said, Tom, the Monarchs had so many games, especially during that Alaska trip, where they just got off to awful starts and allowed tons of runs. They are not doing that, and they're also scoring runs early, which is the opposite of what they were doing earlier this season.
Right, they're scoring a couple early, but they need to do that throughout the entire game because they land onto the 6th or 7th inning and they only have 4 or 5 runs, But by that time, their opponent maybe has 6 or 7.
Well, I think that's been the biggest issue, Todd, for this team. And part of it, as we mentioned, not to keep making the excuse, but it's the truth. The majority of the team was in Alaska for a couple weeks, and they were undermanned. This is a team that has been super inconsistent. Sometimes they look great. Complete game shut up by Jake Peer with like 10 active players. And then, you're down 12-2 in the second inning by the Clippers. So very inconsistent. It'd be great to see them end this season with some more consistency. 2-2 goes back to first base from Zittel, and we've seen the Monarchs have a lot of problems throwing to first and second, but the opposing teams rarely have. As Shire gets that one easy.
Yeah, it's a tall task here for the Monarchs to take one or both, considering they haven't won a game against the Clippers yet this year. So got to do it today.
Here's the 2-2. Runner on first, one out, nobody out, and that could turn 2, and it's over to Piasecki, and he does not get him at first. So almost getting the double play, but Butler's speed was the reason that wasn't able to be a 2-out double play. Butler and Drusloff both super speedy.
Yeah, Butler didn't hit it all that hard, so it was kind of a squibber out there to second base, able to beat it out. But Makano Olaso, we've seen him go deep already this year one time. He's got the juice for it. I'd like him to swing it right center gap there, see if Butler can score from first on a single.
Olaso from San Jose State. He's in the transfer portal right now. Designated hitter, third up in the order tonight. 38 at-bats, 4 runs, 9 hits, a ribby, or 7 RBI for Olaso and a 237 average. Looks at a 1-0 from Zittel with Silas Butler on first and 1 down. And the 1-0 swing and a miss. Good breaking ball there by Zittel. There's a reason this kid's an all-star.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, back on June 18th is when he last faced the Monarchs. As we said, 4 hits, 6 strikeouts, 0 walks. So he was dialed then. We're expecting the same thing today, but you never know. Let's see if this Monarchs team can jump on him early.
I believe the Clippers bus driver with his name tag is just walking into the stadium, so good to have him on board. I believe his name is Eric Svetlana. It's an interesting last name.
Those are some eyes. You didn't know you could see that name tag there.
Very nice outfit, though. He's got the tie on, the blue shirt. Here's the 1-1 with 1 down. Butler takes off, swing, and a chop foul, so doesn't matter. Butler will have to come back, but he had a great jump on Zittel there.
Those are the ones that you kind of wince at, because I know Olaso spoiled that one, but Butler had a really good jump. Probably steals that bag, but with 2 strikes, you got to go after it anyways.
And now a 1-2 count. Drew Zittel, as I mentioned, out of Beulah, California, a junior from Phoenix, where you mentioned your brother's out there in Tucson. Just 118 the last, 7 days. It's not that bad, right? It's so hot out in parts of the West, especially like Phoenix and Tucson, that flights have to be delayed because you can't take off because the air is too thin or too heavy. And a swing and a miss. He's down on strikes as Olaso. So we almost saw Butler get to second with 1 down. Now he's on first with 2 down. But you've got Cooper Vance, who's definitely shown some power at the plate, comes in averaging 294, does have 2 dingers, 11 driven in, 15 hits, and 11 runs so far, and 51 at-bats for the Monarchs. He gets a look and fouls that one right back into my face. Luckily, there was a net there. Tom, if that ball actually got through the net, would you have been able to take your Giants hat off and save me? You have pretty good cat-like reflexes.
I got to get the headset off first, so maybe. I don't know.
So basically, you're telling me you would have let me die. Thanks.
Well, I don't want to sacrifice the audio of the broadcast, you know.
Either do I. I'll let myself die for that. Here's the 0-1, and that plops in there for a ball. That was a off-speed pitch that just kind of sashayed itself in there after Zittel mainly had been throwing breaking balls and fastballs. Here's a 1-1, 2 down, Butler on first. Bottom of the first inning, first of 2 games. And he strikes. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought there was 2 strikes for a second there. It's a strike on the lower corner. So now down 1-2 after a promising start to this first inning with Dresshoff leading off with a single. Could be over quickly. Here's the 1-2. And that one skied towards right field. On the run is Sanders, and he makes the catch even though his hat falls off. And the Monarchs go quietly in the end. We head to the top of the second, scoreless on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Dan Leach back alongside Tom Cavanaugh. We start at the top of the second. Clippers went 1-2-3 in the first against Kevin Cordy, his first start for the Monarchs. But fifth appearance, that outside the zone on the number 4 hitter, number 6 third baseman tonight, Donovan Reinhardt. Reinhardt from Kalamazoo College. Sophomore from Rockford, Michigan. There's a chopper towards Cooper Vance with one hand. He picks it up and throws him out. Nice play there with Cooper Vance lifting the glove towards the dirt, getting the job done there.
Beautiful play. He can do it on both sides. Has a nice swing and then able to, on the run, scoop and throw across his body. Cooper Vance going to be a nice player for Eastern Michigan again next year.
And now you've got the number 5 hitter, Jabin Bates, the catcher, coming in, undecided on college for next year. He's a junior from Granville, Michigan. And first pitch swinging, chops it towards Thielman at first. He makes the play easy. One pitch and the second out. So far, Monarchs, except for that great at bat by Cornwell, have gone really quietly with this nice performance so far by Cordy.
Yeah, there have not been very strong swings that we've seen in the past from the Clippers. A lot of rollover, soft tap ground balls.
Here's Brandon Shire of Hobbit fame. Not saying he's short, saying he's from the Shire. Brandon Shire out of Saginaw Valley State in Iona, Michigan. He's a junior. Comes in averaging .301, one of 7 Clippers batting over 300. Takes a strike there, 1-1 with 2 out. Nobody on here, top of the second, in a twin bill, 2 7-inning contests. We'll be here for both of them. And that one sprayed past the hands of Gametti into right field. Butler gets it in, and just a loud single up. And now trouble brewing, as it often has, as that ball goes past the cutoff man. Having to go get it is the catcher, Salinas, and it's an extra base, and now it's scoring position for Brandon Shire. And I got to tell you, that's a microcosm of what's happened at the worst for the Monarchs this year.
But those type of things have happened all year long. Those type of mental mistakes and simple things like hitting the cutoff man where they haven't been executed, and it leads to extra bases for the opposing team. And against a club like the Clippers, you cannot do that because they will take advantage of it any chance they get. They're just that good.
Here's the first baseman, 6 hitter, number 8, 7 hitter, left fielder, number 25, Nicholas Hawkins from Three Rivers College. Takes a strike there, nice pitch from Kevin Cordy, but now a runner on second instead of first in the person of Brandon Shire. Here's a 1-1 with 2 down and the runner on second. Outside the zone, according to Chad Logan. Chad Logan be on the plate. And Nick Kavitsky right to the left of his right, but our left of second base. Cordy looks in at a 2-1 on Hawkins. Dancing around second base is Shire, and that one in there for a ball. So now 3-1. This inning was going to be over quick, Tom. And just like that, runner in scoring position at a 3-1 count on the number 7 hitter.
Teams are able to find a way to have some 2-out magic.
So the Monarchs did earlier in the year, and now they're having trouble doing that. He loses them. So now it's 2 on, 2 down, and coming up, the number 8 hitter, Caleb Colonel Sanders, the right fielder, number 1. And Sanders not having a great year at the plate, batting under 100 with just 5 hits, 10 runs, and 6 ribbies. But boy, is he a defensive stalwart.
Yeah, he's quite fast out there. He can track down anything down the line or in the gap. Got to find a way to spark that bat in the last few games because playoffs are coming for these Clippers, and he's going to be in the lineup.
And they almost had him in trouble, Shire, but it almost also went to center field. Luckily, Gametti got it from Cordy. Every time the Monarchs go to first or second, it's an adventure.
Yeah, you have to hold your breath.
It's like every single day. It's not like once or twice here and there. It's every time for the most part.
It doesn't, yeah. I completely agree with that.
And now take it off for third, and they're going to go to second
Nice
with a
throw.
steal and throw him out. That's a great play by Zachariah Salinas to the cover at Gametti. And it was a double steal, and they throw out the lead runner in Hawkins at second base. That ends the inning. We move to the bottom of the second. Scoreless on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back inside Lake Trust Stadium. Dan Leach alongside Tom Cavanaugh. We start at the bottom of the second after some hairy moments towards the end of the top of the second there, but the Monarchs find a way with a great throw, excuse me, from Zacharias Salinas to Jason Gametti to throw out Nicholas Hawkins on a double steal. So no damage done there, and it's back to the Monarchs offense.
Got to get it going here. Middle of that lineup coming up, TJ Kella starting things off. Swung the bat a little bit better lately, and we know what he can do shooting gaps with some speed. He's in left field tonight for the Monarchs.
Kella out of San Jose State playing left field tonight. First pitch swinging, skies it out of play. Is there room for Shire? He went all the way to the center of Middle Earth, but couldn't get it. He was looking for Gandalf. It's the reason we're the best broadcast team in the land. The Monarchs have their own guy here right now. They're still watching us. No, we love that guy. Egbert's his name, I believe. Egbert Jackson. Here's the 1. And a strike down the pipe on TJ Kella, who comes in averaging 261, has 5 driven in, 12 hits, 8 runs. Here's an 0-2. We're here in the second inning, first of 2 7-inning games in a doubleheader. And that nowhere close, and luckily getting it, was Salinas. That almost went to that beautiful brick backstop, 65 feet from home plate to the backstop in front of us.
It might have sailed over the brick and gone right up here on the metal railing.
And bounced and maybe hit Chad Logan in the back chin, gently. Here's the 1-2 and a swing and a miss. Second strikeout for Zittel. He's looking good. And the Monarchs batters, who have had much more patience these last, I would say, 6-7 home games, tonight, at times, a little impatient.
A little bit, but the swings have been better. Like Jake Dresselhaus went after the very first pitch and had a single, but then Alasso tried to work a count, struck out, and, I mean, you got to give Zittel a lot of credit. That was a nasty pitch, curving in on the back foot of TJ Kella. Really tough pitch to hit.
And that over the head of the 6th batter, catcher Zacharias Salinas, wearing number 26 tonight, from Grand Rapids Community College, sophomore from Canton, Michigan. Good player. Had 136 bats for Grand Rapids CC. That one towards the second baseman, Piasecki, and he makes the play easily to Shire, and it's 2 up, 2 down. Both these teams' offenses, even though the Monarchs gave up some base runners towards the end of the last inning, really haven't done much so far. You're not really feeling like there's any kind of offensive momentum being built for either team so far.
Completely agree. Both of these teams haven't given each other an inch at the moment, have put a runner on each, and good job from the Monarchs. Salinas, who just grounded out there, shutting down that inning because it could have been a lot worse if he doesn't throw that runner out at second base.
There's Wayne State Warrior Tona Hatsa-Giorgio. I think his cousin is Papa Giorgio from Vegas Vacation. And there is Smith, and he gets him. The nice throw to Shire on the first pitch. Hatsa-Giorgio swings, hits it on the ground, and ends the inning quietly for the Monarchs. We head to the top of the third already. Tom Cavanaugh takes over with that Giants hat, and both Beatrice Tom Sr. and Drew Cavanaugh at Rookies Camp listening and watching on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network.
No score, top of the third inning here from Lake Trust Stadium in beautiful Howell, Michigan, home of the Cleary Cougars and Michigan Monarchs. Welcome in, everybody. Tom Cavanaugh bringing you through the third inning here as Danny Passanal will get things going. Check that. Caleb Sanders will get things going. Sanders was at the dish to end that second inning. Zachariah Salinas actually threw out the runner, Nick Hawkins, trying to take a bag. Fouled back to the screen from Sanders on the first pitch. It's 0-1. Kevin Cordy back in for another inning of work. Just 26 pitches for him. 0-1 change up high and in. Ducking out of the way is Sanders. He's been struggling at the plate, but does play a very clean outfield position. That big number that sticks out is the 28 strikeouts for Sanders this year. That number's got to drop a little bit in future summer collegiate years. Inside changeup again, 2-1. Great pitch from Cordy. It'll be Sanders, Passanant, and back at the top of the lineup with Stoney Smith here in a scoreless game in the third inning of Game 1 of a doubleheader. Remember, folks, 2 7-inning games tonight. Game 2 promptly starting around 8 o'clock. 3 balls and 1 strikes to Caleb Sanders. Outside, that's a ball. So second walk of the game for Cordy as the leadoff man aboard. Sanders this year with 4 stolen bases. Not even close to the team lead, which is absurd, actually. Stoney Smith with 21 stolen bases. That might be creeping up on a franchise record there for the kid. He's on deck. Good lead at first for Sanders. Could go, but we saw Salinas last inning hose a runner. Squaring the bunt is Passanant. He will pull back. It's a called strike. Fastball in the lower outer corner from Cordy. Kevin from Saginaw Valley State, going to be a junior next year. Checks the runner, will pick over to Sanders, back easy. Passanant has played in almost every single game this year for the Clips. That's a fastball high. Sits in that 9 spot very well, also tracks the ball down in the outfield. You got a very limited roster. We've already talked about it. Under 30 players on this Clippers team. Very different from what the rest of the league kind of does. Royal Oak, along with Sandusky Bay, people in the North Division here. Jetbox, 40-man rosters. Inside again, Passanant jumps out of the way, and it's back-to-back walks on the 3-1. Just like that, Sanders and Passanant are on. Cordy has walked the 8-9 hitters in the third. Fly out to center field last time for Stoney Smith. And we're going to get time called for a quick second as Zachariah Salinas will go out to talk with Cordy. And Logan Fleener, third base coach over there, also head coach of this team, talking it up with Stoney Smith at the plate. For the sake of records, this game obviously means a little bit, but for seeding and standings, not as much. Both of these teams, the Clippers and Lima Locos, have clinched. Clippers at 26-5 on the year. Lima Loco is at 23-8, just blowing the rest of the competition out of the water. In third place are the 16-15 Sandusky Bay Ice Haulers, so tough to catch them as it's obviously been clinched already with just a few games to play. Smith fouls the first pitch off. Look to get right off the face mask of Salinas. As Chad Logan's going to go out and give him some time. Stoney Smith, 28 hits on the year, 7 doubles, a pair of triples. He has driven in 23 runs. That's good for second best on the team behind Colin Cornwell. A lot of offensive production from a few guys. You look at Stoney, obviously, Cornwell, Javin Bates with 15. Nicholas Hawkins got himself 10. Squaring around is Smith, drops a bunt on the third base line. Salinas gonna watch it roll. It will stay fair. The ball stops a foot away from the line in fair territory, and the bases are loaded. Infield bunt single for Stoney Smith. Wow. Could not have put that in a better spot. Salinas thought it was going to roll foul. He waited, and it stayed fair. Best chance of the night for either team here in Game 1. No score. Clippers and Monarchs. Cordy kicks, fires. Line drive. This one will be down for a base hit. Kella fields it on a hop. 2 runs are going to score. Throw down to third base, not in time. Aaron Piasecki, a 2-run double. First pitch, he went hunting for it. It's going to be a single, actually, for Piasecki, but 2 RBIs regardless. He got to second there on the throw, but Kella just left it a little bit too high in the air. Not much of a chance to get Danny Passanolt scoring from second base. 2-0. Clippers on top. We're in the top of the third inning. Piasecki with RBIs 19 and 20 right there. Cordy delivers a first pitch curveball in the outside corner to Colin Cornwell. Cornwell, the RBI leader on this team with 25. He's also got 7 doubles, 31 total hits. Another changeup on the outside corner. He's landing that a little better than his curveball for a strike. Hasn't seen many lefties today. This is a righty-heavy lineup here for the Clippers. 0-2 from Cordy. Ground ball to second base, gobbled up by Gameni. He'll toss on to first to get the first out of the inning, Scoring from third is Smith. RBI ground out for Colin Cornwell, 3-0. Clippers on top. That's how you got to do it. Simplify the swing, just have a smooth ground ball up the middle, and it gets the job done. Here's Donovan Reinhardt, grounded out to shortstop last inning. Takes a changeup inside for a ball. 2-run single for Aaron Piasecki, and an RBI ground out from Cornwell is the difference here in the third inning. And it all started with back-to-back walks to Sanders and Passanolt at the bottom of the lineup. Reinhardt up 2-0 at the moment. No movement in the bullpen for the Monarchs. Poked foul from Donovan, 2-1. There's a few guys that we might see today. It looks like a lengthy bench down there for the Monarchs in the bullpen, although there is another game tonight. So I think they want to see how far Cordy can go before maybe Thielman or Konashevsky or a few others get in the game. That ball's driven to left center field. Reinhardt gave it a carry. Dresselhaus tracks it down, makes the catch. Tagging from third and scoring will be Piasecki. 4-0 Clippers on top. Sac fly for Reinhardt. It was a nice swing. That ball kept carrying, and Dresselhaus just kept tracking it. Javin Bates, ground out to first base his last time. Soft tapper pulled. And now Cordy has the bases empty. 4 runs already scored in the inning. With 2 outs, got to finish it here. Fastball in the outside corner for strike 1. Bates, another all-star for this Clippers team. 14 RBIs this year, 5 walks, 7 strikeouts, so most of the time he's going to put that ball in play in 54 at-bats outside for a ball in the changeup. Good inning here for the Clippers, and now the Monarchs just have to find a way to answer back. Outside and low, 2-1. Partly cloudy out today. Hopefully going to keep clear skies for both games tonight. Final home game of the year for the Monarchs. They're going to go on the road to play the Clippers in Game 3 on Friday, and then a road series out in Ohio against the Sandusky Bay Ice Haulers to wrap up the season. No playoffs for the Monarchs as they are well under 500 on the year. 2-2 outside. Good battle from Bates has now pushed the count full. Cordy trying to finally get out of this inning. He's allowed 4 so far. 3-2. Strike 3 called. Upper outer corner. Chad Logan rings up Bates for out number 3. Piasecki, 2 runs cashed. Cornwell and Reinhardt add a few as well. We go to the bottom of the third inning. 4-0 Clippers on top of your Monarchs. This is your home for Michigan Monarchs baseball. We'll be right back. Michigan Monarchs look to answer right back after allowing 4 in the top of the third. 8-hitter Avery Thielman will lead things off against the lefty Drew Zittel. 2 strikeouts so far on the night for Zittel. He's been pretty good as Thielman pops up the first pitch to center field. Long run for Passanolt. He's going to camp behind it and make the catch on the warning track in center field. 1 out. Good swing, though, from Thielman. That ball's got some extra carry today. Not a lot of wind billowing out there to straightaway center or right center field, but just seems like a few balls today have really sent out there. Stoney Smith, the first swing of the game was out to Jake Dresselhaus in center, and he was a few feet away from the wall on that one as well. First pitch to the 9-hitter Jacob Gemeni on the corner for a strike. Zittel has not wavered from his location so far today. He's without a walk and 2 strikeouts. Big wave and a miss on a changeup. Gemeni was a day or 2 in front of that one. Second outing against the Monarchs for Zittel. We talked about it. 4 hits, 1 run, struck out 6. Staying alive is Gemeni, 0-2. Another member we might see later in the game, Jack Decker. He had a very good performance against the Monarchs back a couple weeks ago here at Lake Trust Stadium. 1 out, bottom of the third, the 0-2 pitch, down and away. Good take from Jacob. Gemeni started his Great Lakes Collegiate Summer season in 2023 with the Royal Oak Leprechauns and has since moved over to the Monarchs, played most of his time with Michigan. Tap back right to Zittel. He's going to underhand toss to first. Gemeni grounds out back to the pitcher, and there's 2 outs in the third. Saw it off there with 2 strikes. It just seems like Drew Zittel is not giving these Monarchs hitters much to swing at. Besides that Dresselhaus base hit and the Thielman deep flyout, there hasn't been anything much generated on the offensive side here. Jake Dresselhaus digs back in for his second at-bat. Shot a base hit right up the middle past the glove of the southpaw Zittel. Breaking ball bounces up in front. Bates stops that with his face mask. 1-0 to Dresselhaus. Looking forward to his season with the Michigan State Spartans next year. Him and Sam Thompson looking to get a lot more time out in East Lansing. Strike called on the 1-0. Evens up the count against Dresselhaus. Monarchs looking for their very first win of the year against the Clippers. Have not been able to pull one off since. That ball misses low. 2-1. Zittel's 2-1 pitch. Scott in the air by Dresselhaus. A long run for Sanders. Still going back. Leaping up the glove. He makes the catch. Into the foul pole in right field. Caleb Sanders takes away an extra base hit from Jake Dresselhaus. How about it from Sanders to end the frame? 1-2-3 go the Monarchs. We go to the top of the 4th inning. 4-0 Clippers on top of the Michigan Monarchs here from the Monarchs Broadcast Network.
Welcome back into Lake Trust Stadium. Wish we had better news after that 3rd inning. We don't. 4 runs in for the Clippers. Nothing so far for the Monarchs. Just 1 hit, 5 hits for the Clippers. No errors for either team. And now back at it is Kevin Cordy after a rough 3rd. And up now Brandon Shire, the first baseman. First time for Shire, a single. Shire averaging 310 on the season. This Monarchs team, Clippers team is good. Going for win 27. And Tom talked about this last time. There was a doubleheader with these guys. Split the doubleheader is the worst you want. Obviously, you want to win them both, but split it. But after going down 4-0, there's Shire taking a strike for a 1-2 count. Get something going here. If you don't win this game, okay, but at least get some momentum into game 2. You got to try to split this doubleheader.
Now, 4 runs here is manageable, but it's only 7 innings tonight, so got to find a way to get it going early.
And almost went around there, held back the bat. Not in danger of having to appeal was Chad Logan there. And the count even at 2 for Kevin Cordy. As he throws to Shire here, and that outside, a full count.
Got to find a way to finish these at-bats. He took Caleb Sanders to a 3-2 count, walked him. Danny Passanalt walked on 5 pitches. Those are the last 2 batters in this lineup.
And how many times is that his ball 4? He loses him. How many times have you and I talked, Tom, about walking leadoff hitters? Obviously, that's bad enough. But you walk a leadoff hitter and the second hitter, and you end up with a 4-run inning.
Right.
It happens so many times this season for the Monarchs.
Recipe for disaster if you walk the first 2 hitters. It doesn't matter who they are in the lineup.
And what do you know? Kevin Cordy with a rare non-throw into right field. Not Kevin Cordy himself, but the Monarchs have struggled so much trying to hold base runners on and throw them out. There's a strike down the middle, so 2 good things in a row there for the Monarchs, but 1 on, nobody out. And up now is number 25, Nicholas Hawkins. Hawkins had a walk his first time up. And now looks at an 0-1. Hawkins out of Three Rivers College, sophomore from Poplar Bluff, Missouri. Why is it so popular? And there's a strike, according to Chad Logan. Now down 0-2. This could be a good first out here for Cordy.
Yeah, got to nip it in the bud early. Just the 1 walk can easily be remedied, but don't want to turn into multiple base runners.
Here's the 0-2, and that looked like it was going to be a strikeout, Cordy's first of the night, but it's not. And it's a 1-2 count here. Or check that. That should be the 3rd strikeout. You got Caleb Sanders swinging and Jevin Bates looking. Oh, that's a lie. Just 1.
I thought so as well.
Either way, we were still the best. And that outside, the zone 2-2. Zittle so far with 2 strikeouts. The all-star for the clip joint. Here's the 2-2. Outside, 3-2. And what is that? 3 of the last 4 batters, 3-2 counts?
Cannot go there. You had him 1-2. Want to be able to locate a pitch on that outside corner. Or an inside corner, too. Just looking for a final strike, but cannot walk another guy here.
Here's the 3-2, and he walks him. 2 in a row to start this top of the 4th. And you can't give up any more runs.
Nope.
Not the way this Muskegon Clippers team plays, the way that Drew Zittle pitches, the way the Monarchs offense has been wildly inconsistent. Now you got Caleb Sanders. You got a candidate here for a double play ball. He's not had a really good year at the plate, but he can run.
He had a great catch out in right field to end that last inning, too.
First time up for Sanders, did walk, and that
hit him in the head.
Hits him in the head. And he's okay, thank God. Seems a little perturbed there. How many times have we seen Monarchs pitchers hit opposing players in the head?
In the head.
Not just in the arm or the back, but in the head. Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. Now there's a meeting on the mound as Adam Castillo, the pitching coach, will come out, the whole infield in. Coming up next is Danny Passanalt, the number 9 hitter, who walked his last time up and scored a run. Sanders also did the same with that walk the last time up.
Number 17, Jake Wolfert, getting warm in the bullpen right now for the Monarchs. There's a good chance he comes in soon.
And we did see Wolfert make a start against the Lima Locos last week. Did do terrible. Ended up struggling towards the end. And I believe, wasn't that when Kevin Cordy came in and was phenomenal?
Yeah.
When Wolfert kind of struggled towards the 3rd or 4th inning of that game last week.
Oh, sorry, it was Clan.
Yeah, it was. Robert Clan. Trying to think about that Jake Wolfert start.
Yeah, it was when Alex Ogg got his first
Alex
outing.
Ogg came in. Wolfert had a pretty good start until towards the end of his appearance there. Now he got the bases juiced. And the leadoff hitter, or check that, Danny Passon, the 9-hitter up. No place to put any more Clippers, Tom. And you got nobody down at Major League average. Hovers around 2 to 2.2 runs scored in these situations. Obviously, a little different level here. And that one in for a strike, 1-1. But this is a huge moment in this game. If the Monarchs want to have any chance of coming back in this one, they've got to limit the damage here.
Double play or something. Just find a way to get it out.
And that sprayed towards the left fielder. Kella, and it's going to drop and score at least 2. Coming around and scoring. Actually, it only does score 1. I don't know how. Great play there by Kella. Shire comes in to make it 5-0, but that for sure, to me, on the run there, looked like it was going to score 2. It scores 1, so I guess that's how you limit a little more damage than it could have been possible.
So did I, Dan. I think the runner over there at third, Nicholas Hawkins, who is just at second base, thought that T.J. Keller was going to track that ball down, but he needs to be looking at Logan Fleener, the third base coach, to let him know, hey, that ball is dropping or it's going to be caught. He could have definitely scored on that.
Here's Stoney Smith, takes a ball, bases still juice, still nobody out. Smith flew out to center field first time up and singled and scored in the third. Now he's up for the third time. And that one chopped towards right field. Can he make a play? Thielman, oh, it's off his glove. A little out of our view there, but I could see the ball drop on the ground. But a nice run by Avery Thielman there.
He had a really nice chance. That ball was just grazed up against the black fencing over there. So good effort from Avery, but, I mean, it's just a missed opportunity there. Not much of his fault, though. Tough play to make.
Bases still loaded. Nobody down. 5-0 Clippers. And that towards the third baseman, and he drops it. Does get, nope, not even got the out at first base. Hotza Giorgio could apply the tag on Sanders. Couldn't get it to first base. Another run scores. It's 6-0. And it's gone from bad to worse. She's gone from suck to blow. There's your Spaceballs reference, Tommy. Oh, boy. It really is a game of inches, isn't it?
Yeah, but got to find it out on the base right there. I mean, either touch the bag, throw on to first. It was kind of trying to make a couple different plays, but everything just didn't work out there. It's kind of been the tale of the year for this Monarchs, and plays like that just kind of have always occurred in every single game.
Here's Piasecki. He chops one towards Thielman, who can't get the play. They do get one, though, but another run scores. The carousel continues for the Clippers as Sanders comes in. And it's now 7-0, a full touchdown and extra point. 7 runs in the last inning of the third so far. Now you got at least an out, so that's moving forward somehow, Tommy.
Yeah, last inning, Cordy walked the first 2 batters. This inning, he did the exact same thing.
Yep.
4 runs were scored last inning, 3 here, and I'm expecting another 1 or 2 with runners on second and third and only 1 out in the infield back.
Lefty Connor Cornwell, who had a great at-bat to lead, not to lead the actual game off, but his first at-bat in the first inning after 2 quick outs for Cordy. Let's see what he does here. Already up in the count, 1-0 with runners on second and third, and just 1 down. And that chop foul back towards us evens up the count at 1-1. And now it's about just limiting the damage, Tom. I mean, it's already 7-0. It's a 7-inning game. The Monarchs aren't scoring runs. I mean, you could give up any more in this inning anyway. Now they've already given up 3. Here's the 1-1. And that one sprayed into short center. Can someone get there? No. That's going to score at least 1, and it does. Holding up at third is Smith, but coming in is Passanal, who, of course, got hit by a pitch. And now it's 8-0, so it's a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. And there's a random golf cart rumbling down towards Lake Trust Stadium. Should you and I get into that and maybe just kind of cart around for a couple innings?
If they score a few more, maybe, but...
And there is no mercy rule in a 7-inning game.
Right. Cornwell just put that in the right spot. That's his 27th RBI this season.
Unreal. Now it's Donovan Reinhardt, and stealing second with not even a throw is Stoney Smith, and the ball goes past the catcher, and scoring is Stoney Smith. It's 9-0. It's Ferris Bueller 9 times to nothing. And it's just the wheels have come off, Tom.
Yeah.
The wheels are totally off.
Pass ball just gets past the glove of Salinas, and that very small snowball has now turned into an avalanche, and floodgates have opened, and against the best team. Dan, this team has lost 5 games all year. Nobody beats them. So if you give them extra bases and give them opportunities to score runs, they're going to make those plays.
Reinhardt might be the second out. You always hate being one of the few outs when everyone's batting around. Thielen makes the play there. You know who else nobody beats? Nobody beats the Wiz. It's a famous electronics store in New York City. I think you're a little too young for us. Nobody beats the Wiz.
I know Radio Shack, but that's kind of my limit.
Well, Radio Shack, that's another dinosaur. And now lefty Jeb and Bates, the catcher, is up. Grounded out and struck out looking in his 2 at-bats so far. 2 down, runner on second. 5 runs in, it's 9-0. Ed Rooney always told you, Ferris Bueller missed 9 days. And now there's a run for each of them. I don't know if you knew that indie band Save Ferris was named after Ferris Bueller. You bring that to your new San Francisco Giant brother, Drew Cavanaugh.
Yeah,
he impresses young teammates.
He'll definitely need that. You know he's taking Spanish, too? They got him on a class. Yeah, they got him on a class.
Well, it's probably good to be able to speak Spanish out there in Arizona.
In Major League Baseball at all.
And that right into center field. Easy hit. And that's going to score another run. It's going to be 10-0 as Reinhardt came in averaging just 269. Drives in his 12th of the season, and the route is on 61.
Yep, this is Brandon Shire's second time coming up in the inning. He led it off with a walk. They've plated 9 already.
I mean, most Monarchs haven't even batted twice yet.
No.
You've got multiple, the whole Clippers lineup has batted 3 times.
Yeah, this is ugly.
And taking a ball, a lot of lefties in this lineup for the clip joint, Stoney Smith. How many batters in this inning so far? Have they batted around yet?
Yeah, this is number 10.
Yep, this is number 10. 2-0. I checked that. Not Stoney Smith. It's actually Brandon Shire, the first baseman. Shire so far in this one. The hell with it. I'm kidding. First base, a single and a walk and a run scored. And that one smacked into right field. Not moving much at all as Butler, and mercilessly, the 6-run fourth is over. It's 10-0. We head to the bottom of the 4th on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back inside Lake Trust Stadium. It's great to have you along. And if you're a Clippers fan, I know we have a lot of Clippers fans watching, you're enjoying watching the best team in the league just make mincemeat of this Monarchs team in game number 1 of this twin bill. 10 runs in the last 2 innings, all off of Kevin Cordy, all due to multiple walks and hit batters and just wheels coming off past balls. Tom, it's really just gone from bad to worse to ludicrous speed.
It has, and partly because the Clippers are hitting the ball all around the park, but also because the Monarchs have walked people, they have missed cutoffs, they have misplayed baseballs, they have made errors. Everything that you could do wrong to lose a ball game, they have done so far to perfection. They need to take this into 2 halves of a baseball game. Forget everything else that happened. Try to come back here in this second half of the ball game and play well, get a few runs on the board.
Well, here's Silas Butler. 0 for 1 so far. Takes a strike off of Drew Zitto, who's pitched pretty solid so far. Just allowed the 1 hit. 1 hit, 1 error for the Monarchs. 8 hits, 10 runs, no errors for the clip joint. And a swing and a miss by Silas Butler. Zitto has been efficient, economical, 2 strikeouts so far. And has done everything he needs to do to really keep this Monarchs offense, which has been, as we mentioned, wildly consistent at best, at bay. At outside the zone, 1 and 2. on Silas. The Butler did it from Cumberland University, a junior from Stockbridge, Georgia. He's been fun to watch. I mean, just because the Monarchs have had a rough year wins and loss-wise, doesn't mean there has been some great things to watch for this team.
No, he's been electric.
And a nice play in right field to end the last inning, and he strikes out swinging. That's strikeout number 3 for Drew Zittel. And the way he's pitching right now, he might pitch this whole game.
I think so. I mean, look at his pitch count. He's only at 36. He's got a chance to keep going. That's pretty impressive.
36 through 3 1/3. It's pretty good. Just one hit. Here comes Makana Alasso from San Jose State University. He's in the transfer portal. Designated hitter. First time up, Alasso struck out swinging. He's the DH tonight. Takes a ball. Alasso could go back to San Jose State, could go somewhere else. I was talking to my good friend Sky Kirsten, the sports information director at San Jose State, said Alasso's a great kid, but it's good to have options. I wonder what you think is a strike there. Evens the count at 1-1. What do you think of the portal for Division I sports? Because I think it was never fair to let coaches come and recruit you in football or whatever sport it was and then leave for more money and you had to stay. I think it's great to give the athletes the empowerment, but it also is made for some messy stuff at times.
I agree.
Rich getting richer.
Yeah, Alasso, maybe he doesn't live up to that San Jose par in his first couple of years. He might want to go to a D2 school and thrive.
And that one into right field, so a base hit for Alasso. Coming in to get it is Sanders, and just the second hit of the evening so far in game 1 of this doubleheader by Makana Alasso.
He's always gone opposite field. His one home run is to deep left, but everything that we usually see him swing is a hard line shot over the head of the second baseman in that gap. He's got 2 doubles on the year from shooting that gap in right center field, so nice swing.
Let's see if the Monarchs can get something going here. Here's Cooper Vance, the shortstop. Flew out to right field his first time up. Well, as I mentioned, this game, you never say it's over. I mean, there's still a few innings left, but I think it's next to impossible the way the Clippers play for the Monarchs to come back. But they can score some runs and at least give themselves a good taste of the game number 2. Vance, 294 average on the season, sprays that one foul right side out of play. 2 home runs, 11 ribbies, 15 for 51 so far. Also has scored 11 runs. Hit here could get him closer to going above 300 again. And he'd be one of 7 Monarchs to be at that level. That outside, 2-1. Zittel really has had very little stress in this one so far, Tommy.
He's only thrown 12 balls out of 42 pitches.
That's incredible. Incredible. And like I mentioned, I'm not saying it's all on the Monarchs' lack of discipline at the plate, but they've had some, faster swings. There's a chopper to the shortstop, Stody Smith, for 1, and it's high. No play at first. Alasso out, though, at second. So it's now 2 down. And coming up, TJ Kella, another San Jose State Spartan. Kella on the night struck out swinging in his first at-bat playing left field tonight. Came into the game averaging 261 with 5 driven in, 12 hits and 8 runs. I think TJ Kella's a pretty good player.
I completely agree.
He's definitely shown some athleticism in the outfield. He's had some nice at-bats at times. Not super consistent through the whole season, but I like what I've seen from him.
No, his swing is very nice.
And that one high for ball number 1. Vance on first after the failed double play by the clip joint. One of the few things they haven't done tonight to break hearts of Monarchs fans. Follow Tom on Twitter, TCCav_Sparty. Myself at Dan Leach D21. And we know we have a lot of Monarchs fans, or Clippers fans, watching the broadcast, and we welcome you all in. Obviously, these teams are playing against each other, but we're here to be the conduit for you up there in Muskegon. Tom, you mentioned you used to camp on the side of the beach in Muskegon. It's been a lot of fun.
I used to go to Michigan Adventure.
Oh, great place. I've only been there a couple times, but boy, I loved it as a kid.
Zach Zoomer, baby. Great spot.
And some good, if I'm not mistaken, I remember having some great elephant ears there.
Oh.
They got some good food.
We weren't allowed to have those. My parents went on.
Oh, a gluten-free diet?
No, but a lot of kale and spinach, not so much fried food.
Getting back in time to first base was Vance, and it's now 3-1 on the left fielder, TJ Kella. Boy, the Monarchs would love to scratch something across here after giving up 10 runs in 2 innings to the clip joint. That outside doesn't matter. It's ball 4. It would have been an easy steal for Vance. Wasn't like the Clippers were really paying much attention anyway. But now you got a runner in scoring position, and the person of Zacharias Salinas at the plate. Actually, do we have a pinch hitter? We do. And here comes number 26. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought I saw someone else coming up. It's Salinas, the catcher. And Salinas first time up with a ground out to first, or to second. And he'll bat lefty against the lefty Zittel. Lefty on lefty crime here. And that one into the outfield. That is probably not going to score a run, but at least it loads the bases. It does. So Monarchs getting something going here. They got the bases juiced with Tony Hatzagiorgio coming up. He's been known to get some stuff done in the ribby department. Batting .333 coming into this game. Has driven in 6, has 14 hits. Scored 7 runs, and now maybe the Monarchs can get a little closer in this one.
Great chance here for Michigan. Biggest jam so far for Drew Zittel. Zacharias Salinas goes opposite field, and now with 2 outs, Hatzagiorgio has to pick him up and do a little 2-out magic, put something in the outfield.
Here we go. Hatzagiorgio out of Wayne State at the plate. Bases juiced, 2 down. Monarchs down 10-0. Would love something here. First pitch strike. Nice pitch by Zittel. Whenever he's been in trouble, which has been rare this game, he seemed to really just get his command back and, have a good pitch sequence.
Yeah, this is the only time he's allowed more than 1 base runner and hasn't allowed a base runner since the first inning.
Here's the 0-1. As a massive wasp flies in, and it's 0-2. Quickly down 2 strikes is Tony Hatzagiorgio for that solid Wayne State program. Sophomore from Oxford, Michigan, at 157 at-bats. Good player for Wayne State. He'll be back next season. There's the 0-2, 2 down, bases juice. Monarchs would love a run here. Need one. Bad, that's outside, 1-2. A rare ball, as you've mentioned, Tom, for Drew Zittel.
Yeah, his control has been money tonight, and in a spot like this, I think he's going to keep it up, roll with a change-up off-speed pitch outside, or maybe that curveball inside.
Here's the 1-2, and a chopper towards the first baseman. He throws it to the pitcher, Zittel, and there is the threat ended. Water poured on the fire of the Monarchs' mini bonfire. We head to the top of the 5th. It's 10 zippity-doo-dah. Clippers in the lead on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back inside Lake Trust Stadium. Wish we had better news to report. And we do have a new pitcher. It's number 17, Jake Wolford, who we mentioned was warming up in the last inning out of Macomb Community College. And we'll get you the final numbers. I mean, should we even give them final numbers on Kevin Cordy? I mean, he pitched so well last time out. Here's your final numbers. 4 innings, 6 hits, 10 runs, 8 of them earned. 4 walks, including a hit batter in the head. Just 1 strikeout, faced 24 batters. And your numbers on Jake Wolford out of Macomb Community College, suburb from local Heartland, Michigan. Wolford 6'2", a sophomore, 205 pounds, bats right, throws right. 0-0 with a 3.6 ERA. He's now appeared in 4 games. He started 2, 10 innings pitched, 5 strikeouts, 7 walks, 3 hits. Not bad numbers. As we mentioned the last time he was out here, last week, he had a pretty good start until the last inning of his appearance when Og came in. So let's see if Wolford can, as we've seen many Monarchs relief pitchers do, come in, keep the game where it's at, but then the onus back on the Monarchs offense.
Just got to throw strikes. Last time out for Wolford, his very first appearance for the Clippers for the Monarchs was against the Clippers. He had 1 run, 1 hit in 3 2/3 innings.
Here's Nicholas Hawkins leading off the inning. Walked both times so far. Scored a run as well. Thomas got very angry with me when I grabbed his book.
Yeah.
I have no idea why. Thought we're blood brothers. Here's a ball low. You've never given me the eagle eye before.
Never.
He's like, what are you doing? You're touching my Bible. What are you, primetime Pogovich in church?
I just got to, right on at each pitch, so.
Now you're the best. Here's the 2-0. And a swing and a miss. Nice pitch there by Wolfert. As we mentioned, Wolfert out of Macomb Community College. The Fighting Thimbles. What do we figure out with
the Monarchs?
I thought they were the Thimbles. Would be cool. There's a swing and a miss. Nice pitch again. Wolfert, would it be cool if there was a mascot that was the Thimbles?
They just be a little mini tin cup.
Yeah. Or you could actually take it a step further and be the Thimbalinas. That'd be a great women's WNBA team. The Phoenix Thimbalinas. And a swing and a miss. He strikes it out on 4 pitches, but wow. Wolfert comes in, and we've seen this happen a lot when the Monarchs have had a rough start, and then the relief pitcher comes in and just looks incredible for a few innings.
Wolfert right there goes with the fastball in the outside corner. That's what you're going to have to do to keep yourself relatively in this game whatsoever. I know it's a double-digit deficit, but got to try to find a way to shut down this Clippers offense because they haven't so far today, and 10 runs in the last 2 innings. Got to make a change here in the 5th.
Well, I'll tell you, there's no 10-run play on offense, but there's no way to win a game if you keep allowing runs.
Yep.
So this is about stopping the bleeding, and there's a swing and a miss. Another good pitch by Wolfert as he's coming. He's looked really in command. It's Caleb Sanders, the right fielder up here. Sanders out of Dayton University, home of Dan Patrick and others. And there's another strike. He's a freshman from East Point, Michigan. And it's 1-2, 1 out, nobody on here in the top of the 5th. 10-0 Clippers. There's a reason they're 26-5. And a swing and a miss. He's gotten to both in a row here on swinging strikes, both Caleb Sanders and Nicholas Hawkins. And Jake Wolfert's come out throwing fire.
Blowing him by with the fastball. Up and in, Sanders goes chasing for his 29th strikeout this year. Nice job from Jake Wolfert coming in the game, first in relief, and doing back-to-back strikeouts with the bottom of the order, which is crucial.
And Danny Passanal takes a ball, goes all the way back to that brick backstop, 65 feet. Coming out to get the ball is Stoney Smith. Well, it's a good teammate. Good, helpful man.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have any bat boys, so.
You got to be your own bat boy sometimes.
Yeah.
Here's the 1-0. And that inside ball 2. Wolfert has come out, fired up, and has struck out the first 2 batters he's faced swinging after both those batters had walked the last couple times up and scored some runs. And that high, ball 3, you don't want to get anything going here with 2 outs.
We've seen the Clippers do it, though. And back in the 2nd inning, I know they didn't score, but they put 2 on and had a chance before Salinas threw out the runner.
Here's the 3-0. Take it all the way? He sure was. So it's 3-1. Boy, you'd love a 1-2-3 inning if you can get it here. Here's the 3-1. And that is ball 4. He's lost him. Still a good start for new Monarchs pitcher Jake Wolfert.
That's just been the one thing this year, amongst others, but the biggest thing that has plagued this Monarchs team has been walks to the top teams in the league. I know they've struggled against pretty much everyone, but against the Locos and against the Clippers, those top 2 teams, even the Ice Haulers, you cannot walk teams like this.
Amazingly, the Ice Haulers came here on like a 90-degree day, didn't bring any ice. I thought it was very, very bad for them.
Yeah, the league's got to do something about that.
By the way, I did the Barbenheimer screening session. Barbie on Monday, Oppenheimer last night. Both great movies. Oppenheimer, a transcendent experience. I know you're going to see them both. And Alasso decides not to try to go down to first, which is an adventure, as we've mentioned, with this Monarchs team. Stoney Smith turns the lineup over. I believe this is the 4th time you had Stoney Smith up, and that one chopped towards Gameni. He actually gets it on a line drive, and that will end the inning. So good stuff from Wolfert coming in relief of Kevin Cordy. The Monarchs will come in bat at the bottom of the 5th, down 10-0 Coming up next on the Monarchs Broadcast Network. Dan Leach back alongside Tom Cavanaugh. We move to the bottom of the fifth. Avery Thielman will lead things off here. Avery Thielman, his favorite baseball player growing up, Miguel Cabrera, also loves to golf. And if the Monarchs come back and win this game, which is, I don't know, is there an astro? Are you going to hit the lottery tonight?
I'm going to have to buy a ticket if we do win this.
Avery Thielman would celebrate with some post-game Chipotle. First pitch swinging, base hit. There's a start to the inning. Avery Thielman on safely. And coming up next, Jason Gamendi, the second baseman.
Good to see these Monarch hitters starting to get on Drew Zittel. Zechariah Salinas and Makana Alaso both with singles last inning. Now Thielman hits his second ball of the day super hard. This one reaches for a single.
I think it's a timing thing. Obviously, it's the second time through the lineup. What do you think is helping the Monarchs have a little better plate discipline and get some results against Zittel? Is that one sprayed into right field in front of Sanders? First two on for the Monarchs. What do you think it is, Tommy?
It's definitely just seeing pitches. They're understanding, even when they're not in the box, they're on the bench watching every single pitch that Zittel is throwing. So they're seeing the sequence. They're seeing what he will throw in certain situations, what pitches he favors, which ones he doesn't like. So when you have all that information, by the time of your second or third at-bat, you got a pretty good idea of what you're going to get. And, I mean, Thielman and Gamendi jumping on the first pitch of both of their at-bats for singles. Nice job.
And here's a guy that can drive in some runs. Leadoff hitter Jake Dresselhaus. First pitch swinging by him. He chops it to third. This is going to be a foul ball. Barely. It sure looked like that was across the line to me, but Chad Logan pulls everyone back.
He touched, the ball last touched in fair territory, and the third baseman, Reinhardt, there had 1 foot in, 1 foot out.
Right.
By rule, that should still be a fair ball, but it kind of depends on if that right foot was
It's a
out of
little
play
bit of a
first.
judgment call, but it's pretty clear cut otherwise.
Yeah. I think you got to let that go if you're Reinhardt at third base. There was no way that was getting down fair.
There's a reason this Monarchs team is 11-20, and the Clippers are 26-5. They get a lot of breaks. That's the way it goes.
Yeah.
And a lot of times you got to make your own breaks.
That's true.
Dresselhaus led off the game with a single, and he flew out to right field his second time up. Third time through the lineup here for Zittel against the Monarchs. 2 on, nobody out. Dresselhaus takes a ball. It's 2-1. As mentioned, Dresselhaus has driven in 13 so far, batting over 300. Has 3 dingers, including inside the Parker here a week or so ago. 21 hits, 22 hits, 27 runs scored. Monarchs just, once again, have had back-to-back bad offensive innings by an opposing team to kind of put them out of this one, but I'd love to get something going here in the last few innings of this 7-inning first of the 2 doubleheader games tonight.
And they could definitely rally, at least in this inning for sure.
And it's going to be tough to get 10 runs, but you can definitely get 4, 5, 6. It could happen. And that is a strike. Now the count is full on leadoff hitter Jake Dresselhaus playing center field in game number 1 for your Michigan Monarchs. Here we go, 3-2 pitch, 2 on, nobody out. And that's right towards the shortstop. There's 1. And on to first is 2. It's a 6-4-3 double play turned by Scotty Smith Piasecki. to Brandon Shire, and just like that, a threat brewing has been snuffed out.
I mean, can't say much else from the Clippers there. Drew Zittle battled back from a 3-1 count instead of walking Dresselhaus to load the bases. He gets him to ground out, and that Clipper infield rarely misses a chance to turn a double play. That's well executed. That's what you got to do with 2 runners on and nobody out.
And now it is up to Silas Butler with Thielman on third, but 2 down after the bases juiced, or excuse me, the 2 on and nobody out. And Zittle outside as well. You can see Zittle maybe see a little fatigue here after looking so good through the first 4.
Definitely. He's thrown more balls in these last couple of innings and obviously given up a few more hits to these Monarch hitters. But when the time comes and he needs to throw a big pitch with runners in scoring position, he's done it.
And there's Butler. He's going to drive in a run. And the scoreless situation for the Monarchs is broken. So Butler makes it 10-1. Single scoring Thielman. So there you go. At least the shutout's over. And it's small steps, Tommy.
Dan, go back to what we talked about in the pregame. I know that the Monarchs have an 11-20 record, and that's very disappointing, but Silas Butler is going to reflect on parts of this season, a.k.a. what he just did right there. 2 outs, run around third, being able to get a barrel and drive something and put in a run. So even though you're down 10 runs right there, it's a good swing from Silas, and he can take something away from that.
He sure can. Here's Makana Alasso, the designated hitter. By the way, for Butler, that was his 7th RBI and his 21st hit. He's the 3rd leading batter on this team and has played a real athletic outfield for the majority of the season. Here's the 1-0 on Alasso, the DH. Outside, 2-0. Butler on first, 2 down, 1 in. 6 hit for the Monarchs, with just 1 run. You have 8 hits for the Clippers and 10 runs. Look at that. I mean, you have the Monarchs that have 2 less hits and 9 less runs. It's crazy pants. And a swing and a miss by the big man makes it 2-1.
That's the difference, though, Dan, because you have teams that can clutch up and get those big hits with 2 outs and runners on, but it seems like the Monarchs have put a few runners on and just can't convert with 2 outs.
Here's the 2-1 with 2 down. Outside, 3-1 on Alasso. Hitters count for a guy that can drive the ball. Alasso so far this season has driven in 7. He does have a dinger. And looking for a big hit here to keep this inning going. That outside, and losing him is Drew Zittle, so now you got 2 on again. And coming up is the cleanup hitter, Cooper Vance.
Uncharacteristic of Zittle. I mean, that's his 2nd walk, and we're going to get a conversation here from the Clippers staff, but I like him to finish out this inning, and maybe this will be his last one just to get some other guys some room for the Clippers.
Yeah, the way this thing was going, what was it, 32 pitches through almost 4 innings, it looked like Zittle was going to finish this game. But the last couple of innings, some things have started to get a little dicey at times for the All-Star for the clip joint. Out is pitching coach Dion Felger to discuss with the battery here, Jabin Bates and Zittle. I mean, a quick meeting is over. What do you think he's telling him there?
In this, I mean, in the 5th inning here, 4 of the 5 batters that have come to the plate have reached. It's just the double play to Dresselhaus, but it's kind of the same conversation that a lot of these pitching coaches have against the Monarchs. You're up a chunk, just find a way to get it out and finish out the inning because you have a force anywhere. 1, 2, or 3 here, just touch a bag, throw a breaking ball inside, get Vance to roll over, and we'll go to the 6th. That's exactly what we said.
We're not trying to pile on. It's just the truth. We've seen this so many times where it's a pitcher that gets in trouble, but they're leading by 8 or 10 runs.
Right, yes.
And that is in for a strike on Cooper Vance. Wearing number 6 out of Eastern Michigan and New Waterford, Ohio. I still want to know what Old Waterford is like.
We got to do some investigative
we got to go
journalism.
out there and check out some of this stuff.
Maybe in the off season, me and you will post some videos and we'll do a little.
Yeah, we'll do like
New
a
Waterford deep dive.
And that one into right field, but right to the outstretched glove of Caleb Sanders, and that's the end of the inning. Monarchs do get 1. Thielman comes in at the hands of Butler, but they still trail by 9. Tommy Cavanaugh will take over in the 6th inning here, coming up next on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network.
Welcome back in. Top of the 6th inning. Michigan Monarchs down a handful, 10-1 against the best team in this North Division, almost the best team in the Great Lakes Collegiate Summer League, the Muskegon Clippers. 1 ball, no strikes to Aaron Pisecki. Jake Wolford back in for his 2nd inning of work. It'll be Pisecki, Cornwell, and Reinhardt to lead things off here in the 6th. Clippers looking to pile on a few extra runs. We're playing just 7, 2 7-inning doubleheaders, all jam-packed in for you tonight. Beautiful Wednesday afternoon as that fastball misses low. 3-0 from Wolfert so far for him. A walk and a pair of strikeouts in that 1st inning. Looking to close the door again here in the 6th. Ball 4, it's a 4-pitch walk to Pisecki, and he is one of the quicker men on this team, so a chance that he steals, but you never really know with certain teams up a ton of runs late in the game if they're going to continue to pile it on, score more, or kind of concede and go base to base. Colin Cornwell, he's had a good day. 1 for 3, 2 RBIs, a single and a run scored. First pitch is a strike called on the outside corner. Home plate umpire Chad Logan goes up with the right hand. Nick Kavitsky is our field umpire. He's just to the right of the mound at second base. 0-1 to the lefty Cornwell on the outside corner. Nice pitch from Wolfert going east to west with those pitches there. Wolfert checks the runner, folds the glove on the left thigh before coming set at the chest. 0-2. High pop up on the infield from Cornwell. Going back is Gameni. Makes that catch with ease, 1 out. It'll be interesting to see if Drew Zittle comes back out for another inning. If not, it was incredible from him. 5 innings, just 6 hits, 1 earned run, 2 walks, and 3 strikeouts. Not as many strikeouts as he had last time, but just the same amount of innings thrown. There's a chance he comes back out as Donovan Reinhardt leaves a ball high. Reinhardt today has an RBI, sacrifice fly back in the 3rd inning. 10 combined runs scored in just the 3rd and 4th innings here for the Clippers. That's where they got their big chunk of runs. 2-0 now to Reinhardt. This Clippers team looking to finish out the regular season and hold that number 1 seed in the North Division. It's 2 teams from each division that make the playoffs. If you look over on that other side, you got the Xenia Scouts, Grand Lake Mariners, maybe the Hamilton Joes. A few of these other teams, it's very tight on that South Division side. Everybody just a game and a half back of each other. There's a hit batter. Reinhardt squared up in the back with a fastball. 2 runners aboard now as Pisecki will now jog on down to second. 2 on, 1 out here for the lefty Javin Bates. They're going to give Reinhardt a second now down the line. He really got struck with that ball. But those Clippers and Locos will play each other. Winner of that will go on to the Great Lakes Summer Collegiate Championship. And that's South Division as well. Top 2 teams will face. Reinhardt still grabbing on that left arm. He looks to be okay though. Bates today 1 for 3, an RBI single his last time up in the 4th. Takes a fastball high. 1 for 4, excuse me, he batted twice in the 4th inning. That was when they hit around for 10 full batters. Wolfert, breaking ball, crossed up there with Salinas as he's going to go out and talk to him. You saw Salinas behind the plate, handcuffed and not ready for that off-speed pitch. They're going to talk about it. 2-0 right now to Bates. Going to have the sun up for most of both of these games today, even that 8 o'clock start. Barring a extremely long game, we won't get much under the lights. Probably 25 minutes between games as we're in the 6th inning of this one. 10-1. Clippers on top of your Monarchs here from Lake Trust Stadium. 3 balls, no strikes to Bates. He's looking likely to walk here unless Wolfert can come all the way back. Strike called on the outside corner. Good battle here from Jake. Only 3 appearances for the Monarchs. This is his 4th. Allowed 4 runs and 3 hits so far in that short time. High fly ball by Bates into center field. Tagging at second base is Pisecki. He will not go. So it's a deep fly out from Bates, but doesn't advance the runner. 2 outs now for Brandon Shire. One for 3. Check that, 1 for 2 with a walk for Shire. Holds that bat in close towards the left ear and takes a fastball outside. Monarchs need to put together a few more. They're down to their final 6 outs. Regardless of the score here, want to have quality and meaningful at-bats. There's a strike called, 1-1. Wolfert continuing to pound the outside corner to these lefties. 4 in the lineup tonight for the Clippers. Wolfert's 1-1 is high and in. Tucking out of the way is Shire. The final home stretch here for the Monarchs. After today, they just have 4 more games left to play to end out the season. 2-1, outside again. 3 balls and 1 strike. Got a base open, so a walk is not the worst thing in the world, but with 2 outs, you want to find a way to end this inning right here. Wolfert kicks and fires the 3-1. Lined out to left field. It'll drop in front of Kella for a single. Holding up at third is Pisecki. And Brandon Shire keeps the inning alive with 2 outs. Opposite field, base hit. Second hit of the day for Shire, and every single person on this Clippers team has either scored or reached base in some sort of fashion. Nick Hawkins, 0 for 1 with 2 walks and a run scored. You look at the 7, 8, 9 hitters, 6 walks combined. Check that. 6 walks here. Passanold has been walked twice. Sanders has been walked twice. And Hawkins has been walked twice as he takes a ball 1-0. So when you're looking at those at-bats from the 7 through 9 hitters, guy that you should usually get out, 6 walks between them, that's not good. 1-1 now. Nick Hawkins playing left field tonight for the Clippers. Trying to give his team an even bigger lead and get back that run that Silas Butler scored. It's the only piece of action the Monarchs have to show for it on the scoreboard. Silas Butler with a clutch 2-out single last inning. Wolfert shakes off. Now he nods. Nope, he steps off. Gonna get his sign one more time. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Nicholas Hawkins. Struck out swinging his last time up. Wolfert delivers. Change up high. 2s are wild here. Top of the 6th inning. Clouds have almost completely separated and gotten out of the way here. It's going to be a beautiful night for game 2. 2-2 pitch is clobbered in the left center field gap. Past Kella all the way to the wall. 1 hop against the fence. 2 runs will score. 3 runs will score. Base clearing 3-run double for Nicholas Hawkins, and it's 13-1. Clippers on top. Hawkins split the gap. Nothing Dresselhaus or Kella could do about it. Just got to chase it down in the alleyway in left center. 3 RBIs there cashed in for Hawkins. Big swing. Wow. 2-out magic. Single from Shire and a double from Hawkins, all with 2 outs, have extended the lead. If you break down that scorecard here for the Clippers, 4 runs in the 3rd, 6 runs in the 4th, 3 so far here in the 6th. There's a pop-up out of play by Sanders. 0 for 1, 2 runs scored. Had a beautiful play against the wall in right field that Dresselhaus would have had a triple on easily, and Sanders tracked it down a step away. No balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Here in the top of the 6th inning in a 13-1 game, time is called by Sanders at the plate. How about Nicholas Hawkins? 13 RBIs now on the season, matches the game total at 13 for the Clips. Going for win number 27 on the year. I still cannot believe they've only lost 5 games. Swing and a miss. Sanders goes down on a changeup outside. Strikeout for Wolford ends the frame, but 3 more runs come in on the Nicholas Hawkins 3-run double. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Clippers up huge, 13-1 over the Monarchs. You're listening to the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. An even taller task now for the Michigan Monarchs here in the bottom of the 6th inning. After trailing by 10, they brought it to 9 with the Silas Butler single. And now Nicholas Hawkins has made it 13-1 after a base-clearing double. Drew Zittel back on the mound. I spoke a little bit too soon reviewing his numbers in the top half of the inning, but he's out for another frame. 6 hits allowed, just 1 run, 3 strikeouts, and 2 walks. TJ Kella will lead things off. He's 0 for 1 with a walk. Swing and a miss at a changeup down and away. That pitch has worked all day long from Drew Zittel. Starts on the middle outside corner and just falls off the table down and away, missing bats. 0-2 to Kella is down. Good take there. Only at 74 pitches. Got a chance to go the distance, does Drew Zittel. We're in the bottom of the 6th. He's got 6 outs to go to finish it out. 2-2 now. Only thing that has really bothered Zittel has been the control in the last couple of innings. Remember back on June 18th against the Monarchs here at home, he had 5 strikeouts, 0 walks. He now has 2 walks and 3 strikeouts. And Kella has gone to a full count, risking a 3rd strikeout here from Zittel. Got to find a way on if you're the Monarchs. Base runners are key. 3-2 pitch. Ground ball to second base. Gobbled up quickly by Paisecki. Quick flip on to first. Has 1 gone. Nice job from Drew Zittel settling back down. The difference is that we can see between some of these Monarchs pitchers compared to what the Clippers do here in Drew Zittel is on those 2-2, 3-2 counts. The Clippers are able to throw that perfect 3rd strike, that competitive last pitch, to get a swing and a miss or a ground out or some sort of fashion to get out of the jam, whereas in the Monarchs sense, they go to 2-2, 3-2 and end up walking or hitting the batters, which lead to free passes and extra base runners. Salinas 1 for 2 today. He takes a ball outside. One of the bright spots for this team. As he taps 1 foul. Salinas doing the catching in this game. I likely think that Sam Thompson, who we've seen a few times in the dugout, will play in game 2, maybe catch. Alasso might get behind the dish as well. There's a good trio of catchers for this Monarchs team. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Salinas ropes one into right field. Sanders will field it on 1 hop, and it's back-to-back base hits for Zacharias Salinas. And he did really well last year at Grand Rapids Catholic Central, so not much of a surprise here watching him smack the ball around. 0 for 2 day with a pair of groundouts for Tony Hatza-Giorgio. Booted a ball at third base, so looking to see him have a big swing here and spark something in the inning. Changeup, lower outside corner. That pitch has been there all day. Bread and butter for Zittel so far. It's also the 7th hit that Zittel has given up in this game. That's a season high for him. 0-1 fastball is just a bit high. Good take from Hotz. Avery Thielman waits on deck. Likely will get to him. Never know, though. This Clippers middle infield always finds a way to turn a double play in a clutch situation. Fastball misses high and outside to Tony. Not much of a view on the bullpen situation right now for the Clippers, excuse me. Nobody going in the bullpen right now for the Monarchs. It's still Jake Wolfert. Will go back out there for the 7th. 2-1 pitch. Line drive fouled on the first base line. Hatza-Giorgio a tad bit late on that fastball. Evens the count up to 2-2. 13-1. Clippers lead big over the Michigan Monarchs here on the road. Clippers have already clinched first place in the North Division for the playoffs as this ball's tapped on the ground to second. It's going to be Pisecki, toss on to Smith. Double play to end the inning. 4-6-3, inning-ending double play. We go to the 7th. 13-1, Clippers on top. You're listening to the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. We'll be right back for the last inning of baseball here from Game 1.
Welcome back inside Lake Trust Stadium. We move to the top of the 7th. There is no mercy rule in a 7-inning shortened doubleheader game. So that's why we're still playing, and maybe the Monarchs can find a way to hold this 12-1 deficit at bay and get something going in the bottom of the 7th. Get that little 20-minute break and try to even this series or even this doubleheader at a game apiece.
Got to take a very short memory from this first game and transition it into game 2. But you still have 1 inning to play. You still got some at-bats to have and some defensive plays to make. So want to still finish out this game strong, even though it's nearly out of reach.
You'd mentioned those 7, 8, 9 hitters. Hawkins obviously that 3-run double in the last inning for the Clippers. But how many walks have they had between the 7, 8, and 9 guys?
It's bad.
6 walks. So back out again in relief of Cordy is Jake Wolfert. For a couple of strikeouts. He'll face the 9-hitter Danny Passadalt for his 4th appearance. Last Clippers batter that hasn't batted 4 times yet. He opened up the game with a walk and a run, and then a single and a run, and then another walk. We are here in the top of the 7th of Game 1 of the Twin Bill 13-1 Clippers. If you're a Clippers fan, welcome in. You know you're enjoying yourself right now. If you're a Monarchs fan, we love you tons. By the way, big shout out to a good friend. It didn't work out because of some off-the-field reasons. Nothing like in a bad way, just some health issues. My man Dennis Newbacher, as that ball sprayed in between the 5-6 hole into left field, so pass it on with a leadoff hit. Dennis Newbacher, who was a long-time traffic reporter. I worked with him for years at Entercom Odyssey Radio. He used WWJ for years and was going to be the PA announcer for some of the games this year, and it just didn't work out with some medical stuff he was going through. He's here with his beautiful wife, so great to see him. We got him some Monarchs hats, some snacks. Tom is going to go and sing him, do a song and dance show as that one's sprayed by Smith into right field in an easy play for Butler. So one down here on the top of the 7th. But great to see Dennis. I know he didn't get a chance to do the PA. Nick Nowitzki's done obviously a great, incredible job this year. But Dennis was really bummed out he couldn't do it. Really good guy, good baseball guy. Great to have him out here and host him for him a game tonight.
Yeah, really happy he was able to come out tonight, and pretty good crowd as well. You said you got him some gear, and hopefully we got a better outcome in Game 2 for him to get excited.
Yeah, one of the bigger crowds of the year. Unfortunately, the Monarchs are having one of their worst games of the year. You love how that happens. Just threw in some parlays, Ely De La Cruz home run, and maybe Michael Harris. So we'll get some wins tonight, you and I at least. Open Championship starts tomorrow. By the way, shameless plug. I'm an ambassador for my good friends at PointsBet. If you're in a illegal gambling state, I know Tim Riley, huge gambler. He just likes to play the ponies, though. But use the promo code DTM. That's D as in Dan, T as in Tom, Cavanaugh, M as in Mary, 300. 100% sign-up bonus, Tom. Doesn't get any better. Make your Open. Now, one of the coolest things about both the Australian Open in tennis and the Open Championship in golf, it's going to start tonight at 2 in the morning, and I don't sleep, so I'll be up watching all of it.
Jeez. I don't know. I might be able to watch 1 or 2 holes, but that's it.
Just stay up and then go to bed. Watch your feet out tee off. That one to first baseman Thielman goes for 2, and actually he didn't tag the base at first, but he does get the out at second. I thought he had tagged the base there, Tom. It was a nice dig there. You thought it was Scoop Hard the way he scooped that one up, but he does get the lead runner at second. Couldn't get the double play, though.
He was very close to the base, so most of the time you would touch on the first and then go for the tag, but Thielman just spun around quick and threw a one-hopper. I mean, that's another ball that should have gotten into the outfield, but Cooper Vance made a nice pick play to save the out. You got to be able to try to convert those a little better. We've seen those double plays from first. Can't get it done so far this year.
It was a nice snag though by Thielman.
Yeah,
so at least
he
got that half because it could have been both runners were safe. Here's lefty Colin Cornwell. Grounded out his first time up. RBI his second. Single and a run scored his third. And a flyout his fourth time up. And now a 1-1 count on Cornwell, the older brother of Connor Cornwell, played some time with the Monarchs. Saginaw Valley State, senior from Sterling Heights, Michigan, which as far as I'm concerned, takes a strike is as far away as possible from where I live, Tommy, in Walled Lake. There's just no easy way to get there. It takes like an hour every single time. And I got some good friends out in Sterling Heights land, but I don't go there often.
No, neither do I. I'm pretty close to Sterling Heights, but you're right. The drive out to the Walled Lake area, for me, it isn't that terrible, but I got to make it a couple times a week.
For the money we made for the Monarchs games this year, I just put a deposit down on a helicopter. So I should have that. It's one of those, 2 feet ones.
Yeah.
But I should have that so I can take that next time I want to go to Sterling Heights. I don't want people thinking we're making that much money. I mean, the deposit for a helicopter is probably about $500,000. Here's a 3-2 pitch coming in from relief pitcher Jake Wolfert. Had a good appearance last time out until the last inning. And that one sprayed foul out of play past the first baseman, Thielman. You could not snag that one, but it doesn't matter because it was out of play.
Wolfert's battling here. Unlike other pitchers that we've seen, he's able to throw those 3-2 pitches in there for strikes and maybe get Cornwell, one of the better hitters, maybe the best hitter on this Clippers team, strike him out, try to find a way to just end this inning right here with a runner on first.
Here's a 3-2. Runner will be in motion with 2 down. 13-1. Runner is in motion. Doesn't matter. There's a walk. Wolfert loses the 3-hitter, Colin Cornwell. And here comes the cleanup man, Donovan Reinhardt, the third baseman, out of Kalamazoo College in Rockford, Michigan. Reinhardt so far tonight with a ground out, a sac fly, another ground out, and a hit by pitch and a run scored. I mean, just all the walks and the hit by pitches, Tom, it's just killed the Monarchs.
It really has.
And the first delivery is outside. Ball 1 with 2 on, 2 down. 9 hits so far for the clip joint, 13 runs, 7 hits for the Monarchs and 1 run. The Monarchs have 2 less hits than the Clippers and 12 less runs. And it's those walks that really are a big part of that. That one sprayed foul. Is there enough room for Thielman? No, he barely misses the play and dived at the last possible second. Almost got that one, Tommy. It looks like he's a little shaken up.
That's a lot of room there. It was an awkward slide onto his left knee there, but we like the effort. It's just so much room over there. It's really tough to be able to track that ball down, and it continued to fade away from Thielman at first.
And, something else I'll say, speaking about effort, the Monarchs have had some rough games like tonight. They're not out there not playing hard.
Right.
I mean, we'd be honest with you. If they weren't playing hard, we would have to say it. We're not going to lie to you. The broadcast audience, we have a lot of family and friends and fans watching all over the place. Swing and a miss, 1 and 2 on Reinhardt. But they just have missed out on a lot of ways to throw base runners out for first and second. Pass balls, pitchers giving walks. It's not for lack of effort. It's just baseball.
Right. There's physical errors, there's mental lapses, but you can't ever question their effort going out there every day. They're giving 110%.
Yeah, if this team was not, an effortful team, then that'd be one thing. That's not the case.
No.
They've got some good leaders. They've got some good players, guys that battle at the plate, play good athletic outfields. Vance, and obviously Gametti in the infield. They've got some good players. It's just not come together in the biggest moments, and that's what separates good teams and bad teams. It's the way it goes in most sports.
Exactly.
Here's another 3-2 with 2 down. And he loses them. Now the bases are juiced for Jabin Bates, the catcher, number 35. Bates is undecided about his college situation coming up in his junior season. He's out of Granville, Michigan. Bates so far, ground out in the first, struck out looking in the second, single in the third, and a fly out to center in the sixth. His 5th at bat.
In 7 innings.
It's just nuts, man. Seen it happen too many times. Had it happen last time here in a doubleheader where the Clippers in one game and they're up 12-2 after 2, batted almost double what the Monarchs did. And takes that one in there for a strike. Bases are loaded. Nowhere else to put any Clippers. They're already up 12. We're here in the top of the 7th in a 7-inning first game of a twin bill. And a swing and a miss. Nice breaking ball there by Jake Wolfert. And it's an 0-2 count.
Got to end it here. Obviously, it's a dozen-run deficit, but want to find a way to nip it in the butt, find a way to get in and hit and try to build a comeback.
Wolfert's got to pull and drop the hammer like Nolan did at the end of Oppenheimer last night. Can he do it? Not that pitch. I'm telling you, you are going to love it. I know you're a big movie guy and you are wise beyond your years. I'm not going to give anything away, but just the final couple of minutes of the movie have some of the most powerful lines that I've ever seen.
Is that sarcastic because I haven't seen Forrest Gump?
It's somewhat sarcastic. And that one, on a rope all the way to the glove of Silas Butler and the threat over, but the Monarchs need 12 to tie, 13 to win. Can they do it, Tommy? We'll find out coming up next on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Dan Leach back with Tom Cavanaugh. We are in the bottom of the 7th, which is in essence the bottom of the 9th, in this 7-inning first game of a doubleheader. And the Monarchs need 12 to tie, 13 to win. We were kind of having fun with this during the break. If there was a DraftKings line on this, as Thielman's first up here. If there was a DraftKings line, I would say it would be theoretically Clippers minus 500,000.
Yep.
Come back plus 360,000.
It's not laying no juice either.
No juice. Just straight. And Thielman takes another ball. Zittel, after all this, is going to end the game.
Yeah, I thought he might have been done after 5 with a shaky fifth inning.
How many pitches so far? And that one chopped towards the second baseman, drops it. Piasecki still recovers and throws him out. Looked like that could have been trouble for a minute, but Piasecki calmed himself down and made the play.
With a short throw from second base like that, you have time to bobble, take a deep breath, set your feet, and throw. That's exactly what he did. And he's at 89 pitches right now, so, I mean, he's going to do it. He's going to finish out this game regardless. Maybe the Monarchs plate 10 guys, then he comes out, but wow. I mean,
Monarchs
Drew Zittel,
play 10 guys. You play the Powerball tonight?
Drew Zittel going the full 7 innings, it looks like right now. Hats off to him. I know he gave up 7 hits so far, but 1 run. It must be nice if you're a Clippers fan and you got a couple guys on your team that can do this.
Talk about efficient. As you're here in this late season, is Gameni right towards the shortstop, Smith. Smith ranges over and on a hop at the last possible second. Brandon, the Hobbit Shire, stabs it there. What a great play by Shire.
Beautiful play. And in the turf, he knew exactly where that scoop was going to be and got it out. Nice job, and makes the job easy for Zittel because those last 2 guys, Thielman and Gamini, swing at the first couple of pitches, and that's 90 now for Zittel. He's going to
talk about being economical and efficient as well. I mean, giving up the 7 hits, but just 1 run. I can't stress this enough. The Clippers have 2 more hits than the Monarchs and 12 more runs.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know what? End this game with a nice Dressel at bat. He's been phenomenal for several weeks now, and there is another one on cue. Dresselhaus gets the 2-out single. I mean, I just wanted to see him have a good at bat because he's a guy that you can rely on to at least be a good table setter.
He is, and will likely lead off here in Game 2. And I know he led off the game with a single back in the first inning, but you need a full 9-guy lineup to be able to drive in some of these runs.
And here comes Silas Butler. Butler so far tonight with a fielder's choice, a strikeout swinging and a single. Boy, it'd be nice to get at least 1 more run here, even though it's not really going to matter in the box score. Just momentum, for momentum's sake. You're playing the best team in the league. It'd be like the A's playing the Atlanta Braves right now. We understand that the Clippers are in another dimension, but it doesn't mean the Monarchs can't steal one and split this doubleheader, their final game at home. And like we mentioned, maybe the biggest crowd we've had here, and it's not like there's a lot of Clippers fans. They're in Muskegon. Right now they're all probably getting Dairy Twist and jumping in the water. And Butler sprays that foul right side out of play. No chance for Shire to head into the deep reaches of Middle Earth to get that one. So it's 2-1 on Silas Butler out of Cumberland University. They're the Fighting Cucumbers, right? We figured that one out?
I think they were the Phoenix.
Yes, I think you're right. Stockbridge, Georgia is where he calls home. About 30 minutes from where he used to live in Atlanta. And that one in the air, again, right side out of play. So 2-2, 2s are wild, 2 down. Monarchs looking for their second run. Dresselhaus on first. It's not been the start the Droids would have wanted for this one. These are definitely not the Droids you're looking for. Here's the 2-2, and that floats in, ball high. That could have ended the game. Chad Logan says, no, sir, full count.
Good take there from Silas. Got to keep this game alive. Continue to battle.
And Butler's been a guy like Dresselhaus that has done it pretty much all season. And the 3-2 chop towards the first baseman, Shire. He'll cover himself in just in time. Ends the game. The Monarchs go quietly into the night. Your final score, 13-1, and I can't stress this enough. The Clippers had 9 hits. The Monarchs had 6, and the Clippers had 12 more runs.
Yep.
3 more hits, 12 more runs. I'm sorry, 2 more hits, 12 more runs. Monarchs did have an error. It was the walks that killed them. It was a good pitching of Zittel that prevented the Monarchs offense from getting anything going. And you got to give it up for the Muskegon Clippers. There's a reason that they are now 27-5. The Monarchs dropped to 11-21. And now you just hope for a split of the doubleheader, Tommy.
Yeah, there's one number from this game that stands out to me, and it can be used in two different scenarios. The number 7. That's the number of walks that the Monarchs gave up today. With the number of hits, which was 9 for the Clippers, with 7 walks, 9 hits is going to score you double digits. That number 7 also comes into play with Drew Zittel. He went the distance, 7 full innings, 8 hits, 1 run allowed, 2 walks, and 3 strikeouts. He was perfect. I know he gave up 8 hits, but he did so throughout the course of the game that it never really bit them in the butt. He had 1 hit, maybe 2 hits scattered throughout each couple of innings, and it never got bad in one specific frame. And that's how you do it. Way to go, Clippers. You win your 27th of the year, but the Monarchs need to try to win their final home game of the year and steal one here from Muskegon.
And we'll have that game coming up in about 20 or so minutes from now. And listen, we don't do this often, but when it's the truth, you got to do it. I think that your player of the game is Drew Zittel.
Yep.
I think you definitely have a co-player of the game in Jake Wolford coming in and keeping things, for the most part, at bay after the rough start by Kevin Cordy. And, you know, you look at what Zittel's been able to do as an all-star. He improves to 5-1. His ERA is sub-3. And there's a reason that not only is he an all-star, this Clippers team is laden with all-stars. And as you mentioned, you know, they win their 27th game. They are, I think, the best team in the league. We've seen them a bunch this season, and they continue to show why they are probably, I mean, all due respect to the South Division, the favorite going into the championship series.
Definitely. That South Division is very neck and neck. 4 or 5 teams that could possibly get in there and take those top 2 spots to go to the playoffs. But I think you're completely right. This Clippers team is very sharp on all aspects of their game, and these Monarchs have to keep the offense down here for the Clippers in Game 2 and got to score some runs.
Final numbers on Zittel, our player of the game, along with Jake Wolford for the Monarchs. 6 2/3, scattered 8 hits, as Tommy mentioned. Just 1 run, 1 earned, 2 walks, and 3 strikeouts. Faced 28 batters and got the complete game. 13-1 win. Just nuts sausages. I don't even know what a nut sausage is, but it just sounds like that's what this game was. All right, we will be back shortly. Do we know who our pitchers are for game number 2?
Not yet.
We will have those for you shortly. We'll have the pregame around 20 or so minutes from now, and game number 2 will be another 7-inning affair. Stick right here with us. Congrats to the Clippers fans, and we have many of them watching. They improve to a league best 27-5 and go for the clean sweep of the doubleheader coming up next. For Tom Cavanaugh, I'm Dan Leach. All our great folks here, including Garrett Primetime Pogrovich, Tim Riley, Nick Nowitzki, Kyle Chapman, Tim Riley, Peter Riley, and all of you, most importantly. We'll see you next time. The final score, once again, 13-1. The Clippers win game 1 of this twin bill. We'll be back for game number 2 in about 20 minutes from now on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. And welcome back in Lake Trust Stadium. Dan Leach alongside Tom Cavanaugh. Unfortunately, the Monarchs go down in game one 13-1, but we have a fresh new situation for game number 2. Gets your starting lineups just a moment. And on the mound for the Monarchs, Avery Thielman, who's going to do a little double duty. He'll bat 8th, as well as the DH. He's 0-1 with a 4.15 ERA, 1 save, 4 1/3 innings pitched, 7 strikeouts, 4 walks, 2 hits. On the mound for the clip joint, Ryan Chamberlain is 1-0 with a 6.75 ERA, 3 games he has appeared in, just 1 start. This will be his second, 6 2/3 innings pitched, 10 strikeouts, 8 walks, and 5 hits. And Tommy, let's get to our starting lineups. We'll start with the visiting Clippers, who improved to 27-5 with their 13-1 thumping of the Monarchs in game 1 of the Twin Bill.
Yes, it quite was. Stoney Smith leading off again. He's at shortstop. Aaron Pisecki bats second, plays second. Colin Cornwell will bat third as the DH. Cleanup hitter Donovan Reinhardt is the third baseman. Catching is Sam Lisiak batting 5th. Danny Passanoltz in right field batting 6th. Aiden Arbaugh will play first. Arbogast, he's batting 7th. Nicholas Hawkins, the 8-hitter in left field, and the 9-hitter Caleb Sanders playing center field. And right now you got Thielman on the mound.
And we'll get to that Monarchs lineup at the bottom of the first, taking a first pitch strike is number 2, Stoney Smith. As we are underway in game number 2, and to my left is Little League All-Star and my nephew, the Owiz, Oren Koropkin, who both pitched and scored the winning run walk-off fashion in his Bloomfield Hills Beavers Little League game. What's your Little League called again? The Broncos, and a swing and a miss, and out on strikes, but running to first is Smith. He's going to get there. A swinging strike 3 and a pass ball on the catcher, Sam Thompson, who's not yet to play in this doubleheader until now. And we've talked about leadoff walks, Tom. That was a leadoff strikeout.
Yeah, drop third strike right there. Gets by the glove of Thompson. Not the way you want to start the game. It's just continuing to pile over from game 1 and the abysmal performance that it was from the Monarchs on all sides of it.
Well, now stepping in is Aaron Pisecki, the second baseman, and throwing down to first. It's always an adventure. Almost getting Stoney Smith was that nice throw by Sam Thompson, and you feel for Sam Thompson. You had Quinny Konashevsky pitch basically a perfect inning with a strikeout in the All-Star game. Sam Thompson, one of 3 catchers to go, Tom, didn't get a chance to play.
Not his fault whatsoever.
Not his fault at all.
That's
all
a coaching error. That's a coaching error.
And the runner is off, but it's a chop foul behind home plate by Pisecki, who in game number 1 had 2 runs scored, a hit, drove in 3 with that double later in the game, the 3-run double, and did walk. Comes in batting .327 for the clip joint, who were coached by Logan Fleener out of Tennessee Wesleyan, pitch coach Deanne Felger, bench coach Brian Wright, and GM Walt Kakowski. Here's the 0-2. Last time it was a swinging strike and a safe play at first, and that could be 2. It's 1, not 2. So they do get the first runner, but they don't get the lead runner, and it's 1 down, runner on second. And how important, Tom, you think it is after the Monarchs did a good job of not allowing the Clippers to score early in last game to not allow them to do it in this game?
It's big, but you're going to score some runs if you're the Clippers here. It's inevitable that they're going to get a few on the board. I do not think that they're going to get shut out because they have not been shut out all year long. They got to be able to scrape together a few runs. The Monarchs have to keep it competitive by scoring some of their own. Here's
the DH. Colin Cornwell takes a strike. Game number 1. 4 at bats. He had a run scored, a hit, 2 ribbies, and a walk. Comes in averaging .317. He's one of 7 Clippers to average 300 or better on the season. There's a reason this team is filled with all-stars, Tom, and there's a reason they're 27-5. Best record in the league, running away with the North Division and the favorite to win the whole thing. Here's the 1-1, and it's now 1-2. So I'd like to say a decent start for Avery Thielman here when it's much needed for this Monarch squad.
I mean, he struck out Stoney Smith to start things, but he was able to reach after the ball got past Thompson, and then a slow ground out to Pisecki. So it's been good.
Here's the 1-2 outside, 2-2. The count evens up with Stoney Smith, who did strike out swinging, but with a pass ball past Thompson, was safe at first, and now in scoring position here in the top of the first. Game number 2, great to have you along for the ride. Follow Tom on Twitter, TC Cavaliers Sports Party, myself at Dan Leach DTM. And that down the pike, but not a strike, as according to Nick Kavitsky, who's now behind home plate, Chad Logan was during game number 1. Now he's to the left of second base. The former Fenton boys basketball coach. Love that guy. Brought us T-shirts.
Yeah, that's an awesome shirt. I like it a lot.
Here's a full count. 3-2, runners off, and they go to third, and they get him. They get him at third. Smith is out, and for a rare time, the Monarchs get a lead base runner trying to steal. And now, even though it was a walk, it's 1 on, 2 out instead of first and third, and 1 out.
That's a Division I arm right there. Sam Thompson with a bullet to third base, and Vincent did not have to move a muscle. His glove was right there in the perfect spot, and he waited for Smith to slide on in. Way to get the lead runner. That's a little bit greedy there from the Clippers. They're trying to score a few early and kind of put this game away.
Here's Reinhardt, first game at a run, a ribby, and a walk, batting .263. Third baseman in game number 2 from Kalamazoo College in Rockford, Michigan is where he calls home. My nephew said that he could have made that throw from behind home plate. Impressive. Kid's 12, going on 20. And now taking off to second and getting in there in time is Colin Cornwell. He's a scrappy player.
I know, and he's stealing bags. He's the 3-hitter, and he's already stolen 3 bases today in these 2 games. So, heck of a player. Really excited to see him in those playoffs. Going to keep an eye on him.
And here's the 0-2 with 2 down. Runner on second. Monarchs would love to get out of the first with no damage done. It's been a rarity against this Clippers team. Happened in game number 1, though, for a couple innings. And then outside the zone, 1 and 2 on the cleanup hitter, Donovan Reinhardt. Up next would be Sam Lisiak. He did not play in game number 1. He's catching tonight in game number 2 for this clip joint. Here's the 1-2. And a swing and a miss. Down on strikes goes Donovan Reinhardt, and the Monarchs do get out of the top of the first with no runs scored. They'll bat. Coming up next, Silas Butler, Cale Vincent, Sam Thompson will be the first 3 on the Michigan Monarchs Network. I don't know. Dan Leach back alongside Tom Cavanaugh. We get to the bottom of the first here. Monarchs did a good job with Thielman on the mound and some good defense and a throw out of the runner at third by Sam Thompson to end that top of the first with no damage done against this really, really good Clippers team. And Tom, you know, we mentioned this at the outset of game number 1. Monarchs aren't making the playoffs. They really have kind of been the reverse what they were last year with the league leading 23 wins, winning the North Division. But boy, if they could just have some positive feeling towards the end of the year. It's a team that's fought hard. Effort's never been the question. They lost the majority of them, you know, the team going to Alaska for a couple weeks. There's some good players on this team, and they deserve to have a good ending of the season.
100%. And if they're able to win this last game, I think it's win at all costs here in the final home game of the year. They only have one more game in Michigan. That's out in Muskegon on Friday, but after that, they finish out the year in Ohio. So want to try to make a good lasting impression here at home at Lake Trust Stadium.
And Butler on the first pitch sprays one into center field, and he's on with a leadoff single.
Uh-oh.
And thought about it for a second, flashed the speed, but you don't want to get greedy like the Clippers did in the first inning. Butler, by the way, did have a hit and the lone ribby for the Monarchs in game number 1, also struck out once. But he comes in batting .350, good enough for third best on the Monarch squad. And now, by the way, no Dresselhaus, which is rare because he's led off pretty much every game for the last couple of weeks. But Butler definitely a worthy candidate for a leadoff batter. And now taking a first pitch strike, Cale Vincent, who didn't play game number 1. He leads the team in batting average, Tom. 383, has 2 dingers, driven in 9, 18 hits, and has scored 8 runs. Vincent out of Middle Tennessee State. He's a Blue Raider, a freshman from Milton, Tennessee. And going for second is Butler. He's in, and no, he's not. I thought he got there by just a fraction of a second, but it's a nice throw from the catcher, Lysiak. And applying that tag and getting him was the second baseman, Piasecki. That was a pretty good throw there.
It was. Both Lysiak and Bates, the 2 catchers behind the plate today for this Clippers team, have cannons. And I think Butler might have been able to sneak a finger in there, but good call from Chad Logan. He was out.
So both teams have run themselves out of possible run-scoring situations early in this one. Now 1 down, nobody on for Vincent, who's still at the plate. Sam Thompson will bat next. He didn't play game number 1, one of the 3 Monarchs All-Stars. Here's the 2-2. And a swing and a miss down on strikes is Cale Vincent. So it's strikeout number 1 for Chamberlain, who came in with 10 so far this season, Tommy.
I mean, he's going to give them their best chance at victory. He's a senior, has a lot of experience in this league, and this is just his 4th appearance for the team and 2nd start. As you said, 10 strikeouts coming into this one. I think he's going to be able to tack on a few more unless the Monarchs are able to change their approach at the plate.
And here's that aforementioned Monarchs All-Star, Michigan State's own Sam Thompson. He comes in with the 2nd leading batting average on the Monarchs, 367, 11 driven in. 22 hits, 7 runs scored, and 60 at bats, and he looks in at a first pitch strike. There's another one. Chamberlain looking pretty good early in this one, Tommy.
I mean, he's setting in that breaking ball for a very nice strike on the lower knee, right down the middle. Tough pitch to take right there with 2 strikes.
Here's an 0-2 with 2 down, nobody on, and a swing and a foul back, stayed alive. Bee Gees style, 1975 is Sam Thompson. And, you know, we've talked about Thompson a lot. It's terrible that he didn't get a chance to play in the All-Star game, even though he was well-deserved to be there. He has been one of the leaders of this team for sure.
100%.
And good future at Michigan State. That's high and outside. Sam Thompson will be a senior in East Lansing out of Bremen, Georgia. Had 51 at-bats for the Spartans in this 2022-23 season. And a swing and a miss. He's down on strikes. Strikeout number 2 for Chamberlain. Former Prime Minister of England, Neville Chamberlain, I'm kidding, Ryan, with a good start in this one. We head to the top of the 2nd. Scoreless on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back into beautiful Lake Trust Stadium. Dan Leach alongside Tom Cavanaugh. We start in the top of the 2nd. Up first here for the clip joint. Number 12, Sam Lysiak, as we mentioned in the last inning. He has not batted yet tonight, didn't play in game one. He's playing catcher to Ryan Chamberlain's pitcher in game number 2. And Lysiak takes a look at a strike and swings through it. Lysiak, wearing number 12 out of Biola University in California. He's a junior from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Wonder what got him out all the way to California, Tommy.
Some a little cooler weather, I'd say.
Just a tad. And that evens up the count, 1-1. Good looking start so far for Ryan Chamberlain with a couple strikeouts.
And Thielman, he's got his 1-2 on a pretty nasty slider.
Yep, and there is his. Oh, I thought for a second he had his first strikeout, lost track of the count there because my nephew keeps playing with the buttons. Just kidding. The O is right next to me, all-star of his Little League. Very excited to be here. Can't leave the kid anywhere. Here's the 1-2, and that out. Oh, they're going to appeal and say Chad Logan that he went around. So there is the strikeout that I thought he had on the last pitch, and a nice looking sequence there by Avery Thielman.
Thielman's doing it right. He's got a slider working on the inside and outside part of the plate, and the fastball that he's throwing in the upper 80s, low 90s. These Clippers hitters are going to have to adjust quickly.
And here is lefty Danny Passadoff, batted 9th in game number 1. And he takes a first pitch ball. Passadoff did have 2 runs, 2 hits, drove in 1 and a walk. One of the, 15 walks? No, 9?
7.
7 walks in game 1, and he sprays one to right field. That's going to fall for a base hit. 1 out hit for the 6-hitter, Danny Passadoff. Now another player that didn't play in game number 1. It's number 4, first baseman Aiden Arbogast out of Eastern Michigan, the junior from Livonia, Michigan, one of the better players in this team, and an all-star.
Arbogast has experience against the Monarchs in the last couple of games, but didn't get to play in game 1. He's fresh here in game 2. We've seen him hit the long ball, not all the way out there over the fence, but he's driven in some with some extra base hits in the past here at Lake Trust.
Yeah, batting just .214, he takes first pitch strike, but he's been productive, Tom. Driven in 12, 15 hits, has scored 10 runs in 70 bats, does have a dinger.
Back on July 1st, he was 2 for 4 with 2 RBIs against the Monarchs and a 4-0 win.
Here's the 0-1 from Avery Thielman. 2 strikeouts for Chamberlain. He's looking for his second. And there's a swing and a miss, and that back to first. They get him! Sam Thompson has gunned down his second runner in as many innings. Passadoff can't believe it, and just like that, the base runner is erased, and it's an 0-2 count with 2 down.
Dan, they have tried that play numerous times, and that throw was on the money. Scoop Harden, catch and tag, all in one motion. Perfect job.
How about Scoop Harden's dad, mother, grandparents, favorite sister Riley out there in the stands? There's a ball. And shout out to Mark Sr. I found out that Mark Sr.'s dad's name is Mark, so he's actually Mark the second. Scoop's Mark the third. And his sister is getting married in a couple weeks, in Celine, which I invited myself to. And I think they're setting me up with a single lady with, she's got a kid. She's fine. She's Orange age. You guys can play together. And a swing and a miss. He's down on strikes. Down goes Arbogast, and now both pitchers with 2 strikeouts, or 3, for Avery Thielman. He is off to a great start on the Monarchs. Keep this thing scoreless. Head to the bottom of the second right here on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back into Lake Trust Stadium. Dan Leach alongside Tom Cavanaugh. Follow Tom on Twitter at TC Cavanaugh or Smarty. Myself at Dan Leach DTM. Tom, I can't believe it's our final home game here together, it's been a marriage made in heaven, you and I.
Yeah, I know. I've loved every minute of it, every inning, every pitch, but it's gone by fast. We have minimized the days that we've been here just because of the amount of double headers that we've seen.
I believe that this is our 4th doubleheader.
It is, and that's just 4 less days that we get to come to the ballpark and hang out, which it's productive, obviously, for these guys being able to play 14 innings in one day. But for us, it takes away from us coming out here and broadcasting more baseball.
Well, we are lifelong friends now, best friends for life, so it's all good. But it's been an honor and a joy to work with you as someone that's, on their way up. I've been just impressed with your knowledge, your work ethic, and even your mom, Beatrice. Now, shout out to Julie,
yes.
And your dad, Tom Sr. You and Scoop have a lot in common. And, of course, your great brother, Drew, that I told my nephew, Oren, who's here with my brother-in-law, Scott, got drafted by the Giants. I mean, it's not often you know someone that has a guy drafted in Major League Baseball. That one's sprayed into left field by Vance. He's on safely. So that's both innings with leadoff hitters on for the Monarchs. That's not happening often.
It hasn't, but Monarchs need to figure out a way to get that runner in. They cannot continue to put the first man on board and then not convert and have him come around to score. They have to find a way to get this run in here.
Here's Mason McGuire batting lefty. He has not played yet tonight. Did not play in game number 1. Batting .235 with 3 RBI, 8 hits, and 4 runs. And that first pitch in there for a ball. So Monarchs trying to get on the lead train here. It's been a while since they've taken a lead on the Clippers. I think it's been like 6 games.
Yeah, I'm going to have to dig through my archives.
I believe for the game 1 of the doubleheader was like the last time. And that sprayed into left field, another base hit. McGuire on safely. And Mason McGuire now with his 9th hit of the season. McGuire out of Wayne State along with Tony Hatsa-Giorgio. 2 Warriors on this squad. And now the good times keep going with TJ Podkova, who also did not play in game number 1.
Yeah, Dresselhaus does not play here in Game 2 because they had to make room for Butler as well as Podkova in the outfield.
And now with 2 on, nobody out, and the Monarchs desperate to take a lead against this incredibly tough Clippers team. It's showing bunt on the first pitch is Podkova, and it's foul.
Got to find a way to get this pitch down right here. Likely going to be another changeup, curveball, off-speed pitch to try to make it harder to bunt. But with less than 2 strikes, Podkova's got to find a way to get this down fair.
Here's the 0-1 with 2 on and nobody out in a scoreless game. And showed bunt again, pulls it back, and that's going to be ball number 1. And good discipline there at the plate by Podkova.
It's a breaking ball down. It started at the knees and ended up in the dirt. So it's just, you just got to remember to pull that bat back. Not a lot of batters will remember to do that. They'll see the pitch as a ball, but they won't remember to pull it back and take it.
Now 1-1 on Podkova. He's playing right field tonight, and they throw back to second. And in with no problem is Vance. And now his helmet falls off. And what the devil happened there? Is that just when he got up, his helmet came off?
No, I think he kind of kicked it in frustration. He might have jammed a finger or maybe a wrist or something on his way back. Which
he's talking to Chad Logan right now.
Yeah, he's probably asking him, what's with the attitude?
He's like, why are you so disgruntled, man? I said you were safe. Chad Logan, our good friend, former coach of Fenton boys basketball, went to the playoffs last year. Here's the 1-1 on Podkova with 2 on, nobody out, scoreless game. And there's a strike after game 1. It couldn't have gone any worse. 13-1 loss for the Monarchs. They could split this series like they did, this doubleheader like they did a couple weeks ago. Gives you a pretty good feeling with 4 games left.
Always want to win your last game at home, too.
I can't believe it's the final home game. We got a lot of dignitaries out here. Dennis Newbacher was going to be the PA guy this year, but health reasons prevented him from it. Him and his wife here. There's a chopper towards first base and throw you the pitcher and getting the first out. With runners advancing to second and third is Chamberlain. And now with a chance to drive in some runs. Another man that did play in the first game, but boy, he's had some heroics, including the first ever home game here at Cleary in the history of the Michigan Monarchs. Scoop Harden, part of the walk-off.
It would be fitting for him to have a baller last game, considering what he did in the first home game, as you just mentioned. But nice job from TJ Podkova. He didn't get the sacrifice bunt down, but he still moved the runners up to second and third.
It's like you got to advance the runners. You got to not get leadoff walks if you're the Monarchs. And that one smacked on the first pitch, a mile in the air. Should be an infield fly rule. It is, and under it and making the catch easy is Smith.
Can't happen right there. Got to find a way to put them on the ground. Yeah. Infield fly rules with bases loaded or first and second there with less than 2.
But it might as well have been an infield fly rule because no one was going anywhere.
Yeah.
So if he wanted to, Smith could have dropped that ball and tried to double off one of the two guys.
Yeah, if they're not paying attention, they're 100%. You'll see that sometimes with a run around first base, and the batter does not run hard. Dustin Pedroia used to do it all the time. He'd knock the ball out of his glove, turn a double play.
Well, here's the pitcher trying to help his own cause. Don't get to say that often in this Major League Baseball wooden bat approved summer college league. Thielman on the mound and now at the plate.
J.J. Arbini has been in this position too. He's another member of the Monarchs that pitches and hits in the same game.
Thielman can swing a pretty good bat too. I mean, he's only batted .226, but he's had some good cuts throughout the season. That ball gets away from the catcher, Lysiak, but not far enough for the runner at third, Vance, to come home or even attempt it. So it's 2-0. Hitters count on the pitcher, Avery Thielman. Often you can say that, Tommy. Thielman does have 7 hits. He's driven in 5 and has scored 2 runs. He gets a base hit error. Could be his 9th RBI or 7th RBI. And that in for ball 3. And bases are possibly about to be loaded here with Mason Malish, the 9-hitter. Oh, they're just going to walk him intentionally with that final pitch or the final ball. And now the bases are loaded for Mason Malish. He didn't play in game number 1, an abysmal, unfortunately, batting average at 148, but he does have 4 driven in. He does have 4 hits. He scored 2 runs. Limited sample size in 27 at-bats, but a big spot here early in this game, Tom.
100%. Got to do it right now. I mean, you got a tie game, want to try to punch the number 1 team in the North Division in the mouth quickly and try to take a lead.
First pitch, strike, a little delayed call there by home plate umpire Nick Kavitsky. And we talked about this. You know, when it comes to this Monarchs team, play spoiler. You're not going to go to the playoffs. Play spoiler, gain momentum, see the fruits of your hard work and labor get rewarded by beating the best team in the entire league. And that in there for a strike 2, another breaking ball that just broke perfectly. And it's 0-2 with 2 down, but the bases juiced. Golden opportunity here early for Malish and the Monarchs. Here comes Chamberlain's delivery and a check swing. They're going to say it's a foul, so staying alive is Malish. That was close, Tom.
I didn't see the swing from our angle here. We couldn't see Malish's bat go around, but it must have just caught a little piece of the lower barrel or maybe the knob, but that was weird for sure.
All right, I thought he was going to actually call that a strike at first.
Yeah, so did I.
Here's the 0-2 for the second time. And that one sprayed foul out of play back to the wooded area. It's too bad my nephew Oren, the isn't out there running like the little kids to get the balls. A lot of the youngsters here love to go shag those balls that go into the wooded area or the parking lot to the left. So the 0-2 for the 4th time. Bases loaded. 2 down. Here we go. And that outside, 1-2. So I like the plate discipline here by Malish.
Not playing in game 1, it gives you an entire 7 innings to sit back and really prepare yourself for these type of moments. Bases loaded, 2 outs, got to clutch up here, and that's a great take on a curveball outside.
Here's the 1-2. And that is in for a strike on a borderline pitch. The Monarchs' threat is over. We head to the top of the 3rd, scoreless. Tom Cavanaugh will take over on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network.
Top of the third inning, no score here from Howell, Michigan at Lake Trust Stadium, home of the Cleary Cougars and your Michigan Monarchs, all set for 7 full innings, already finished with 2 of them, as Avery Thielman takes the mound to face the bottom of this Clippers lineup. Tom Cavanaugh giving you all of the action here in the third. We remember back to the third inning, last game, 4 runs were scored from the Clippers. After almost the same exact scenario, first pitch is a ball on a check swing to Hawkins. 8-9 hitters to lead things off. In game 1 in the third inning, those 8-9 batters were walked consecutively, leading to 4 full runs. Monarchs have to make a change here and not do that. Avery Thielman has been dialed, though. 1-1, he sets in a slider for a strike. Just 1 walk, 1 hit, 3 strikeouts, almost had a 4th. Stoney Smith reached on a drop third strike. There's another changeup. Not there, though. Right off the corner outside. That looked good. You saw Ryan Chamberlain dropping in his beautiful 12-6 curveball for strike number 3 on Mason Malish. He's going to continue to do that. Thielman blisters a fastball inside, tiptoeing out of the way is Hawkins. It's now 3-1. It'll be Nicholas Hawkins, Caleb Sanders, and then back to the top of the lineup in Stoney Smith. No score. We're in the top of the third. Monarchs left the bases loaded last inning. They really need to get out to a lead and try to control it as that 3-1 pitch misses inside. It's a leadoff walk. A little deja vu from game 1 here in the doubleheader. It was Kevin Cordy who threw and had 2 pretty good innings to start, and then the wheels fell off in the third. Caleb Sanders, who was quiet at the plate in game 1 but had a fabulous catch down the first base line up against the wall. He's in center field here for game 2. Avery Thielman from the stretch, he's got that half open stance before coming set and checking the runner. First pitch is down for a ball. Checking over to first base is Sam Thompson for the back pick. Thompson's already thrown out 2 runners, 1 at third, 1 at first. Smith tried to steal third. He was thrown out. Passanel, too big of a lead at first. He was backpicked. Here's a bunt from Sanders. They're going to throw over to first base and lost it in the sun with Scoop Harden. It's off his glove. Bobbling around, it's off the glove of Harden, and now it's first and second, E3. So just like that, same as game 1. 8-9 hitters come up in the third inning in a scoreless game, and they both reach base. Stoney Smith is at the dish with nobody out and 2 on. Talk about a little deja vu here for the Monarchs. It wasn't back-to-back walks, but it was a walk and then an error on Scoop Harden. Here's a bunt on the third base line from Smith. It's going to curve a little bit foul as Thompson picks it up. Clippers looking to get to 30 wins on the year. They could definitely do so. If they're able to grab one here in game 2, they'd just be 2 wins away from that 30 mark, and they'd have 4 to play after today. Nobody has seemed to beat this Clippers team, just 5 losses all year. Squaring around a bunt again is Smith. He's going to pull back on that ball that misses outside. One ball, 1 strike. 29 for 103 on the year for Stoney Smith. 24 RBIs. Does a very nice job in this leadoff spot. Thielman checks the runner down at second base. The 1-1 again is low. Picked down to second base to look at the runner. He's back in safely. Sam Thompson really firing to all bases so far in this game. He knows it's the last home game, leaving it all out there. Scoreless game. We're in the top of the third here from Lake Trust Stadium. Michigan Monarchs, Muskegon Clippers. The 2-1. Squaring around a bunt, can't get it. They're going to back pick to first. Again, safe as Sanders. Thompson continues to just be a fire hose. I mean, he's going first, second, third, just shooting the ball around the diamond. That's a strike, though, to Smith after he offered on the bunt. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Thielman delivers. In the dirt, it bounces off of Thompson. Checking the runner is Hawkins. Checking down to third is Hawkins. he doesn't go anywhere. He bobbled around on Thompson. Hawkins had a chance but did not take it to move up to third base. Big pitch right here for Thielman. Nobody out. Smith a pitch away from loading the bases up with a walk. Thielman checks the runner a few times down at second. Hawkins kicks, fires, swing and a miss. Curveball down and away. Fourth strikeout for Avery Thielman. What a pitch. Holds runners at first and second with one out. And that's what you call some cojones right there from Avery Thielman. 3-2 pitch. He throws a banger 12-6 curveball on the outside corner. A lot of guys wouldn't do that. They just throw him a fastball and try to get it in there for a strike. So hats off to Avery Thielman right there. Fourth strikeout. Very impressive. Aaron Pisecki takes a first pitch ball. He was big in game one. Had the 2-run single in the third inning to spark things and give the Clippers a 2-0 lead. Here's another back pick to first. Sanders is back dirty. Nobody's safe on the base paths with Sam Thompson behind the plate, but he has thrown over a significantly more amount today than any other game so far this year. Zacharias Salinas was behind the plate in game one. It's now Thompson's turn, who has been there for a majority of the year. 2-0 pitch. Ball low in the dirt. Another curveball there from Thielman. See, you can't mind it there. Even on a 2-0 pitch, I know Pisecki's probably looking for a four-seam fastball right down the middle, but Thielman's got to go with that curveball there. He's throwing it for a strike. 3-0 pitch. Two-seamer cuts on the outside corner. It's 3-1. Pisecki grounded out to second base his first time. Had a pretty good year, 21 RBIs at a 327 clip. 3-1 from Thielman. Off the plate outside, he walked him. So after the clutch strikeout to Smith, a second walk in the inning has loaded the bases up with one out. Colin Cornwell to the dish. Cornwell, the RBI leader for this team, third in overall hits. A little conference on the mound here between Thompson, Thielman, and Scoop Harden over at first base. Got to be strategic here in what they want to throw Cornwell. Big lefty, bases loaded, one out. Obviously, that middle infield's going to be looking for a double play, but those corner infielders, Vincent and Harden, want to be looking to throw home for that force at the plate and maybe a double play. Conversation ends as Thompson gets back behind the dish. Harden back over to first base. 0 for 1 day, 0 for 0 day for Colin Cornwell, excuse me. He walked and stole a base. Nowhere to put him here. So far this inning, Hawkins walked. He's at third. Sanders reached on an error. He's down at second. Pisecki just took a base on balls a moment ago. He's over at first. Cornwell waits on that first pitch. It's outside for a ball. .24 strikes compared to just 21 balls here for Thielman. It's pretty 50-50. He's getting that pitch count up high, too. That pitch misses down 2-0. .316 average for Cornwell. 27 RBIs. Looking for a couple more here. Anything in the gap would clear the bases. 2-0 pitch, slapped, fouled on the third base line. Not the type of swing that you were looking at there. It was 2 balls, no strikes, and Cornwell kind of just flicked at it. It was more of a 2-strike swing where he stuck his butt out and just tried to get a piece of the baseball. On 2, and he broke his bat as well. So on a 2-0 swing right there, you want to unload on a pitch and take your best swing. Not a 2-strike swing that's going to flick something off down the line as Cornwell is trying to reapply some pine tar to a new baseball bat. He looks to be good to go, but that was right off the end of the bat there and just shattered the wood right down the middle. Quinn Konashevsky getting ready in the bullpen for the Monarchs. He will be called upon in these next couple of innings. Konashevsky, the only appearance made by the Monarchs in the All-Star game, it was a scoreless 4th inning for the North Division in that All-Star game at Presco Park in Cincinnati, Ohio. 2-1 pitch on the ground, base hit into right field for Cornwell. 1 run will score. Sanders chugging around third base, the throw to the plate, not in time. 2-run single for Colin Cornwell, and the Clippers are on the board here in the third inning. He found the right spot. A ground ball in between the 3-4 hole. Nothing that the Monarchs can do there, and with Sanders at second base, he's got speed. It scores 2 runs with ease. Strikeout last time for Donovan Reinhardt. Slider misses down and away. Thompson just gets a piece of the glove on it. That one could have gone all the way to the brick backstop and advanced runners. 2-0 Clippers on the Colin Cornwell single just a moment ago. Top of the third inning, Thielman trying to work out of yet another jam. This ball's tapped off the foot of Reinhardt, who's groaning and moaning in the box. It's 1-1. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Runners on first and second here for the Clippers in the third. Sun beginning to set over that first base dugout. It's going to be a third base dugout over by the Michigan Monarchs. Sun will begin to affect the right side of the infield, first base, second base, right field. So you can see all of them have applied sunglasses in the last couple of minutes. Reinhardt's at the plate. Sam Lisiak waits on deck. There's a breaking ball that gets past the glove of Thompson all the way to the backstop. Pisecki goes to third. Cornwell to second. Reinhardt looking for a few more RBIs, but with just 1 out, he doesn't need to do too much. A ground ball up the middle will get the job done. Pretty sure the Monarchs are going to concede the run up the middle. Two good innings for Thielman, and then to start this one, a walk and an error have led to 2 runs being scored. Inside corner for a strike. Nice pitch from Thielman, evens up the count 2-2. Final home game of the year for the Monarchs. Just 4 remaining games after tonight. 1 on the road with the Clippers, and then a road trip 3-game series against the Sandusky Bay Ice Haulers. Watch out! Reinhardt is drilled in the back with a fastball. Hobbling down to first base, Reinhardt took one off the leg on the first pitch, and now he gets plunked right in the back. Bases are loaded with 1 out here for the clip joint. You can see pitching coach Adam Castillo giving the hurry-up finger to Quinn Konashevsky out there in the bullpen. So Castillo's going to head out to the mound, have a conversation with Thielman. We're going to step away briefly. 2-0, Clippers on top of your Monarchs with runners all the way around, bases loaded. You're listening to the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. We'll be right back. So for the first time this year, Adam Castillo, pitching coach, makes the executive decision. Avery Thielman is out of the game. We'll get you his numbers as the big southpaw, Quinn Konashevsky, heads onto the mound. 2-0 Clippers on top of your Monarchs here in the top of the third inning. We'll be right back. We're back. Bases are loaded here for the Muskegon Clippers. Sam Lisiak will face the crafty lefty Quinn Konashevsky. Swing and a miss on the first pitch. Final numbers for Avery Thielman. 2 1/3, 2 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned, 3 walks, and 5 strikeouts. He was good for the first couple of innings and then just kind of fell off in this inning with a walk and an error to start. Line foul, out of play. Lisiak quickly down at 0-2. Strikeout swinging his first time up. Konashevsky is that only all-star that pitched last night for the North Division, high and away. Monarchs, not a lot of representation. It was Robert Klan as a professional prospect, Sam Thompson, who did not play, and Quinn Konashevsky as well, who got that 1 scoreless inning. High and outside, 2-2. Reaching out is Thompson. And Lisiak has quickly worked the count back to even here with 1 out. 4-1 record for Quinn Konashevsky. 23 innings pitched, 25 strikeouts, and 8 walks. So great strikeout to walk ratio as he gets Lisiak to foul one back again. He's given up 24 hits in those 22 innings, so doesn't walk a lot of people, but those righties will be able to hit them. Lefties cannot hit Quinn. This one's lined up the middle. Diving play, Vance on the second throw to first. Not going to make it. Runner will move on to third. They get the second out. Nice play by Cooper Vance up the middle. One hop, diving up the middle, flips on to McGuire. Runners on the corners now as Piasecki comes in to score 3-0. Would have been an inning-ending double play to keep the run from scoring, but regardless, Danny Passanant will come up with 2 outs. So Reinhardt out at second base, Cornwell's down to third. Strike called on the lower outside corner. That's such a tough pitch for the lefty Passanant to pick up because Konashevsky from that left side is starting the ball almost behind the lefty Passanant. Foul ball, it's off the knob of the bat. Passanant trying to shake it off, trying to say it hit him, but it didn't look like Danny tried to get out of the way, and you can see Nick Kubitsky giving him that head nod. Yep, it hit the knob, yep. So it's 0-2 quickly. Konashevsky trying to get these guys out of a jam here with just 1 run scored with the bases loaded and 1 out. Tucking that ball in the glove across his chest before coming set at the belt. The 0-2 on the corner, strike 3, he got him. Quinn Konashevsky, the biggest strikeout he's had in quite a few innings. We go to the bottom of the third, 3-0. Clippers get 3 in this inning. You're listening to the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. We'll be right back. Bottom of the third inning. Monarchs have a little bit of work to do as they entered this same frame last game down by 4, but now they're only down by 3 as Silas Butler takes a first pitch strike. He's the leadoff batter, leading off here in the third inning, as he did back in the first. Ryan Chamberlain has been great today. Stranded the bases loaded with a backdoor looking strikeout to the last batter, Mason Malish, in the second. Butler down 0-2 quickly. Big leg kick from Chamberlain. Check swing, he didn't go. They're going to try to offer, though. And Chad Logan said he didn't go, 1-2. I want to give a big shout out and thank you to everyone in listener land that takes time out of your day to watch this team. Swing and a miss. Silas Butler is cut down for out number 1. Fourth strikeout for Ryan Chamberlain. But everyone out there that's tuned in every game, if you have a family member that plays for the team or you're just a fan of any of these programs, the utmost respect and appreciation for you being able to tune in, listen to our games, and Dan, as well as myself, very much thank you. Inside for ball 1 on Cale Vinson. Ryan Chamberlain has just been a stud. 2 strikeouts in the first, 1 in the second, and kicked off the third with 1 to Silas Butler. Fly ball to center field by Vinson. This one's got some carry. Going back as Sanders to the wall. He makes the catch coming in. Sanders sprinted to the wall, got behind it, and then worked a couple feet back in. Looked like the ball was going to get deeper than it was, but that's just the right way to track a baseball right there. 2 outs. Nice job from Sanders in center. And quickly 2 gone. Chamberlain's making fast work of this Monarchs team in the third inning. Monarchs loaded him up, were unable to score that crucial run last inning. And then after back-to-back leadoff batters were on for the Clippers, floodgates opened and they added a crooked number, 3 runs on the board here in the bottom of the third. High pop up to shortstop from Sam Thompson. This should end the inning. Coming over Reinhardt, he puts that in his back pocket for out number 3. We go to the fourth. 3-0 Clippers on top of your Monarchs. Be back in a minute. This is your home for Monarchs baseball.
Welcome back to Lake Trust Stadium. Dan Leach Tom Cavanaugh. I stole Tom's headset, didn't I? Listen, it's our final game. We got to try out everything. We must try it all out. Tom's wiping off the sweat from his shirt.
I got to. They were a little wet.
We got my nephew here who's causing nothing but problems, the great O-Wiz. And the Clippers offense doing everything that they like to do, which is cause problems to the Monarchs defense. 3-0, Tommy. And, you know, it's one of these things where I was just talking with our good friend Dennis Newbacher, who was going to be the PA guy this year, and some other people that are here a lot that are big Monarchs fans. This team has got good players. It's not like they have a lack of talent. It's just the Alaska trip combined with some very untimely kerfuffles when it comes to throwing balls to first and second, and, you know, pitchers that have had rough outings. It's just been a confluence of events that has led to a lot of bad times. And first pitch swinging, and an easy play from the second baseman, Mason McGuire, and out is Donovan Reinhardt. So 1 up, 1 pitch, 1 down. But that's kind of this Monarchs team in a nutshell. And listen, they've had some nice moments. Go back to the first game ever here for the Monarchs at Clary University at Lake Trust Stadium. Scoop Harden, walked it off with that game-winning single. The Jake Pierre complete game. There's been nice moments, Tom. I just feel like this team, I don't know if underachieved is the right word, but I think that they were set up for very rough situations in a lot of different ways.
They were, and frankly, were overpowered in a lot of scenarios. Offensively, against whoever their opponent was, the pitchers they faced were significantly better than what they had seen against some of the other teams in the league when you talk about the Clippers, the Ice Haulers, the Locos. And I think you're right. I think it's a little bit of underachieving, but also this team did not get a full season to gel together, and that is a big part on why they went on a 1-9 stretch in the middle of July.
And that killed them. I mean, I'm not saying that they were going to make a run to the the division title like they did last year, but
it's just such a big setback.
Yeah, you can't go 1-9. You can't go 1-5, yet alone 1-9. Here's a 2-2 inside on Nicholas Hawkins. I apologize, it was Arbogast up previously. They grounded out to first base. And so far, there's a swing and a miss, down on strikes, and good stuff for Quinn Konashevsky, who, of course, was an all-star. By the way, the Monarchs had 3 all-stars. Konashevsky, Sam Thompson, who's showing you why tonight with its 2 gun-down runners, and then prospect also Robert Clan. The Clippers had 12. They had 12 all-stars. They had 4 times the amount of all-stars the Monarchs did.
Well-deserved, though. The Clippers, very good team.
There's a reason they're 27-5. It wasn't a fluke.
Right.
It wasn't a Moneyball situation either. And now at the plate for this Monarch squad is Caleb Colonel Sanders. First time up. Got on via an error and scored a run. Part of that 3-run third. And here's the 1-1. And that in for a strike, according to home plate umpire Nick Kavitsky. Pretty fair strike zone, I would say, so far in this one.
It's been good. It's also been very consistent. There's some lower outer corner strikes that I thought he's made good calls on.
And that one chop foul back towards us. And it's 1-2 on Caleb Sanders. The occasional leadoff hitter tonight, batting number 9. Out of Dayton, he's a flyer, a freshman from East Point, Michigan. Not too far from his home. I would say about a 2-hour and 38-minute drive from East Point. Maybe a little longer if traffic's around.
That's far, man.
Make sure you're not getting any of that Skyline chili. It's such an overrated mess. And here's the 2-2 just outside. Konashevsky and Sam Thompson both thought they had Caleb Sanders dead to rights. Not so much.
It looked like the same spot that he struck Danny Passanant on at the end of the third.
And here's the 3-2, and a swing and a miss. He does get him on strikes. The ball gets by, but it's an easy play for Thompson, and not like the first inning, where it was a swinging strike and the runner got on. This time he does not, and we head to the bottom of the 4th. It's 3-0 Clippers trying to sweep the doubleheader on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. And welcome back in Lake Trust Stadium. Dan Leach alongside Tom Cavanaugh. Follow Tom on Twitter at TCCav_Sparty. Excuse me, I just coughed up a cat, even though I don't even like him. And you can follow myself at Dan Leach DT. I'm Tom looking very fly in his brand new San Francisco Giants hat after his brother Drew drafted in the Major League Baseball draft by the G-Men. last week. Are you still on that pink cloud of greatness?
A little bit, yeah. I keep getting those sweet pictures of the mountains in the background from his home field at Scottsdale Stadium, so it's still pretty surreal, but it'll set in the next couple days once he gets going and has some games in.
Here's Cooper Vance. First time up, he swung, straight out swinging, and then a fly out. Or check that, I'm sorry. Single first time up. Was looking at Cale Vinson. There's been times where they've had Vincent and Vance bat back to back.
I know.
It's definitely been confusing.
Yeah, it's been tough.
It has been a pleasure serving all of you out there, including the away fans. And tonight it's those Clippers fans who I believe early in the game, they were one of our first games, and we had, I'm forgetting her name, Sue or Beth or Francesca. And there's a sprayed ball into left field. Nice single to lead off the fourth inning by Cooper Vance. And reached out to us on Twitter and said that from the Clipper family, we love you. You're guys are the best broadcast team in the league. I think she said it across all of college baseball, which was very kind. I don't know if that's true, but we really appreciate that because, Tom, of course, we're the home broadcast crew for the Monarchs. But we know that with these kids from all over the country, we've got people listening. Oh, yeah, Olivia the Wolf, our great friend Olivia the Wolf, O-Dubs. Here, I'll read the tweet in a second here. Tom, being the great man that he is, got it up quickly. Up at the plate now, Mason McGuire. And first time up, he had a single. So she said, hi for the Clippers family. You are genuinely the best announcers we've heard across all of college baseball. Appreciate your calls and your humor so much. Sorry how the game is going for y'all. It was the 12-2 game.
Yeah.
We hope every game after this one is way better for your boys. That was not only kind from an opposing fan, but it was very kind what she had to say. And that's we take this broadcast. Obviously, we're going to slant towards our Monarchs, but we're going to call this game fairly because we know how many people are tuning in for the opposing team around the country.
Yeah, you got to give credit where credit's due. Regardless, there's no bias to one team or the other because we're just out here hoping to see some college guys from across the country get their reps and compete.
Yeah, listen, we've seen every team in the North, and all due respect to Lima, there is no team better than the Muskegon Clippers.
Yeah.
They are. I don't want to say they're the Murderers Row Yankees, but you know they're like the Braves from the last couple of years or the Dodgers. They're one of the best teams this Great Lakes Collegiate Summer League has seen in a while, and I think that they, as I said earlier, are definitely the favorite to win it all. You never know in a 3-game series what's going to happen, but the way they played the majority of the season, they probably deserve to win it all.
I mean, they might win 30 regular season games because if they
That's
win,
insane.
If they win this one, they got 4 games to play and just need to win 2 of those to break 30. That's, as you said, insane.
All right, McGuire has worked the count 3-1 with the runner on first and nobody down. Monarchs would love to get closer to this one, and a ball on a smack parade to center field. Sanders doesn't have to move much. Moved about 2 steps to his right and makes the first out of the inning. And now Henry Ford Community College's own TJ Potkova, the Fighting Model Ts. We did figure out what their mascot was, though. I'm forgetting.
Henry Ford. I'm pretty sure the Falcons or the Eagles.
Yeah. I like to call them the Fight Model Ts or the reverse Detroit Lions.
Hawkster.
Oh, the Hawkster.
That's
Gotta love
incredible.
the H. Ford CC Hawksters.
Jeez Louise.
And Potkova swinging a miss. He's down 0-1 to Ryan Chamberlain, who's pitching a pretty good game so far. Ryan Neville Chamberlain helped out during times of World War II until Churchill took over. There's your history lesson. By the way, I mentioned this earlier. Oren, my nephew, to my left right here, big history guy. Oppenheimer. Must see, Tom. Must see.
I'm going to see it.
It's the Oscar frontrunner right now. Obviously, a long way to go to the Oscars in March. And getting back safely there is Vance. But it is the Oscar favorite for a reason right now. And you'll just blow your mind away with the cast, the acting, the cinematography, just everything. Swinging a miss down 0-2 is the number 6 hitter, TJ Potkova. Robert Downey Jr. is incredible. Obviously, Cillian Murphy should be nominated for the Oscar for Best Actor. Matt Damon's hilarious and fantastic. It's General Groves. That went smack to left field. And the first 2 Monarchs, or check that, 2 of the first 3 Monarchs on. And you've got first and second with 1 down. And here comes Scoopity Doop 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 with his whole family here, including his grandparents.
These Monarchs are finding ways to get on base. They're getting hits. They're loading the bases up, but they are just struggling to cross that barrier and cash the runs in. They're doing a good job of finding their way on, but that big hit needs to come soon.
Mark Scoop Harden out of Saginaw Valley State University at Superior Township. That one towards third. Gobbled up by Reinhardt for 1, for 2, and that's it. And that's the second double play we've seen turned tonight by the Clippers, and what looked like a good start of maybe something brewing offensively for the Monarchs goes by with a whimper.
That's tough right there. This Monarchs team is going, this Clippers team is going to make those plays if you give it to them right there. 2 on in scoring position. Yeah, that's what happens right there against a good team.
Can't hit into the third baseman and set up that double play. There's a reason why the Clippers are 27-5, but also you can't make it easier on them. We head to the top of the fifth, 3-0 Clippers trying for the sweep of the doubleheader here on the final home game for the Monarchs on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Dan Leach, Tom Cavanaugh back here at Lake Trust Stadium. We head to the top of the fifth. Clippers on just a couple of hits, including that 3-run double. Swinging a miss there on Stoney Smith, the leadoff hitter, are up 3-0. And once again, you have this disparity, Tom. Last game, 2 less hits by the Monarchs and 12 less runs. This game, 3 more hits by the Monarchs and no runs.
Just unable to convert with runners in scoring position. That's the difference between good and great teams, are the ones that can cash in the runs with 1 or 2 outs. That's what the Clippers have been doing all day long, all season long. Monarchs have been struggling lately.
Smith quickly down 0-2 as the O is got to take off. Gives me a hug. Great to see you. And Scott Guy, love you very much. Oren, my nephew, an all-star for the Bloomfield Hills Little League. Here's the 1-2, and that one smacked into left field. It's going to fall for a base hit. And the leadoff hitter of the inning and of the game, Stoney Smith, on with a single.
He's been hot. I mean, that's just his first hit of this game here, but with speed, he's going to try to chug around these bases. It's only a 3-run game here, Dan. These guys are going to try to put up another 7 spot and make it a double-digit game. That's just how these Clippers operate.
Yeah, Smith did have a hit and a run driven in game 1. Also scored 2 runs, and that first pitch swinging. And it's a nice play by Malish. So Piasecki is out, and now it's a runner on first with 1 down, and coming up the 3-hitter, Colin Cornwell, another all-star. He actually, if I'm not mistaken, had a run batted in to help the North win 3-1 in the all-star game.
These guys are doing it all.
12 all-stars for the Clippers.
Yeah, that's insane.
We thought Lima had a lot.
Yeah, it's 7 or 8.
And here's the runner, Smith off. Thompson got him down again. He can! Sam Thompson throws out his 3rd runner of the ball game, and Smith can't believe it.
He's thrown out 1 runner at each base. Started with the throw out at 3rd. This is the 2nd time he threw out Smith today. Smith challenged him a 2nd time, and Thompson said, He Dikembe Mutombo'd him for the second time.
And we said how heartbroken we were that Thompson, there was 3 catchers that came to Cincinnati for the All-Star game, and I'm with you 100%. But it's a bad coaching situation. Didn't get to play in the All-Star game. He's showing you tonight why he's an All-Star.
Yeah, he's showing the head coach of the North Division, a.k.a. Logan Fleener, why he should have played in that game, and he's thrown out 3 of his runners tonight.
I would really hope that Logan Fleener, and this is all conjecture. I mean, Logan Fleener's a good dude. I would hope that it was just a mistake on his part, that it obviously wasn't purposeful not to put him in.
Yeah. It's that, or maybe some injury, or Thompson was sore or something. There had to be something that happened, but
because he should have played in that game.
Right, we were disappointed that he didn't.
And there's the 2-2. Oh, and they appeal to first. No. Chad Logan says that Cornwell did not go around, so it's a full count with 2 down, nobody on, and the Monarchs trailing by 3. This will be a nice quick inning for Konashevsky, one of the Monarchs' 3 All-Stars. And that one smacked into center field. That'll fall for a base hit in front of Silas Butler, so a 2-out single for Cornwell, and now the cleanup hitter Donovan Reinhardt, the third baseman, is up looking to cash in with some 2-out magic.
It's been 2-out magic a lot for the Clippers over the course of today and the Monarchs' past experience earlier in the year. So want to find this last out right here because this inning could definitely compile, get bigger, and maybe a walk or another big hit could put a few runs on the board here.
Sorry about Tommy. Getting back safely was Cornwell to first, and the Monarchs have been much better tonight. Obviously, Thompson has been impeccable, but the pitchers have been much better through both these games of not throwing balls into center field when you're going to second or into right field when you're going to first. That one sprayed foul to the right side. So quickly down 0-2 is the cleanup hitter Donovan Reinhardt. I keep wanting to call him Donovan Rhinestone Cowboy. He came into the series averaging 269, and that outside for ball 1. So 1-2 on Reinhardt, the righty. Cornwell at first, 2 down. Already a beautiful gunned out runner at second base by Sam Thompson. As you mentioned, he's throwing a runner at every base, and there goes the runner.
Let's go.
Thompson get 4 for. Oh, he almost was 4 for 4. Just maybe a little too much mustard on the play there. McGuire couldn't hang on. Is that on McGuire? I mean, it was a pretty good throw by Sam Thompson. I don't want to give anybody any problems here, but
no,
a pretty good throw there.
Yeah, it was a good throw. The ball tailed at the end towards the first base side, so McGuire had to run over, kind of hook around the base, and then go back that same way on the hook, and it just snuck under his glove. If he makes the catch there, he's out.
He's out. So close to 4 for 4 for Sam Thompson.
That's the second stolen base of the game for Cornwell as well. So I'm liking how these Clippers are challenging Thompson. It's fun, man.
It is. It's great to see him after not playing in the All-Star game, which he rightly deserved to play in. That one sprayed foul, staying alive in a 3-2 count, is Reinhardt.
Konashevsky's going to battle. If anybody on this Monarchs team is going to battle 3-2, it's going to be Quinn. He's got a really good strikeout to walk ratio, so you're going to get something competitive here if you're Reinhardt.
Quinn Konashevsky, pride of Pittsburgh University, Saginaw, Michigan's finest, and easily stealing third. Actually, never mind, it was a walk. But it would have been a steal anyway.
Right.
So first and third with Sam Lisiak, the catcher, coming up. And so far tonight, Lisiak with a strikeout swinging and a fielder's choice. So 0 for 2 for Lisiak out of Biola University in California, the junior from Grand Rapids, Michigan.
This game is still well in hand for the Monarchs, so you want to try to get this last out.
First pitch swinging out to center field. Can Butler get to it? It is over his head and over the wall. So it's a ground rule double. The runners will have to stay at second and third, but it's an RBI and a beautiful first pitch double for Lisiak, and he ripped the cover off of that one.
Yeah, that ball got out there so fast. I mean, Butler didn't even have time to get out to deep center field before it hit the turf and bounced over. What a swing right there.
It's all started with Cornwell with 2 outs. Got to give him credit. He came in and scored to make it 4-0. And now a base hit could give you a 6-0 lead. You got to prevent that if you're Konashevsky. Here's Danny Passanalt, the right fielder who so far tonight has a single and a strikeout looking. I'm sure Quinn would love to see another strikeout looking.
This is the second time Quinn is facing Danny, so he struck him out looking on that last time up.
Here's the 1-0, and that swung on and skied a mile in the air. Thompson has no play, so just a loud strike. That ball about 100 feet in the air. So it's 1-1. Runners on second and third. At second is Lisiak and Reinhardt at third base. And a 4-0 lead for the Clippers, who already won game 1, 13-1 to improve to 27-5.
Wow.
Winning 30 games in this league is insane.
That is actually insane.
And that one, borderline pitch, no good. According to Nick Kavitsky, it's a ball, 2-1 with 2 down.
Dan, you're playing 35, maybe 40 games if you don't have any rainouts.
Right.
30 games wow.
They're just that good. And that is down the pipe for a strike. Good pitch by Konashevsky. He's a strike away from preventing more than just the one run from scoring. So giving the Monarchs maybe a little pep in their step. Here comes the 2-2 with 2 down. Twos are wild, and it's a ball. Way outside, and now another payoff pitch coming, a big one for Konashevsky.
It is. I know he missed on that one, but he has a very good average against lefties here, so I'm liking him to throw a slider on the outside, maybe a fastball inside corner.
Here's the 3-2. It's skied into right field. Looks like Potkova's got a beat on it, and he makes the play, the threat over, but 1 run in on a couple of hits. It's now 4-0. Monarchs come to bat in the bottom of the 5th, looking for some runs on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back inside Lake Trust Stadium. Monarchs come to bat here in the bottom of the 5th. And here comes Avery Thielman, who started this game. Wasn't terrible. And now Konashevsky on a relief, so he's now simply the designated hitter. And Thielman so far tonight with a walk.
Intentional walk. He had the it was 3-0 on him.
You have the little fingers running there. It's running through my mind of greatness. Tom, I got to tell you, I love you. Tom's system of
hand signals,
stats, and hand signals are second to none. Thielman takes a ball there, 1-1. No, but I got to give Tom a lot of credit. I've said this before on the broadcast. You know, I love baseball, but I haven't called baseball in 20 years. And your preparation and knowledge base has not just made our broadcast better, but it's made me a better person. Not just broadcaster, person. You've improved me as a human being.
That means a lot. I take that to heart, Dan, seriously, as did you to me.
Yeah, you know that when I give you praise, I'm not just saying it. I can't blow smoke up anybody's, you know what. There's a chopper to Reinhardt and makes the play, and I got to tell you, Reinhardt has shown you many times he's got some nice range at third base.
He's got a cannon over there. Usually the third basemen have pretty good arms, but nothing like Donovan Reinhardt right there. He was deep in the hole, very far behind where third basemen usually play, and he still threw a bullet over to first.
So what do you think, is he already as good as Brooks Robinson? I'm kidding. I'm not going to compare the guy to a Hall of Famer, but he definitely plays a beat third, maybe a little Mike Schmidt too. Swing and a miss as Mason Malish is up. First time up, he struck out looking. Base is empty, 1 down. That ball bounced up there by Ryan Chamberlain. You wonder how much time Chamberlain's got left. The way this game is going, he might be able to go 7 innings.
I mean, this is his 60th pitch. Right now, we are in the bottom of the 5th, so he's averaging just over 10 pitches an inning. This is really good.
And a little excuse me half swing gets it back in time to Thielman. Avery Thielman from Western Michigan, Kalamazoo, is also where he's from, so didn't go far for college. Maybe he's even living at home and saving some cash. That ball chopped towards third. The aforementioned Reinhardt, and he makes the play again. That guy has the kind of range that as long as the ball isn't a super slow roller, he's going to throw you out.
He gets to the ball quickly, and he still throws it with a lot of speed. That was across the diamond all the way on the third base chalk. Malish is not a slow guy either. He's in the outfield today for the Monarchs, so got to tip your cap to Donovan Reinhardt over at the hot corner.
Here's leadoff hitter Silas Butler, first time up with a single and then struck out swinging. And he takes a first pitch ball from Ryan Chamberlain. Former drummer of Pearl Jam, my favorite band, was Jimmy Chamberlain. I doubt there's any relation. But if there is, awesome. Give me a drumstick. That one in there. I don't mean like a chicken drumstick. I mean like an actual drumstick. 2-0 on Silas Butler. He's been a nice member of this Monarchs team all season long, both defensively with some solid at-bats as well. And he patiently takes ball 3. Exactly what you want to be in a leadoff hitter. Obviously, he's not leading off this inning, but he's the kind of guy, prototypical leadoff hitter that can get on base.
Yeah, sometimes 2-out rallies work just as well as leadoff rallies.
Here's the 3-0, take it all the way, and he is. Didn't matter, it was high and inside, so a 4-pitch walk with 2 down. This is where the Clippers got things going last inning and scratched across the run. Can the Monarchs do it with Cale Vincent coming up? Vincent so far with a strikeout swinging and a fly out to center. 0 for 2 in the ballgame, but came in averaging a Monarchs leading 383 with 9 ribbies, 2 homers, 18 hits, and 8 runs scored. See if Vincent can bang one out of the park. The first time we'd be able to see an actual home Monarchs home run.
Yeah, not too many innings left for us to see one,
No.
Dan. Might have to go out there. Might have to go out there and hit him ourselves.
I think we could.
From second base, maybe.
Maybe from the outfield. And that in there for ball number 2. I think I could probably go over the fence at straightaway center if I'm standing where Caleb Sanders is right now. I actually have some power, but I'm not going to be able to hit that ball that far, unless it's like a meatball. I played a decent second base when I was high school age. I'll be honest. I played NFWB in North Farmington, West Bluefield Little League, and I used to get scared of at-bats. I didn't want to get hit. So I wasn't the greatest baseball player growing up.
I mean, seeing some of the injuries some kids take earlier in their career, too, like very little kids. You take a fastball off the nose or the mouth.
Oh, yeah.
It's very tough for you to want to, psychologically come back to want to play that game again.
Forgetting his last name, but that famous Red Sox, Tony whatever, Capaccio, his face got broken into pieces.
Yep.
Ended his career. 2-2 is swung on and skied out of play to the left. So 2s are wild there. 2 strikes, 2 balls, 2 outs. Runner on first, though. Monarchs down 4-0, looking for their first run. They've only scored 1 run tonight through both these doubleheader games. We're here in the bottom of the 5th. Here's the 2-2. Butler is off. Chop foul. So Butler getting some interval training in, which I got to tell you, Tom, I'm very proud of myself. Not to boast. I need to cut some weight, get in shape. I've been doing 4 or 5 mile walks 4 or 5 times a week. Down 25 pounds.
That's awesome.
And I want to get down to around 200. I haven't been 200 pounds in a long time.
20 pounds, that's no joke, man.
I appreciate it. And I'm drinking a lot of water. I'm eating healthier. I'm not eating as much. And it's just, I feel so much better. It's going to take several more months. But if I keep this up, it's going to be good for my, not just, I already look so great anyway. But I'm saying it'll just be good for the future of my life.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's all about consistency, I think. That's the one thing, because you can do all this different stuff, but if you stay consistent with the same thing you're doing, I feel like that's the biggest thing.
There's the 3-2 and ball 4. So 2 on with 2 down. And here comes all-star Sam Thompson. And remember, he went through kind of a mini slump a couple weeks ago. I feel like it's about time for him to bang in a run. The team's second leading in batting average. At 367, he's driven in 11. How about let's make it 13?
Yeah, I'm liking that. We're going to have a conversation on the mound. So Sam's got a little extra time to kind of think about what pitch he's going to see. We know that Chamberlain, with 2 strikes, loves to favor that very deep breaking curveball, that 12-6 curveball that falls straight down. He'll throw that on the outside corner to right-handed hitters. So Thompson wants to try to check that out if he gets a strike or 2 on him. We saw Vincent a minute ago fouling off that pitch multiple times. So Thompson, got to be mindful on what he's going to get in the box right now.
And this is who you want. If you need to find a way to get back in this game with just a couple innings left, couple innings and an out left, you get Sam Thompson at the plate. An all-star. He's already gunned down 3 runners tonight, almost 4 by a skosh. He missed it. And now he's up with 2 on, 2 out, facing Ryan Chamberlain, who maybe is getting a little fatigue setting in here. Let's see what Thompson does on the first pitch. And he swings and misses. Big cut there by the Michigan State Sparty. He was swinging for the fences.
Yeah, there's that curveball right there. Either he did not recognize the spin or he picked it up a little bit too late, and he started his swing before he had a chance to stop.
0-1. Coming up with 2 on, 2 out. Monarchs down 4-0. Loving to try to get something going here in the bottom of the 5th in a 7-inning game 2 doubleheader, and they're going to try to double off Butler. That ain't happening. Too speedy is Silas. So he stays at second with a little bit of a lead. Vincent at first. And Thompson at the dish. Here's the 0-1. And that one swung on and hit into right field. It's going to drop and score Butler. Butler's going to cross easily. And then almost getting doubled off third was Vincent, but he's in safely. And we said it, he was due. The guy's driven in runs all season long. And now Sam Thompson with his 12th driven in. And he cuts the lead to 4-1. And hope starting to spring a little bit here for the Monarchs, maybe.
Beautiful swing, Sam. That's a fastball down and outside, and all he did was meet the barrel to the ball. Didn't try to smack it, do too much, flicked one out over the head of the second baseman, Paiseki, and brings in a huge run. Now things look a little more manageable going down the stretch in the last few innings.
And here's Cooper Vance, and he takes a strike. Remember, this is all with 2 outs. The bases were empty with 2 down when Butler came up, and since then you have seen the Monarchs at their best.
Yeah, back-to-back walks, and then Thompson cashing in with a single.
Here's the 0-1 on Cooper Vance, the shortstop. That's low ball 1. Cooper Vance from Eastern Michigan in New Waterford, Ohio. He's a sophomore coming up for the Eagles.
He's been hot lately.
This would be a great time to bang one into right field or left field or wherever. And that's in the left. Doesn't have enough. Maybe, and it is barely in the park, but a ground rule double over Hawkins' head. And what about the Monarchs? They have sprung to life here in the 5th, trying to make their home fans happy in the final home game of the season. And cutting it to a 2-run deficit is Cooper Vance, Thompson Vance, both on cue. They both had clutch. They both came through tonight.
That ball was destroyed. Elevated fastball. Cooper Vance turns on it and returns the favor with a ground rule double of their own for the Monarchs.
I really thought we were going to see our first Monarchs home run here at Cleary.
He hit that on such a line that even the left fielder Hawkins didn't have a chance to go back on it because it just fell over him.
And here's the luck of the Irish, Mason McGuire. McGuire had a single his first time up and a fly out to center. Came into this series averaging .235. He's driven in 3. 8 hits, 4 runs in 34 at bats. Would love to add to that runs batted in total here as he bats lefty. Looks at a 1-0. Chamberlain starting to struggle after looking pretty darn good through the first 5 2/3.
Yeah, Dan, he was sitting at just about 62 pitches a few batters ago. He's now in the 80s.
Yep, you think it was probably his last inning. Could be his last batter based on what happens here with Mason McGuire. And here's the 2-0. And that one skied to right and on his horse, but losing it. And it's over the fence and gone. I said we needed it. Our first ever Monarchs home run here at Cleary. And what do you know, the Monarchs, just like that, take the lead. A 3-run bomb diggity over the head of Passanal. And that one was a no-doubter, Tom. Wow. This is the biggest celebration I have seen the Michigan Monarchs have since they walked off the first home game back on June 7th, over 5 weeks ago, and it's on the bat of Mason McGuire. It really was the luck of the Irish.
He pimped the crap out of that one, just to say it plainly right there.
Wow.
That was an absolute moonshot. We were talking about it. Vance just had a nice swing. You knew another big swing was coming, and Dan Yardy said it. All of this with 2 outs. The Monarchs taking a lead here on a huge 3-run homer. Can't ask for anything more. McGuire, he doubles his RBI count from 3 to 6 on that swing. What a bomb right there, man.
I mean, listen, I'm not trying to say I'm a prophet, but it was building to this. We talked about Thompson, due to driving a run. We talked about Cale Vincent due to driving a run. They both did. And we said that we hadn't seen a home run here by the Monarchs. And Mason McGuire obliges, and maybe just one batter too late for Ryan Chamberlain, who's got a new pitcher at number 14, Ben Alderson out of Northwood University and Warren, Michigan. We'll have his numbers when we come back in just a minute with the Monarchs leading it now 5-4 after trailing 4-0 before this half inning started right here on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back in. Catch your breath. Mason McGuire bangs one out, a 3-run shot. Just unbelievable. After we thought that maybe Cale Vincent hit one out. And now it is 5-4 Monarchs. Ben Alderson out of Northwood. Give you his numbers in a moment here as Podkova is up. Chamberlain's numbers 4 2/3, 8 hits, 5 runs, 5 earned, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. Here's Alderson, who's a 6-foot senior from Northwood. Swinging a miss down 0-2 quickly is TJ Podkova. Alderson 0-0, 9 appearances. He's only started 1 game, 2.93 ERA. Does have a save, 15 1/3 innings pitched, 20 strikeouts, 4 walks, 16 hits. And that on the infield, calling for it is Piasecki, and the inning is over, but not before the Monarchs score 5 and take the lead. The sterling moment, a Mason McGuire 3-run dong to right field. Can you believe it? 6 outs away from winning game number 2 of this doubleheader, and ending the home season here at Clear University in year 1 of the Monarchs here in Howe in high fashion. We'll see if they can do it. Coming up next, Tom Cavanaugh will take over for the 6th on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network.
Top of the 6th inning. Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen. Monarchs have a lead, 5-4. 3-run shot from Mason McGuire to put the Monarchs on top, and we have ourselves a new pitcher. Alex Ogg, freshman out of Tampa, 190 pounds, 6'1". He is going to try to finish out this 6th inning with a 1-run lead, the setup man before we go to the 7th. Due up here, 7, 8, 9 for the Clippers. Aiden Arbogast, Nicholas Hawkins, and Caleb Sanders. Final numbers on Quinn Konashevsky on the day. He was in relief, 2 2/3 innings, 3 hits, just 1 run, and 3 strikeouts. Quinn was awesome and really kept this game close. We've seen in the past the Clippers start to add on to an early lead, and just grabbing that 1 run keeps them at 4 late in this one. As Arbogast skies one deep to center field. Butler's going back. Butler's at the wall. He's looking up and makes the catch a step away from the wall. Silas Butler scales the wall, back up against it, and makes the catch. Arbogast almost tied the game with 1 swing. Butler sprinted back to the spot, camped underneath, and made the catch. Nice grab by Silas out there in straightaway center field. That's about 405 feet out there. Nicholas Hawkins 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. Facing the tall righty Ogg. He's jumped around to a few schools, Arizona State, Indiana Bloomington, and now headed to the University of Michigan next year. First pitch is a ball to him. Same down and away, it's 2-0. Sun is almost set here in Howell, Michigan, that violet navy lightish blue twilight sky at the moment. That one not close, pulled, and looked like it just got a little extra grip on the ball, did Ogg. It's now 3-0. 1 out, nobody on. 1-run game, it's 5-4 Monarchs in the 6th. Some movement going on in the bullpen for the Monarchs. Do not have a clear-cut answer on who it is out there warming up. Just some stretching going on, light throwing as well. 3-0 pitch. Off the plate outside. 4-pitch walk to Hawkins. Has a man on with a man out. Now getting a pinch hit is Jabin Bates. Bates is going to bat for Caleb Sanders here. Big spot for Logan Fleener's club. Bates caught in game 1. He's now coming in for Sanders, who's 0 for 2 with a run scored. 1 for 5 in game 1 for Bates. RBI as well. Big moment here for the Monarchs, trying to win the final game of the 2023 summer season here at home. Got 4 games left. They're all on the road. Want to try to get this one after the Mason McGuire 3-run go-ahead homer. First pitch is a ball to Jabin Bates. It was a single from Thompson to score a run. Vance ground rule double for an RBI. And then McGuire cleared the bases with a 3-run jack. 2-0 at the moment to Bates. Ogg got a fly out to Arbogast to start the frame and then walked Hawkins, who's at first. Popped up by Bates on the infield. Calling for it. It's going to be McGuire at second base. Calling him off is Cooper Vance. Vance makes the catch for out number 2. Not the at-bat you wanted if you're Bates in the pinch hit scenario. Back to the top of the lineup in Stoney Smith. It's going to be some strategic coaching here from the Monarchs. Peter Riley, David Robinson, Adam Castillo, head man Kelton Caldwell. See what they do in the following inning or so. First pitch is a fastball down and away for a ball to Stoney. 1 for 3 on the day. Drop third strike, he reached. 1-0. Pulled on the ground, fouled on the third base line from Smith. It's 1-1. Monarchs 11-21 on the year. Trying to win game 12, and it's a big one with your home crowd here wearing the white uniforms for the final time. And McGuire hitting just the second home run that has come from a Monarch bat here at Lake Trust Stadium this season. The first was Makana Alasso back against Jetbox in the middle of June. Seen 3 or 4 inside the park home runs here, but not many that have gotten over that fence. 2-1 pitch is high for a ball. Ogg has 2 outs, trying to finish the frame, and Smith ahead in the count, 3-1. Aaron Pisecki, dangerous lefty waiting on deck. He's 0 for 2 with a walk today. 3-1 pitch, high and inside, he walked him. Third time on today for Stoney Smith. It'll be first and second with 2 outs. Tying runs at second, go-ahead run over at first base. Monarchs, if they're able to get out of the frame, will bat in the 6th and try to close things out in the 7th. They need this final out here. Ogg tucks the ball in his glove. Rigo runs the signs through one more time. First pitch. Behind Pisecki. All the way to the wall. 2 runners will move up. Hawkins down to third, Smith to second, and just like that, a base hit is going to give the Clippers a lead. Both base runners are walks. Pisecki, a ground out, a walk, and a line out to left field. His last swing, that line out was a good one, was fading away from Malish. He had to make a play on it. Ogg, 1-0, has not found the zone lately. That ball is spiked in the dirt. Thompson has to use his entire body to keep that in front. 2-0. In just 3 innings pitched for Ogg in 2 appearances, he's got no strikeouts and 3 walks. You can add 2 more on there. 2 balls, now 3-0 to Pisecki. First base is open if they want to put him on, but with Colin Cornwell on deck, that's tough. 3-0. Behind Thompson, it's going to come back off the brick. The throw home, tag, not in time. 5-5 tie. Hawkins scores on a wild pitch. He pulled the fastball. We saw him do it once before. That one not even close. Hits the brick. Thompson has no chance. He had to chase after it and toss it on. We are tied. Runner at third base in Stoney Smith. It's a walk to Aaron Pisecki. Colin Cornwell, he's had a very good day. 2 for 2 with a walk and a pair of RBIs. This one's off the glove of Thompson, all the way back to the wall. Another run will score. Stoney Smith. There isn't a hit in the inning, and 2 runs have scored. Both were walks. One on a wild pitch, and this one on a pass ball. Thompson there just doesn't squeeze that one. It flicks off the edge of his glove. Down to second goes Pisecki. 6-5 Clippers on top of your Michigan Monarchs. Ogg, next pitch is a pop-up. Shallow center field. Going back is Vance, calling forward is Silas Butler. Butler makes the catch for out number 3. 2 runs score on a wild pitch and a passed ball. We go to the bottom of the 6th. The Monarchs are going to try to tie this thing back up or take a lead and win it. You're listening to the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. We'll be right back. Bottom of the sixth. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Tom Cavanaugh bringing you the final half inning of Monarchs baseball from my side of things. Want to give a big thank you shout out to everybody that's tuned in over the last couple of months listening to these ball games. I very much appreciate everybody that takes the time to listen to Dan and myself and just indulge in some college baseball. And at times when things might get ugly from either side, the opposing or home team, we're just very happy that you guys are here rocking with us and enjoying the game. So hats off to everybody in listener land. Thank you again. Scoop Harden down 0-2 against Ben Alderson. Alderson just got that one pop out, as now Scoop's going to pop one up to first base. Making the catch there is Arbogast for out number one. So just two batters that Alderson has faced, and they've both popped up to the right side of the infield. One out here for Avery Thielman. It's a 6-5 lead for the Muskegon Clippers here in the bottom of the sixth. 2 runs were scored off of walks. There was 3 walks in the inning, but a wild pitch and a pass ball allow the tying and go-ahead run to score for the Clippers, who are trying to continue on this win streak. They won 6 in a row. 0-1. Breaking ball on the outside corner. What a pitch from Alderson. He's got the same sharp-cutting 12-6 breaking ball that we saw earlier in the game from Chamberlain. 0-2 to Thielman, who's batting in the 8th spot today. 0 for 1 with an intentional walk. Fastball spiked down and outside. It's 1-2. Final home game for the Monarchs. They're down to their final 5 outs, trailing by a run. They scored 5 runs last inning in the 5th. Mason McGuire with a 3-run shot as Thielman strikes out swinging. Nice slider down and away. Thielman waved at that one. It was looking very promising in that inning there for the Monarchs, especially after 2 outs. Javin Bates, the pinch hit pop out, and then things start to tumble. You put another walk on, and then it just takes 1 hit. But in that case, it was a pass ball that led to the runs. Swing and a miss. Malish, 0 for 2 on the day, a strikeout and a ground out. Alderson out of the stretch with nobody on. That's just the regular reliever way as he spikes that one in the dirt. 1-1. These Clippers will go on to face the Lima Locos in the North Division playoffs. Winner of that will face the winner of the South Division and go to the championship series. Cut and a miss. 1-2 on the changeup down and outside. Ben Alderson is executing his pitches with ease and locating them perfectly. He's made quick work since he's came in. 2 pop-outs and a strikeout. He's likely to come back out for the 7th inning, either way with a lead or not. 1-2, swing and a miss. Malish goes down swinging, and Ben Alderson, 4 retired on 4 batters faced with a pair of strikeouts. Well done from him. We go to the 7th inning. 6-5, Clippers retake the lead. Be back in a minute. This is your home for Michigan Monarchs baseball.
Welcome back. Dan Leach alongside Tom Cavanaugh. As fast as the Monarchs got the lead, they give it up. Final numbers on Alex Ogg, an inning. 6 batters faced, 3 walks, 2 earned, 2 runs. And here's Colton Smith in for the Monarchs. He's 0-1 with a 9.52 ERA. This is his 7th appearance. 11 and a third innings pitched, 10 strikeouts, 10 walks, 10 hits. That's pretty even. And his job, Tom, is to hold it where it's at. Let the top of the Monarchs lineup walk off this final home game. Can you imagine the bookends? You walk off the first ever game here for the Monarchs, and you walk off the last home game? That'd be pretty sick.
Yeah, it would. They're going to need to, really start a rally next inning with Silas Butler because Ben Alderson has been great in the 4 batters that he faced.
Another all-star for this Clippers team. And leading off the top of the 7th, this is a 7-inning game if you're just joining us. Great to have you with us. Donovan Reinhardt, the 3rd baseman so far tonight. Strikeout swinging, got hit by a pitch and walked. And that high, ball 2, 2-1. New pitcher, as we mentioned, number 32, Colton Smith. Creighton University Blue Jay, a senior from Bennington, Nebraska. I wonder what it's like in Nebraska during the summer. And a swing and a miss. Good pitch there by Colton Smith, and it's 2-2 on the cleanup hitter and 3rd baseman in this game, Donovan Reinhardt. Here's the 2-2. And a swing and a miss. He's down on strikes, and that's the start the Monarchs needed in this inning. And obviously, as we mentioned, they need to start with Silas Butler leading off the inning, getting on base somehow.
Yeah, great start. I mean, that's a beautiful slider that started kind of on the chin of Reinhardt and swung back into the strike zone. And he had to swing at it because it was definitely going to be called a strike.
Here comes Sam Lisiak, and that outside the zone. Lisiak, number 5 hitter and catcher tonight. From Biola University out in California, where Death Valley is reaching 130 degrees. And yet there's tons of tourists there, Tom. They want to take a picture with that famous Furnace Creek Center thermometer. You ever been in 130 degree weather? The one time I was on Mars, I was.
Yeah, just in the sauna.
I'm sorry, Mercury, not Mars. Mars is cold. Kidding, I've never been to Mercury. I have been to Uranus. Great play. Oh, that hits him. And the good start for Smith, wiped away by a hit batter. I believe that's the 3rd Monarchs hit batter of the game. I know it's at least 2. Yep, 3 it is. And now stepping in is Danny Passanalt, the number 6 hitter, the right fielder.
I was trying to give you a thumbs up. It's 2. You were right.
Oh. Either way, I could be wrong.
No, you're right. It's 2.
And so far tonight, Passanalt in game 2, a single to lead things off for him in the 2nd. Strikeout looking and a fly out to right field. Here's the 1-0. Runner on first, 1 down. Monarchs down a run. Trying to split this twin bill in the final home game here of the season. It's been an honor and pleasure serving all of you, both away and home fans, especially the home fans. Mm-hmm. We've had a lot of away fans tell us that we're their favorite broadcasters, so we love that too. Here's the 1-1, and that swung on and fouled back towards us. It's been a great night for baseball. Game 1 didn't go the Monarchs' way at all, 13-1 loss, but this has been exciting, including the first Monarchs home run here at Lake Trust Stadium by Mason McGuire a couple innings ago. And swing and a miss. Down. Oh, they're going to say he barely touched the barrel of the bat to the baseball. Stays alive somehow, does Passanalt. By a skosh, Tommy.
Thompson's done everything today besides just catch that ball at the end.
Yep.
I mean, he's been fabulous. That's a tough ball to grab, though, off the foul.
And that outside, 2-2. Cannot give up any more runs here.
Yeah, looking for a double play. Let's see if they can roll something here.
Here comes the 2-2 from Colton Smith. Pass it out in the box. And he chops one foul out of play left side. Just saw some pizzas delivered for the opposing team. I hope we get a box. I'm a little hungry. A lot of work today. I had a little chicken earlier, some blueberries, and some snozzenberries, because you know the snozzenberries taste like snozzenberries. You actually have seen Willy Wonka?
Yes.
Wow. Seen Willy Wonka, but not Forrest Gump.
I'm refusing to watch the new one, though.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you this, and I know Johnny Depp has had his issues in recent years, but he in ways was exonerated in certain situations. he did a really good job playing.
I love JD in that movie.
He really did.
Good.
And then obviously Gene Wilder is an absolute legend. The late, great Gene Wilder. 3-2, and it's outside. He lost him, did Smith now. Runners on first and second, and here comes Aiden Arbogast. Say that 5 times fast. He struck out swinging, grounded out to first, and flew out to center. So 0 for 3 for Arbogast out of Eastern Michigan, the junior from Livonia, Michigan. One of the better players on this team. Tom, you got him start on your Muskegon Clippers roster. You got more people start 6 than any other team we've seen.
I mean, rightfully so, right? Because Arbogast, you got Smith, Pisecki. These are all names that we have said over and over and over when guys are scoring runs.
And Brandon Shire, the pinch runner at second. And a swing and a miss. And jumping back to first there was Passanault.
I'd be scared too. With Sam Thompson behind the plate, throwing out 3 runners.
Almost had 4. Here's the 0-1 on Arbogast. 2 on, 1 out. And a swing and a miss. Good pitch there by Colton Smith. He's 1 strike away from getting to a 2-out situation with 2 on. Got to hold this lead where it's at, 6-5 Clippers here in the top of the 7th, which is in essence the top of the 9th. Here's the 0-2. And a swing and a miss. He got him out. Can touch throw his 4th. And he does! It's a strike him out, throw him out. Thompson's 4th base runner gunned down. And we head to the final half inning of the season here at Lake Trust Stadium. Can the Monarchs walk off both the first game ever played here and the last game of the season? We will find out coming up next on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Dan Leach back here with Tom Cavanaugh. 3 outs left for the Monarchs. Can they find a way to get the job done? Do we have is that still?
No, we got a lefty in now.
We do have a lefty. It's Gavin Satars from Michigan State, a freshman from Macomb, Michigan.
I'm surprised they're going away from Alderson, to be brutally honest with you. 2 strikeouts to end his day, but also 2 lazy pop-ups to the right side. Nobody could hit him through what we saw.
Well, you got to trust Logan Fleener. He's got 27 wins, trying to get 28.
This is true.
And it will be up to Butler, Vincent Thompson, and then Vance McGuire, who had a 3-run dong last time he was up, would follow if it gets that far. And maybe if it gets that far, the game would be over. So here comes Butler, and how important is it for him to find a way on, Tom?
Extremely important. The leadoff man is the biggest part of this, and what he's going to do here, I'm hoping, is take till he gets a strike, which means that he is not going to start swinging and attacking baseballs until he has a called strike on him. Make this guy on the mound throw strikes, and if he can draw a walk, do so.
Yeah, first pitch in there for a ball. You got a freshman on the mound trying to close this thing down and get the doubleheader sweep and improve the Clippers record at 28-5. Monarchs trying to walk off both the first game of the year here and the last home game of the year here. I mean, this is what baseball's all about. Second in there for a strike. That curved in there with some real big break.
Yeah, now you got to go. You got that 1 strike on you. There's no other choice now. If he gives you something close, got to attack.
Here comes the 1-1. Sitar's in relief of Alderson and Chamberlain, and that outside 2-1 hitters count. As we mentioned with Dressloss, Butler's another guy. It's a prototypical leadoff hitter.
Yeah.
He finds a way on, whether it's a walk, whether it's a hit.
He's pretty good at hitting curveballs, too, and this one's very loopy coming into the righty, so he's got a good chance to smash it.
And a swing and a miss. Big cut there by Butler. He wanted that one, and now he's down to his final strike.
Yeah, and he's facing a backwards pitcher in the meaning of he's throwing 90% off-speed pitches and barely any fastballs.
Here's the 2-2. Butler got to find a way on here. And he springs one to right field, and he gets on. That could be two. No, it's just one. For a second, it looked like it might get past Passadal. But Butler did his job, and the first base runner is on. And here comes Cale Vincent.
As you like to say, Dan, the Butler did it. That's
the
a great
Butler
swing.
did it.
It's a great swing. Another curveball, this one high in the zone. And again, he didn't try to hit a home run and tie the game. He did his job. He goes the opposite way, same as we've seen Sam Thompson do today. Great swing from Silas. Don't get too jumpy over there at first base.
Here comes team batting average leader Cale Vincent. Almost at 400. Tonight so far he struck out swinging, flew out to center, and walked and scored in that 5-run fifth that had that Mason McGuire bomb diggity. He scored as part of that. Here's an 0-1. Butler on first. You dare to steal here?
No.
And that one is showing bunt, and it doesn't matter. Butler's going to get the second anyway.
That's why we're not stealing there.
Yeah, you're not stealing. Don't need to. Yeah, listen, no disrespect. Not that freshmen can't be great. We saw guys like Jonas St. Antoine as a freshman make a big impact on the Monarchs team. You got a freshman in there in a big situation.
Right.
Where the Monarchs are desperate for a win here, and there could be some nerves.
Even though it's summer baseball, it's still a tough situation.
Yeah.
You're still playing a competitive game, and you're only up 1 run late.
Here's Vincent looking at a 1-1. Outside 2-1. Butler on second. A base hit should score him and tie this ball game. The odds have shifted. The Clippers were minus 280 heading into the bottom of the ninth. Now it's even money.
Big hole on the left side there also, Dan. A low ground ball to the left side. That popular 5-6 hole could work.
Here's the 2-1. And that swung on and fouled back, thankfully out of play, because if that stayed in play, it would have been an easy out for probably the pitcher or the catcher.
If you're Cale Vincent right now with 2 strikes, all you're trying to do, your only job is to hit a ground ball to second base. Anything to the right side will advance Butler over to third, and if he's 90 feet away with less than 2 outs, that's a great chance to get a run.
Beautiful point there, Tommy. Here's the 2-2. Butler on second, nobody out. Monarchs down 1. Spraying one foul. Almost. He was probably a half second away from that, maybe going past the first baseman, Arbogast.
But that's the right idea. He is mentally thinking that way, and that's exactly what you want to do there from Cale.
All right, here we go. We'll do the 2-2 again. Butler on second. We have a little delay here as Castillo comes out and gives some more balls to the umpire. Nick Kavitsky, Chad Logan behind, or to the left of second base, about 8 paces away from Silas Butler. Butler leading off second. Base hit should tie this game. 6-5 Clippers, bottom of the 7th, which in essence is the bottom of the 9th in this doubleheader. 2-2, not even close. And now you got the freshman Sitars in danger of putting the first 2 on.
For Sam Thompson also.
Yes, drove it a run last time.
It doesn't get easier because those next couple hitters after him have been smoking hot.
Yep, McGuire with that 3-run home run to right field. He's going to be up most likely this inning regardless. And he walks him. First 2 are on. We've had one of the best crowds of the season tonight. It's the final home game. And boy, what it would be for the Monarchs to walk this thing off. It's been a rough season for them, but it's about the small victories that can mean a lot. This one would mean a lot.
It would be huge. I mean, it doesn't change you going to the playoffs or
No.
not. It changes none of that, but it changes your outlook on the season. And a smile on your face leaving Lake Trust Stadium for the last time with all your buddies that you've made relationships with over the past 2 months. I mean, there's nothing better than that
And
right
it's
there.
never a bad thing to beat a team that has literally 16 more wins than you.
Right, and the Monarchs have also never beaten the Clippers, so this is unfamiliar territory. Let's see if the Monarchs can pull it off.
Here comes Sam Thompson. Strikeout swinging, ground out, and a single and a run scored as part of the McGuire bomb diggity.
Can't find it.
He drove in a run last time, and yeah, it is not looking good right now for Gavin Sitars, who's on relief of Alderson, who looked amazing. You thought it was crazy they took him out. And then Ryan Chamberlain, the starter, who was pretty solid until that 5-run fifth inning. 2 on, nobody out, 1-0. Bunt, beautiful bunt. It's going to advance the runners, and maybe everyone's safe, and they are. Everyone's safe, and now the Monarchs at the live DTM Squatch Sportsbook have taken a minus 250 lead.
Whoa.
We can lay the minus 250 right now.
I'm definitely doing that.
They went from plus 240 to minus 250.
Yeah, wow.
I just bet 1,000.
How about Sam Thompson being the leader of this team that we've harped on, diving headfirst into first base to make sure, secure that safe bag right there. They're loaded with the infield in. Let's go here. Cooper Vance, 3 for 3 tonight.
Yep, and almost got one out last time. Bases loaded. Monarchs looking to walk off the best team in the league and end their home season on a high note here.
Dan, the outfield as well. Both corner outfielders at the moment are playing shallow. A hard base hit from Vance. There could be a throw at the plate. You got a runner, Vincent, on second that's got speed, but these are very good arms in the outfield for the Clippers. In center, Sanders, decent depth, so I think if they want to score both runs here, Vance has got to shoot one right back up the middle and have 2 runs come in and score for the win.
And Deion Felger out with the battery of Lysiak and freshman Gavin Satars. Remember, we said this as soon as he came in. He's a freshman, not to say that a freshman can't do good things. This is a pretty big spot for a freshman to close this thing down with the Monarchs doing everything they can to walk this thing off.
Dan, I don't want to sit here and be pessimistic about this situation here, but these are situations where the Monarchs have not come through and they have not executed. This has to be different than all the other innings.
It sure does. Butler on third. Vincent on second. Thompson on first. Nobody out. Here's Cooper Vance. Can he walk him off? First pitch, strike. Ooh, high. Oh, sorry, 1-1. It's a little high there for a strike, just saying.
I mean, he's got a lot of loop on that breaking ball, so it's going to set in there for a strike, but he's also got to realize that that ball might fall in the dirt as well.
Here's the 1-1, and that not even close. And the worst thing you could do here if you're Satars is walk in a run and not cost yourself an out.
Yeah, if he gets the 3-ball territory, it weighs on your nerves.
Yep.
Heavy.
Here's a 2-1. Bases loaded, nobody out. Monarchs trying to win their final home game in walk-off fashion. Vincent, Butler on the bases along with Thompson, and there's a strike, so it's 2-2 on Cooper Vance. Vance just flirting with a 300 average. He'd be the 7th Monarch to have above 300 so far this season. He gets a hit here, it might put him over the Monarchs level. And that one swung on into left field, and it's right to the shaded Hawkins. A run should score and tie this up, and it does. We are tied at Lake Trust Stadium. Boy, playing short there was Hawkins, but it wasn't enough for Butler, who's super speedy. And you still got 2 on and 1 down. So doing the job there of at least getting a run in is Cooper Vance. And now, guess who's up, Tommy? The only Monarch to hit a home run here at Lake Trust Stadium. He did it in his last at bat, a 3-run bomb. Diggity, can he do it again?
I certainly do not want him. Oh, they're going to appeal.
And the appeal is denied.
I sure don't want him to try to do it again, because if you try to hit a home run, odds are you're probably not.
All you need is a base hit here.
All you need is a base hit. So good job out there in left field from Hawkins, who we said was playing shallow. That ball likely gets down for a single and wins the game in regular depth in a regular game.
All right, here's McGuire, and takes the first pitch ball. And everybody is out of the dugout on the Monarch side. Good point there by
the hand signals.
Yep, you got it all. Got a great hand signals by the great Tom Cavanaugh. Base hit could win this thing. Here's McGuire. Outside, ball 2. You've got Cale Vincent on second, Sam Thompson on first. Butler already in. Monarchs have 10 hits, 6 runs and an error. 5 hits and 6 runs and no errors for this Clippers team. And boy, this would be great to split this doubleheader and walk off your final home game after a tough season. That one chopped towards the third baseman. Could be 2. There's 1, and there is 2. So for our first time this season, we go to extra innings. I don't know what the rules are. We'll find out. But Tom, they had their chance, and unfortunately, the guy that hit the 3-run bomb last time up hit it to a inning-ending double play, but we are going to our first ever extra inning game here at Lake Trust Stadium. We'll let you know what that's all about coming up next and see if the Monarchs can still find a way to walk this thing off on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. All right, catch your breath, friends. Dan Leach back here with Tom Cavanaugh. So here, we've never had a extra inning game this season. This is the way it works. So, this is a regular inning of baseball. Obviously, if the Clippers score, the Monarchs don't, or if the Monarchs score and walk it off and the Clippers don't, regular baseball. If we get to an 11th, Kelton Caldwell, being the home manager, will pick if they want to go on offense or defense. If they pick offense, there's a runner on first, and if you get the 3 outs, the defensive team wins.
Yep.
So that's the rules for this Great Lakes Collegiate Summer League. And it looks like back in is Colton Smith. And leading off this inning will be Nicholas Hawkins, who's had a decent night, couple walks, couple runs scored, did strike out swinging all the way back in the 4th. But what a game, Tom. At least we're in extras.
Yeah, right. I mean, this one, probably the best game we've seen all year.
Oh,
we
for sure.
Go back to the Scoop Harden walk-off in Game 1. But
that was probably number 1, but this could be number 1.
Yeah, this is entertaining. This is awesome.
All right, so it's back to Colton Smith trying to keep this thing in check. And showing bunt, and not even close, is the first pitch. What do you think about Hawkins showing bunt on the first pitch there?
I didn't take a look down at third base at Cale Vincent. If he was really far back, then I kind of like the call to try to bunt there. Hawkins has got a little bit of speed, but, I mean, it definitely raises eyebrows because you think everybody right now would be swinging.
Yeah. When in Rome, I mean, you still have a chance to go to the 11th. It's not like sudden death where there's going to be a tie that's outside the zone 2-0. Do not want to put the first runner on, much like the Monarchs were able to do against freshman Gavin Satars, and Butler did come around and score. And, of course, a rough situation after being a hero. Mason McGuire get into an inning-ending double play, third to second to first. And that outside now 3-0, and he is in big danger now of putting this first base runner on for the Clippers. And you don't want to give him any momentum.
No, I mean,
too good.
Smith did a great job last inning, but the inning before that, when we had walks start to occur, bad things started to happen.
Here's the 3-0, straight down the pipe, and taken all the way, though, was Hawkins, the 8-hitter, the left fielder. Out of Three Rivers College, a sophomore from Poplar Bluff, Missouri. Imagine being popular in power, and it hits him in the stomach. He was probably obviously going on anyway with ball 4, but you don't want to hit a guy there.
That's the worst to get hit on 3. Like, as a former player, being 3-0 and knowing that you're going to walk regardless, and then getting plunked, it's the worst.
Obviously not on purpose. But back to my question, which is very important. What do you think it's like being popular in Poplar Bluff? I mean, we both would have been super popular.
Oh, yeah. We'd be kings of the city.
All right, here comes Atticus Steele, the pitching coach, out to talk to Colton Smith. As coming up is the 9-hitter. Actually, we got a pinch hitter. This is Sanders' spot. It's Jabin Bates. So Bates will be the pinch hitter for Sanders, who's not been solid tonight. Oh, I'm sorry. Bates has been in. He came in the 6th inning after Sanders got on with an error, scored a run, but struck out swinging. Sanders not a great batter for the Clippers, but a great fielder.
Yeah, I don't know the substitute rules here in this league, but I don't think you can. But if they had a lead going into the bottom of the 8th again, I think they might put Sanders back out there.
Yeah, with overtime, it gets really dicey.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, every league is different with the extra inning rules and substitutions and that type of stuff.
So here's Bates, undecided for his college career coming up. He's a junior from Granville, Michigan. Ain't it grand? and takes the ball 1-0. We are in extra innings. If you're just joining us, I'll explain the rules in just a second. If you haven't seen an extra inning game yet, we haven't here at home. And now showing bunt, pulling it back, taking a strike is Bates. So we're playing a regular inning here. And if it goes to the 11th tied, then Kelton Caldwell will be able to choose whether the Monarchs go on offense with the runner on first or defense. And whoever goes on offense, if the other team gets 3 outs, the game is over. And obviously if they score, the game is over. And there's the bunt, and it's fouled back behind home plate. And you got to need moxie here from Colton Smith. He's not giving away the bunt here.
No, he's throwing great pitches, and Javin Bates is unable to get this bunt down. He's had 2 chances now as a pinch hitter, popped up his first time, and now is unable to get the bunt down. He's got to swing it with 2 strikes.
You pull off the bunt here.
Nope. I mean, he could try, but he's out if he misses.
Let's see, and that's high. Yeah, if I was Smith there, I would have gone right down the zone. But being crafty, no problem with the pitch.
With only 1 ball there, you have room to miss and throw a ball. So he's probably going to do that here on this one on 2-2, I think.
Here's Smith. And that, just misses a strikeout, which would have been huge for Colton Smith. And now Bates has worked the count full with a runner on and nobody out here on the top of the 10th. Here we go. 3-2, and that's chopped into left field, and it's going to fall for a base hit. The first 2 are out. Trying to go to third and getting greedy, but the throw's off target and in safely. At third is Nicholas Hawkins, and it's first and third. Nobody down in the top of the 10th, Tom. That was just a tough break, because the throw, if it was on target, might have been able to toss it out.
Hawkins was dead to rights. If that throw was relatively close to the bag, he was definitely out. But it was way, way off, and 90 feet away right now from taking the lead in the 8th inning.
And here is the leadoff hitter, Stoney Smith, who's playing shortstop, SSSS. Smith's gone on a couple times today. A single and a walk and a run scored in the 6th. Also did strike out swinging earlier in the ball game. It's a 1-0 with first and third situation here in the top of the 10th. And that's swing and a miss. Nice pitch there by Colton Smith. Evens the count at 1-1. If you
check out that infield right now for the Monarchs, you got Vance playing straight up at shortstop, but the second baseman McGuire is right next to second base. They're looking for a double play right here, or maybe the runner, Javin Bates, takes off to try to steal the base. You got to have someone there covering.
Yeah, you got to have that awareness, Tom, in this situation where you're going to try to get that at least first out, if not 2. And that one sprayed foul, so this could be a good situation for Smith if he could strike out leadoff hitter Stoney Smith and then set up a double play to end the inning. Big pitch coming up here, 1-2 on Stoney Smith, the shortstop. On a Chattanooga State outside the zone, 2-2. He's a junior that stayed home. He's from locally in Chattanooga. Have you ever done the Chattanooga choo-choo?
No. Have you?
I don't know, back when I was like 10. I think I did it at a bar mitzvah. Top level dancer, I'm just telling you.
Oh,
here's the 2-2, and that, barely misses. Smith's had 2 that looked like they could be strikeout pitches. Didn't get either of them.
He's struck out a couple on that pitch already today, though, because guys have went to chase that. But, I mean, Stoney Smith, he's in the leadoff position for a reason, able to lay off those.
All right, here's the 3-2, and he gets him. Look in. Sit down. Stoney Smith with respect. And it's first and third now with 1 out, and the double play is set up.
That's perfect. If you turn a double play right there with nobody out, that runner on third is scoring. But now in a situation, you turn this double play with 1 out, that run from third does not come across. So Aaron Pisecki, he's had an okay day today. He's got a few walks, no hits, but he's one of the hotter hitters on this team.
Yep, and he has scored a run, and he definitely can spray the ball everywhere. First pitch, strike. You liked how I told him to sit out, but also did it respectfully.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I mean, listen, like I said, it's competitive.
You're in the moment. I love it.
Yeah, you gotta give some respect to these visiting clip joints. All right, here's an 0-1. First and third, 1 down, top of the 10th. Tied at 6. Oh, and it hits him. Colton Smith bangs him in the back, and the bases are juiced. You know, it doesn't really overall hurt you with the double play being a possibility here, but you don't want to hit somebody.
I know, but look who's coming up next, Dan. It's Colin Cornwell. So I knew he flew out to center field this last time, but you would rather face Pisecki there than Cornwell.
And it looks like Kelton Caldwell's going to make a pitching change here. And the meet on the mound, he takes the ball from Smith. Smith did a pretty pretty good job until he just hit Piasecki in the back on a 3-2 pitch, or 2-2 pitch, excuse me. We'll let you know who's coming in next, and actually we can let you know right now. It is number 25, and that is Julio Lopez, who has had some great moments on the mound for this Monarchs team out of Long Beach, California. We'll give you the final numbers on Colton Smith and the numbers on Julio Lopez coming up as we continue here in the top of the 10th of a 6-6 game on the Monarchs Broadcast Network. All right, welcome back in. Dan Leach, Tom Cavanaugh. This is, as we said earlier, probably the best game at home here this season, at least the most exciting, aside for that walk-off first game at Lake Trust Stadium back on June 7th against the Leprechauns with Scoop Harden. Had that RBI single that ended the game. Now we have the new pitcher, Julio Lopez. Final numbers on Colton Smith, an inning and a third, 1 hit, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. And here's Julio Lopez, 1-2, 3.85 ERA, 5 games, 5 starts. His first relief appearance, 20 innings pitched, 18 strikeouts, 6 walks, 30 hits. He's definitely been one of the better starters for the Monarchs all season long. Here's the first pitch to Colin Cornwell with the bases juiced and 1 down. How much do you think Lopez would love a grounder to end this inning with a double play?
Yeah, it's tough. The infield's a little bit in right now, so guys are going to have to hurry over to second base to turn that.
And inside, 1-1, and Cornwell walk, single, scored 2 runs, single, and he scored a run himself and a fly out to center field. He's been solid. He's one of the best players on this team and an all-star for a reason. And that outside the zone, 2-1. I like Lopez coming in here.
I do as well. He's got 18 strikeouts compared to 16 walks. That's a great ratio, especially in a situation like this where you cannot afford to walk anybody. Got to throw strikes. I like Julio right here to be competitive against the best hitter on this Clippers team.
Julio. He steps off. Time is granted. And it's a 2-1 count with 1 out, bases loaded, top of the 10th inning. We are tied at 6. It's been back and forth. Happened quickly, but back and forth the last couple innings. Here's the 2-1, and that's it for a strike. And if Lopez can strike out Connor Cornwell, then you can throw the ball to any base. With Reinhardt coming up, who's not been that great offensively in this doubleheader. Here's the 2-2. And it's just a bit high, 3-2. Everyone's moving here. Bases juiced, 1 down. Tie game in the top of the 10th.
Got to be expecting a strike here if you're Cornwell, but do not get too antsy if it's a ball.
Here's the 3-2. Lopez, and it's fouled back at the last second. As Cornwell stays alive, he wanted that one to Lopez.
He really did. That was a great pitch, but, I mean, that's why you battle. That's exactly why you battle. You foul off those competitive pitches, and you live to see another one. Great job by Cornwell.
Another 3-2 coming from Lopez with the bases juiced. And 1 down. Here it comes. And it's low, and he walks in a run. And the Muskegon Clippers, who are getting close to eliminating the Locos for the 1 seed, I believe if they win this game, that might be enough. They take a 1-run lead. But listen, it's not over. Monarchs will have a chance, but you can't allow any more runs here, Tommy, baby.
No, you got to throw strikes to him now. That's just a fastball that missed a little bit low, which is very tough, and Julio would love to have that one back. But
And Reinhardt skies one 800 feet in the air. Under it is Podkova, and the runner cannot tag and score. So a huge second out. That's the one you need if you're Lopez. You wish you got that at the first batter, but if the Monarchs can get out of this with just one run score, they definitely have a chance.
they do. I mean, we look at what they did in the 7th inning to tie this thing up. They loaded the bases up with nobody out. So you never know. This Monarchs team is really fighting back, and they know this is their last home game, so they're leaving it all out there.
Oh, they're playing like this is their World Series. It's been great to see. It's been super. This game's had everything. And first pitch to Lysiak, the catcher, who has gotten hit by a pitch and otherwise 0 for 3. And a ground out or ground rule double, I'm sorry. So he actually has been on twice. One time by himself. He did it himself once. All right, here's the 2-0 with 2 down. Boy Lopez would love to get out of the inning here with just 1 run in the top of the 10th. 2-0, and that's in for a strike, according to home plate umpire Nick Kavitsky. I will say both umpires tonight, both Chad Logan and Kavitsky, have called really good games behind home plate. Yeah, Shire pinch hitter, I'm sorry. Pinch hitter here with Shire.
Sorry we didn't catch that earlier.
Yeah, I thought he came in and pinch. Yeah, he came in and pinch ran. That's
yeah,
right.
I looked up and saw supposedly Lysiak in the left-handed box. I go, wait.
Apologies, we've been so excited.
I know, we're locked in.
Yeah, he came in the last inning as a pinch runner. And that is out of play, and it's 2-2. Twos are wild for the biggest moment of the season, at least with the Monarchs playing defense. As the bases are still juiced, it's just a 1-run lead right now as we are in the top of the 10th. Monarchs have shown their comeback ability tonight. Lopez would love to end things here with Brandon Shire at the plate, the lefty. Here's the 2-2, and he gets him looking. Lopez does allow the 1 run. He came in with the bases loaded, but we go to the bottom of the 10th. A chance to walk it off again. Can the Monarchs do it? We'll find out. Coming up on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network. Welcome back in. It's last chance time for the Michigan Monarchs again for the second straight inning. Last time it worked with Butler leading off the inning and TJ Podkova do it here. It'll be followed by Scoop Hard, who had some heroics, obviously, in the first game ever here at Lake Trust Stadium. Then Avery Thielman, who actually started this game as a pitcher. Back on is Gavin Satars from Michigan State, the freshman who struggled last inning, got really lucky with that inning on a double play that Mason McGuire hit to third. So let's see how Satars starts this thing off here, Tommy.
Silas Butler led off last inning with a single. TJ Podkova leading things off here out of the 6th spot. He wants to try to do the same thing, but as I said last inning, try to work a walk. We saw Satars walk Vinson in the second batter that he faced last inning, so you never know. Might be throwing more of those loopy curveballs high and outside, and Podkova can find a way on base.
Podkova 1 for 3 so far in this ball game, and takes a second pitch ball, so it's first pitch ball, 1-0. They flashed a 1 on the scoreboard. With as intense as this game has been, I got excited there. Here comes the 1-0 from the freshman Satars from Michigan State. And that down the pipe for a strike. Good pitch there by the youngster. And here's the 1-1. Got to get that leadoff hitter on, Tom.
I mean, they did last inning. They were able to score a run to tie things.
Yeah, if Butler didn't get on his leadoff hitter, they might not have done in this situation. That went right back to the pitcher, off his butt. Can Satars get it there? Underhands it and barely makes the out. For a second, it looked like he didn't know what he was doing. He didn't know where he wanted to go, whether himself or throw it to the first baseman, Arbogast, but he found a way to get it done.
That's how you sacrifice your body to make a play. They're going to check on him real fast, but hard ground ball up the middle, and instead of trying to get out of the way of the ball, Sitar squares his back up, and it lands all over the back meaty part of his back, and immediately is able to turn it over, throw to first. It was a bad throw to first, but it's a tough first out right there, kicking yourself if you're Potkova, because he almost had it.
And we will not have any heroics from Scoop Harden like we did in game number one, because he is going to be lifted for Makana Olaso. They're going to give some warm-up throws here to Satars after getting hit on the butt. I mean, that was really close to being such a slow roller after it hit his butt that it might not have been able to get there in time to make that play.
Yeah, I still just can't believe the ball didn't get by him, because not a lot of time do you see the baseball on a ground ball or a line drive back up the middle directly hit the pitcher. Sometimes it's off the foot, ricochet, shot, off the tip of the glove. It's never straight in the middle of the back right there. So nice job by Gavin to kind of square it up and keep the ball in front.
Well, we know that Olaso's got power from San Jose State. And now it is up to him to try to set the table for Avery Thielman and Mason Malish, unless we see some more pinch hitters. Here's the 1-0, one down. Clippers up 1 run here in the 10th. And a swing and a miss. Big cut there by the big man. Gives you those Miguel Cabrera vibes, doesn't he?
Yeah. Especially when you say the big man, like Jim Price.
Yeah, the big man. That's my man, Jim Price. I know you're a fan of his as well.
Oh, yeah.
That one sprayed back foul out of play, and down to his final strike is Makana Olaso. He wants to Hakuna Matata this.
Yeah, come on, baby, let's go.
Here comes Olaso. 1-2. He's got to be defensive here against the freshman Gavin Satars, who's been much better this inning so far than he was last. And that curves in for a ball. So even count, 2-2 on the pinch hitter, batting for Scoop Harden, the first baseman, Makana Olaso. Monarchs need to get at least one here to send this thing to a sudden death 11th. And a swing and a miss. He's down on strikes. Got to give credit to Satars. He looked shaky in the last inning. He's looked pretty good this one.
He has. It's a complete 180 from last inning. He has control. All the curveballs are ending low in the zone at the feet. Nothing you can do there. Olaso obviously, just missed it, swung over top of that one. Great pitch.
And the Monarchs' last hope is in the form of Avery Thielman, who way back when started this game on the mound. And he's all that separates this Clippers team from winning their 28th. That one not even close. That one I think was thrown to Mississippi. You get Thielman on, you got Malish, and then the lineup turns over with Silas Butler. If you get to Butler, anything can happen.
2 runners on in that situation, that could be awesome because Silas is clutch. He's got 2 hits on the day, he has scored twice, but it's going to take a few more hitters to get there. It looks like Jake Dresselhaus has grabbed the bat.
It will not be Mason Malish. It'll be the leadoff hitter, normally Jake Dresselhaus, who did not start this game. Here's the 1-0, and outside 2-0. You love to get this to Dresselhaus because he always can find a way on base.
Thielman doesn't want to try to be too big of a hero right now. Want to keep that swing compact and simple. Try to just find a way on with a base hit or a double.
Here's the 2-0. Thielman sprays it foul right side out of play. And it's 2-1, nobody on, 2 down, bottom of the 11th, or excuse me, the 10th. To be honest, it's actually the 8th inning because we played a 7-inning game, but everyone knows.
In your minds, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
just think about it as a 10th.
Shortened doubleheader game. That is swing and a miss, and the Monarchs are down to their final strike in their final home game.
I don't know. I mean, he was just underneath that pitch, but he might throw it again at him right here.
Bottom 8, 7-6 Clippers. Can the Monarchs get something going here? It's their last strike. And that's outside. He's worked the count full. Way to stay off of that pitch by Thielman. You got to be so anxious in this situation when it's down to you.
Yeah, he's going to throw him the curveball here. It just depends on if this lands for a strike. Thielman has to get a piece of it.
Here's the 3-2 with 2 down. Clippers try to win their 28th, and it's sprayed foul. You mentioned he had to make contact, and he did to Thielman.
It was a curveball down and away, and he just poked it. He might get the same pitch here, maybe something with a little more loop. It doesn't look like Satars wants to go with the fastball, especially with a 3-2 count. He's not as confident as he is the curveball.
Here is the payoff. 3-2, 2 down. Monarchs need a run, and it's sprayed into right field. It's on the run, and it's going to drop for a base hit. And going for two, making a double as he's in easily. Ball into center field, and there you go. Monarchs never say die. It looked for a second that Passanant might be able to catch up with that one, but it was placed just perfectly in front of him, enough to fall in for a base hit.
With that ball coming off the right-handed bat, it's got spin that's fading away towards the foul line. So as soon as that ball hit the turf, it spun and kicked towards the foul fence down the right field line and gave Thielman an extra half second or so to get into second base. We got a pinch runner.
So actually it looks like it is a pinch runner, Steven Casas, and Dresselhaus at the plate. A base hit should tie this game, and dare I say set it to a ninth, which would really be an 11th inning if it was a regular scheduled game, not a doubleheader, 7-inning contest. And now Satars with some more pressure. Freshman looks in at Jake Dresselhaus, who's the pinch hitter here for Malish. First pitch strike. That's what you want to do if you're Satars right there. 3
home runs on the year for Dresselhaus. 2 of them are here at home inside the Parkers.
Yep.
We could see him drop an alley shot, maybe go the distance.
He gets another inside the Parker, you're winning this game. The sickest of walk-offs. Here's the 0-1. And a swing and a miss, and now the Monarchs back down to their final strike with the pinch hitter Dresselhaus at the dish. Runner on second after a beautiful double with 2 outs by Avery Thielman. Pinch runner Steven Casas, who's got tons of speed. Base hit definitely should score him. Here's the 0-2, and it's outside. This has been one of those nights, Tom.
It has.
This game's had everything.
Yeah, Satars goes with the fastball there. Not a strike. The last 2 were, so definitely going to go back with a breaking ball here, as we've said multiple times. Dresselhaus has to be ready for it, cannot swing over top of this one.
Here's the 1-2. Satars looks in, fires outside, trying to frame it there was Lysiak. He did a good job, but that wasn't going to fool plate umpire Nick Kavitsky. Gotta love catchers framing. A lot of times you get the call if you frame it well. All right, 2s are wild in the biggest moment of the season here at home. 2-2 with 2 down, runner on second. And Dresselhaus at the dish. And it's a strikeout looking. And that's it. Clippers win their 28th ball game of the season. The Monarchs fought as hard as possible, but it just wasn't enough. They took the lead in that 5-run 5th inning on the power of a Mason McGuire 3-run bomb, but gave it right back, giving up 2 in the top of the 6th. And then with the bases loaded and the game tied with 1 down, an inning under double play on the hero of the previous inning, Mason McGuire. And that is going to do it. And, you know, it's a tough way to end the final home game here, Tom, but I'll tell you this. If you're going to go out after a tough year, you want to go out swinging and fighting and scratching and clawing in any way you can, and the Monarchs really did that tonight.
They did. Even with the loss, you have to be satisfied and pleased with your fight tonight, because we haven't seen this team compete. They've competed all year long, don't get me wrong, but not like they did tonight. Those guys battled, and they took the #1 team in the Great Lakes Collegiate Summer League to the limit. Got to give your hats off. That's a tough pitch to take on the outside corner, just because the curveball wrapped right in on the outside corner for strike 3, but that's baseball, man. That's what happens, and it's tough for Dresselhaus coming off the bench as a pinch hitter. It's a whole different scenario than if you were in the game for the whole time. I love the fight. Everybody played great. I mean, Konashevsky came in, played well. Thielman with that double late to give them a chance, and obviously Mason McGuire with the swing to give them the lead. But they did not hold a lead well, Dan. That's one thing that this team struggled with all year long from our perspective. Obviously, there's more games to play, but we're done covering them. It seemed like whenever they had a short 2-3 run lead, at some point it started to kind of crumble and fall away. And sometimes that was errors, pitching, other teams getting clutch hits. But it did happen again tonight in a one-run game where they had a big chance to win a big game, and a couple pass balls, couple wild pitches just sent it to extra innings. And I feel bad for these guys because they really should have won that game.
This was like their World Series tonight. Listen, this final home game had everything: pop rocks, rainbows, dragons, s'mores. It had literally everything you could want in a baseball game. We saw our first Monarchs home run of the season. I think that Mason McGuire is your player of the game.
Yeah.
Wasn't his fault that the Monarchs lost the lead right after he gave it to him. But, just to piggyback again on the sentiment you just expounded upon that I kind of brought up when we, started this kind of soliloquy about this final home game before we get to our goodbyes. And I want to thank all the fans for sticking with us all season long, including the away fans. If you're going to go out after a tough year here at home, this is the way you do it. They really did everything they could. They were definitely outmanned, outgunned, and just in a very tough way against a team that is just so good. And to play the way they did after losing 13-1 in game one, and to get all the different things like the McGuire home run and Silas Butler and the defensive plays and just everything that went into this game two of the doubleheader, it's tough they lost, but the good news is, like we said, you wanted to end this home season on whatever kind of a high note you could. They didn't win, but they looked like a real baseball team tonight. And not to say that during the year they haven't looked like a real baseball team, but they had some really rough games.
Yeah.
Defensive kerfuffles, bad pitching, situations, completely inconsistent in big moments with runners in scoring position, leaving so many on base, running yourself out of innings. It's happened too much. But tonight, for this second game, for one game, like in the great movie For the Love of the Game with Kevin Costner as Billy Chappell, yes, they weren't the best team in baseball tonight, but they looked like they could compete with the best team in this league tonight.
Yeah.
And that's something to hang your hat on.
100%. And obviously we talked earlier, these guys can take their individual achievements from this and move on to the college leagues. But it's also about this team and building relationships with these guys that are maybe in the same conference or in completely different divisions of baseball. So it's very valuable for them to be out here, get these 30 to 40 games in, and I'm really excited to see and follow these Monarch players, their accolades. Because, Dan, you got to realize a lot of these guys didn't play last year for their school. So this is a really great portion of their playing time. And gold, as you said. It means everything to them to be able to get out here, get these reps, and get better and progress for next year.
Well, Tom, I got to tell you, it's been a dream working with you. I've said this many times, and I can't say it enough. It's a rarity in this business. It's a very tough business, and to have someone like you, and I'm not trying to say that you're inexperienced, but you're a younger guy, to be so good, to be an incredible broadcast partner. You and I never had met before, never had talked before. I knew that you were a huge fan of him. I'm kidding. But we had never met before. And the first game we called, it seemed like I'd worked with you since I was in college.
Yeah.
And that's the ultimate compliment I can give you. And I'm grateful that we've had this opportunity. I know that you and I hopefully will have a chance to do stuff in the future, maybe with the Monarchs again. But either way, you are well on your way to doing some very special things. And I will always be here for you to help in any way I can, because there are not many people. I mean, you remind me of a young Dan Leach. Extremely talented, extremely humble, extremely knowledgeable, great family, Beatrice, Julie, your dad, Tom, your great brothers, driving by the Giants, Drew. And I've had rare moments in my career where not just working with someone as talented as you, but someone that is newer in the business as you are and is leagues ahead of many others I've worked with that have been in the business for a long time. Not to say anything about those people. I'm sure they're all great peeps. But I just want to make sure people that are watching this broadcast, that have watched all year long, understand the level of talent and knowledge base and just camaraderie that we've had because of who you are. And I thank you for that.
Thank you. You as well, Dan. Seriously, I mean, coming in, knowing you and your high media personality and how humble you like to say, it was very gracious of you, and I very much appreciate you taking me under my wing, teaching me different things throughout the year, teaching me different setup ideas throughout the play-by-play side of things. So, and also for giving me 2 innings every game to work on it and do a little bit. So
you deserve it.
Yeah, I mean that all means so much to me, and I guarantee you we'll be working together in the future.
Absolutely, and in many other things that you've done in great ways to help me to be a better person and broadcaster, which we always strive to be. I have now memorized all 9 positions, and I hadn't done that in 20 years because of you. I know that shortstop 6. I know third base is 5. No, in many different ways, you've helped me become a better broadcaster person. That's listen. I don't care. I've been doing this since I was in high school, or since I was 7, when I thought I was a radio DJ saying Michael Jackson Thriller. I was like, Michael Jackson Thriller. That's the golden situations that we don't get often in this business, to have someone, even with me working for so long in this business, be able to get better because of you. So thank you, and we've had a tremendous time with this. We got a lot of people to thank. I want to start with Gary Primetime Pogramich, our great statistician, and of course our announcer, our PA announcer, Nick Nowitzki. I know Dennis Newbacher wasn't able to do it. He was here tonight with his wife. Great to see him. Kyle Chapman's been amazing. Tim Riley, without him, and obviously a lot to do with Tom helping out with setting up the broadcast as well. When it happened, his amazing father, Peter Riley, Andrew Batten down the hatches, has done everything. It really has been a team effort here. We love all of you. And most importantly, the people out there watching that have family members around the country that are tuned in because they love to watch their kids or their grandkids or their nieces and nephews, not nieces. Maybe they want to watch their nieces in the stands. There's no female players in the Great Lakes Summer College. I'm going to say there can't be. But we know that opposing fans have tuned in a lot. It's been the world to us to call these games for you. So please stay in touch with us. You can always follow Tom on Twitter at TCCav_Sparty, myself at Dan Leach DTM. As you said, we will be back. You and I will definitely work together
back
again.
On the airwaves at some point.
100%. And the future is super bright for Tom, and I love doing what I'm doing. I'll be calling the WHMI High School Football Game of the Week again for the 3rd year in a row, starting at the Big House with South Line East against Lakeland on August 24th. So tune into that. My Inside the Huddle show, which I'm going to bring Tom on during the year. But once again, thank you so much for all of you for being with us this whole season. It wasn't the season the Monarchs wanted, win and loss-wise, but some great moments. Tonight was a great way to go out, even with the loss, and wishing them the best the rest of the season.
Yep, appreciate everybody.
Any final thoughts?
Yep, I appreciate Tim Riley for originally hiring me and making me a part of this broadcast. I appreciate you for convincing me to be a part of this team and broadcast with the Michigan Monarchs. I mean, it wasn't that I didn't want to. There were just other options, and you told me this is the best choice that you can make. Not bragging on myself, being you, Dan Leach, but I'm very glad you did, because I learned a whole heck of a lot more than I would have anywhere else, and I appreciate that. Thank you, the Monarch organization. Thank you to you, and thank you to all the listeners out there once again for tuning in and sticking with us through this 2-month season.
I'm kind of sad and emotional. I mean, I'm a very emotional guy. I cried during Oppenheimer last night, but this is the end. And for the final time this season, we say so long to you. The final score in extra innings tonight, in 8 innings because it was a 7-inning doubleheader. 7-6, the Clippers improved to 28-5. Monarchs dropped to 11-22, though. Hopefully keep this momentum going for the rest of the season. Ended on a somewhat of a high note. Doesn't matter how many wins or losses they have. It's about how you finish out the rest of these games. But until we see you next time, for the great Tom Cavanaugh, I am Dan Leach, saying keep reaching for the stars, believe in the dream. Until we meet again, we love you all. Good night on the Michigan Monarchs Broadcast Network.
Woohoo!